It's that time of year again, summer camp, the 2025 World Series of Poker, where people come from far and wide, and today, just 7 remain. In the $1,500, event number 3, 6 max. Hello everyone and welcome to our coverage, a peek there at the Horseshoe Event Center. And how about a peek at what we thought we might be able to bring you today? A glimpse at the 25K, event number 14. You see Ben Lamb there, deep in his phone. Texas Mike in the building as well. Around the WSOP, Negreanu denied his 8th bracelet in the 10K. Oh wait, Brad Rubin winning number 5, and of course that star-studded field. Sweet Lou Garza on the left of your screen as well. And here is a glimpse at your final 7 in the $1,500, 7 players, 6 max. Ali Najad alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. I guess that makes us your camp counselors.
Yes, love that. Look at the tournament summary, brought to you by Overnight Oats. Overnight Oats. Winning is easier with 20 grams of protein. Please shake responsibly. Damarjai Davenport looks like he's responsible for some real harm out there. 22 million plus in front of him. Good for 138 big blinds. A distant second is David Jackson. Aaron Overton bringing up the rear with just 12 bigs, trying to avoid picking up 58,000 and change. That's the amount everyone is guaranteed as you look at the payouts, brought to you by Octopi Poker. Over $400,000. And one of those babies right there. A World Series of Poker bracelet, Stapes. That's what they're playing for.
They're playing for the cash and for the hardware.
Yes, sir. So cards in the air, 60-minute levels in this one, just about 25 minutes remaining in level number 30. Blinds of 80, 160, 160.
Not yet.
Yeah, 6.
Nah, wait till
Playable one here for Shundan Xiao.
They said they have to at 4:30 regardless.
Queen Jack offsuit.
She told us once it gets 6.
She takes a pass.
Yeah, but I don't know.
I don't know. Someone said like because they're media partners, they have to.
I think
at
they only
4:30.
have it set up for 6. Like to do
6.
the cards and stuff. I don't know.
Oh, maybe.
Or I think right now you don't have to put it here. Oh, you do? All right. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's what they said. They said that it was their partners. They have to go at 4:30. That's what they. That's what the guy said.
I assumed it was, but then she said no.
Yeah, I don't know. I talked to a media guy, so he must know.
Jack
right?
4 suited, limps the small blind here.
But
Chris
it seems like
Staats.
they're
And the
live
big?
They've been doing all the camera stuff.
That's Damarjai Trick Time Davenport. Unclear the origins of the nickname or whether or not it was self-appointed Stapes, but it's out of bounds if you give it to yourself. This much we know.
I would love for him to prove that nickname at some point during the broadcast today. All right, so far so good. Wins it with 7 high.
Or once it gets
Trick time.
No matter
I sincerely hope it's the product of having a wicked game of horse under his belt. Something to that effect.
5 o'clock, even if it's 7 people.
So
Well, let's get to know Damarjai
Yeah.
a touch as you look at
delayed.
his bio.
It's
Originally
on
from
right now.
Houston,
I think it's
Texas.
on
There's
right
the
now.
nickname.
Yeah, so it's 4:30.
High stakes
then. So it
cash
goes
game
live at
player
5.
and a motorsports
Yeah, maybe.
Is it 4:30? What time
enthusiast.
is it?
Maybe trick time comes from motorcycle
I just
tricks.
asked her, so I don't know.
You know,
Yeah.
if I'm not
media.
mistaken,
It has to be
Houston
a
is
delay,
home to
so
some
on the site it
really
says it goes live
robust
at
car
5.
culture. Like
Biker boys?
maybe a little bit of that, but I'm thinking more about the donk culture, the 22, 26-inch wheels and the back of the cars lower.
hoopties and the hydraulics?
I don't know that I'd call them hoopties. I think some of these things can really fetch a penny.
Okay, all right.
But, you
Back
know,
down.
I hear where you're coming from.
I just said the one car word I know.
Right. Well, we do know that Shundan Xiao's pocket 10s rate to be heard from here as we see the first involvement from David Jackson.
41 big blinds for Xiao to start the hand. Will be fairly committing to re-raise.
That's what she's done. 800,000 of her 6.6 has been deployed. They'll come back around, it would appear, to the King-Queen, absent any theatrics behind.
Trick time. Gonna take his time. We're going to give him the benefit of the doubt and call him a thinking player for right now.
As time goes on and you see these sorts of holdings, would you dare to say a stalling
We
plan?
will eventually remove the thinking.
All in.
Oh, wow.
Timeout.
Trick
Maybe not.
time indeed.
Look at this rip.
I mean, a lot of players are going to elect to use a hand like this, a suited combination, a high card and a low card. Xiao has got 900,000, a significant portion of her stack in. This move just looks so strong, though.
Well, I'll tell you what, if her name is one that looks familiar, Stapes, it's courtesy of a 28th place finish in the World Series of Poker main event just last year, earning her $300,000 of her total $365K in career earnings. The NC State University software engineer.
Her name looks
lives
familiar
here.
for two reasons, because that's my mother's maiden name as well.
Oh, you've personalized things. So did Trick Time there,
Yeah.
as he took it to the streets and puts 2 10s into the bin.
So, by the way, any insinuation that there may have been some stalling going on there, we apologize.
Yes.
Our first apology of the broadcast, Ali.
Probably not our last, if I had to guess. Though some of them will likely come in during the HR meeting that will follow.
It'll be, yeah, the stuff we didn't even know we did wrong.
Seems strong to me. I thought you had it.
Damarjai, who knew he had it in him?
Yeah, right.
Welcome to the table.
Well, listen, working your way through this field down to a final table certainly speaks to some aptitude, and so does the 883,000 in career earnings for Damarjai at just 32 years of age. His biggest score ever, 678,000. That one coming in the mystery bounty, 7K plus 3,000 last year. Finished runner-up, so denied a bracelet.
That runner-up finish, still pretty juicy.
Oh, yeah. Now, Overton has inherited the 2 10s,
All in.
and he's going to rip in his last 2 million.
It's like 1.9 more. 2.
And this player,
Like right under 2, about 2 maybe.
relatively well known to the high stakes cash community, Eshaan Bhalla, aka the Brown Balla.
I need
So A6 suited into the bin,
Yeah,
A6
right,
off
right.
Here.
as well.
David Jackson with the worse A6.
Is that a sorry, Mr. Jackson, 2 10s were for real kind of situation?
I was thinking maybe we get the bio up there. We've got the Overton window here.
Brought to you by PokerGO. Originally from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. University of Vermont business grad who volunteers
Okay.
at an animal shelter. I
Yeah.
already love this guy.
I was going to say, even if that's not true, you should write that on your bio. You're just going to
Right.
get so much goodwill points with the audience.
Also,
It doesn't say what he does at the shelter, but he might volunteer to put them down.
About to come.
We don't know.
that would be quite morbid, by the way, if he's like, I'm really into euthanasia.
I figure no one else wants to do it. I'm here. What do you got? This got dark fast. Sorry,
Yeah,
he
dude.
doesn't deserve that.
We know that's not what you do, David. I mean, we
don't
need to
know.
believe that,
Yeah.
though.
We're still rooting for you. Someone's got to do it.
Well, a couple of nickels here for trick time. Upstairs we go. 350.
Oh, this mine.
This
That's 80. I'm like, where's my blind?
24 million stack, by the way, is the far and away chip leader.
Yeah, I didn't even see it.
Well, let's talk about the pay ladder here, Stapes, because that's in part what's on the minds of this crew as they navigate conservatively in the face of aggression from that big stack. Roughly $19,000, separating 7th from 6th. That's
I get
real
20,
money in a
right?
1,500.
Yeah, it's a lot of buy-ins.
Better it goes. Jackson open, she 3 bets, he 4 bets, stuffs all
Xiao
in, king 3 suited.
defending her big with the ace-6, and coming up with bottom pair. Ace of clubs working hard here on the jack-high flop.
Were you not the person that coined the phrase, it's hard to make a pair?
I was not, although I definitely subscribe to the philosophy that it is hard to make a pair.
For sure.
Davenport with the underpair
Oh.
checks back and finds 15 cents. on the turn.
I don't know if there's any better feeling than turning a set. It is way up there for me in the game of poker.
So disguised.
And especially once word gets around that this is the sort of fellow that rips it in with king 3 pre-flop. It's hard to really give him credit here, or ever, after seeing a move like that.
Now, some here at this table, which was assembled once the field was down to 7 players of 4 and 3, likely have some seat time versus Davenport and had an opportunity to compile a little bit of a scouting report.
But no stream to go back and look at.
Yeah, and that's important. Xiao keeping him honest here, and the 3 of diamonds is somewhat unfortunate for her if she decides to get sticky in the face of what we have to imagine is going to be a fairly healthy value bet on the end.
I don't know that. Hey, I'll be impressed if she can station twice with whatever size bet this is going to be on the river. Or he could, you know, just check it back for deception. It's a move I like to pull sometimes.
Yeah.
You could be up against jacks or tens here, Ali. You really don't know. You can never be too careful.
1 in a million chance that you are, and then suddenly you look like a genius, or even worse, a cheater.
Yeah.
Well, here it comes.
Nice assortment of colors there. A little fruit salad.
Bag of Skittles. Looking at full pottish.
Wow. Yep.
That is
Set's
a
good. Set's good.
painful blow to Xiao's stack there.
Start playing tight.
I gotta say though, Stapes, it is a little bit of a window into her willingness to find the courage to.
Reputation may precede him.
16 and then
And then
65.
65, yeah. So 10 back.
There you go.
You know, it's a little brutal because in a way she was right.
Table's super
Right.
long.
She was beating 5s.
Right.
Just not 3 of them.
Well, it's trick time.
That's how you been getting.
Rakes that one in. We look at the tournament format brought to you by
I don't blow.
Splash.
King 3 when they fold, he shows set when they call.
Splash Sports showing us the $1,500 buy-in, 60-minute levels in this 3-day event. 1 re-entry was allowed in this one.
Well, the good news is that all the players are profitable no matter what at this point.
Is Splash Sports a subsidiary of Vineyard Vines, by the way?
Was everything that's alliterative has to be related?
She wants you to move
No,
over
it's
a
the
little
logo, the little whale.
bit. But in front of your car.
They
box.
probably use the
It's
same
usually
fiber
in the
logo
line
design.
that they take,
Sorry.
right?
Listen, to the executives at Splash Sports that are listening right now and maybe want
They're telling
Joe and
her.
I's heads
There's
on a
very
plate.
talented
Oh,
people
okay.
on
They're telling her
Fiverr is what I'm
no.
trying to say. There's a lot of great starving artists out there.
You know, there's just not a lot of cartoonish whale logos in the world, but I like it. Splash Sports. I wonder if, are we allowed to sign up for Splash Sports now that we're kind of,
No problem.
you know what I mean? 5's in the bin, by the way.
That's the least I can do is sign up now, I guess.
And punt off.
320.
Well, Bhalla is saying hello for the first time. Eshaan Brown Bhalla. Bhalla. Clicking it. Johansson with an offsuit 1-gapper here.
80. One more. There you go.
Oscar hails from Asida, Sweden. 32 years of age. A lot of talent comes out of Scandinavia.
Yo-ho, Johansson.
340K in career tournament earnings for him. No pair on a 4-high, 2-heart board.
And even against the big blind, I think you're going to be pretty happy to have ace-jack here. Big blind defends pretty wide these days, but they do tend to avoid these sorts of card combinations. He's going to check it back.
4 is a welcome sight for ace-jack. Doesn't complicate texture.
And Johansson's gonna fire. 250K. Eshaan evaluating the strength of ace high on the paired board. And the big blind is one of the only places you might get away with getting a fold here, but Bhalla is a calla.
Something smells fishy. 8 of diamonds. Not what we were looking for, as Johansson. A fold on the turn was really what he was on the hunt for. Now here he is. This thing is 1.4 million. Meaningful when you're sat 3.6.
And Sweden, you say, right, Ali?
Does that make you think we've got the river bluff coming?
I think it's possible.
Well, he is cutting up a stack. And there it is.
750. 750.
I know more about Eshaan as a cash game player. I don't know a whole lot about his tournament style.
Oh, he finds the call.
Snapped off.
Gotta tell you, it hurts when they make it look easy.
The brown Bhalla causing a little, maybe a little brown in the pants for Johansson getting called there.
I should hope that we aren't suffering from such things at the hands of Eshaan as we look at his bio, brought to you by PokerGO Play, software engineer from LA. As you mentioned, high stakes cash game player, multi-talented musician. He just played Johansson like a fiddle.
Ha! Will there be an encore?
Certainly. Oscar doesn't want to be attending that particular concert, if so.
I mean, technically, Bhalla is now second in chips. That's 53 big blinds, typically pretty good, except Davenport has 3 times that stack right now.
Yeah, you might feel proud of it under normal circumstances. He
Something-
does at least have that seat to the left of Damarjai, though, which is much better than being sat to his right.
Absolutely, and something we kind of didn't really focus on with that first hand where he ripped it in with the king-3. He can exert a lot of ICM pressure on these players right now, and that explains a lot why Xiao maybe wouldn't call it off with 2 10s in that spot. She's got 19 bigs now after taking 2 fairly significant losses and is still third from the bottom. So you really don't want to go broke before this fella, Overton, who is the shortest stack in the tournament. Like Ali's doing like the beautiful mind math thing right now. What's cooking over there? Carry the 1.
Let me grab my
There's
abacus.
steam coming out of your ears right now.
Oh, there's...
What a flop for 5-6 of spades.
Yeah, a little heat coming off the board texture. You see an open ender and a flush draw for Overton after defending. Davenport, no diamond on board, but the open ender of his own. Let's see what kind of sentiments he has in the face of the expected check, which comes to fruition. 940 in the middle.
Let's see if Davenport c-bats or couches it.
Oh, couches it. I like this. Joe, by the way, is now motionless with his arm outstretched.
Just want to see if anyone picks up on my furniture puns.
725.
This is a very meaty follow-through here, especially when you consider not just the ratio to pot, but Overton's stack. He jams.
Oh,
All right, we got a free roll happening here, my
5-6
babies.
of spades.
Oh, free. Oh, okay, you're free rolling.
Not lost on Davenport.
Overton cannot go broke on this hand, but can scoop it.
Probably
Hence
goes
the
diamond,
smile
diamond.
and the lick of the lips from Aaron.
Deuce, deuce.
7-figure earner throughout his career at the World Series of Poker. 1.1 million
Good luck.
plus that he's looking to add to handsomely. And this would be a great first step if he can find the spade.
Okay, you're right. 1 diamond.
I think it's gonna go diamond. Probably 4 diamond on the river.
They're gonna both
Happening
run
here on the
6 high.
turn.
Yeah, maybe. All right.
Not on the river either. As both players with 7s and 6s. They'll carve it up.
Everyone loves a chop pot. I don't know if you know that or
Flop,
not.
man.
Ollie.
That's a nice
Now
flop
you are the
for
one that
5-6.
coined that.
Not specifically.
Go on.
I mean, Hardigan came up with that one. That was.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I only
that
ever
was
heard
on
you
him.
say it.
25.
Never heard.
Yeah.
No.
Look, I'll take credit for the things I deserve credit for, like all it takes is a chip and a chair. That one was me. 2017, a player had come down to just one chip left in a tournament. I was like, you know what?
Nice,
As long
man.
as you're still in,
You too. You
you're
too.
still in. Oh, you know what? All it takes is a chip
wish
and
I
a
had
chair.
AI.
And the phrase just took off
Yeah,
from
that's
there.
six,
Nicely
though.
6-8.
Yeah, 6-8.
6-8, yeah.
Your favorite hand, right?
So far, so good for Davenport.
That it is.
For those who don't know, a Davenport is like a fancy couch
Play it.
that a lot of people
I'll
used
Face
to
up.
have in like the 60s.
I'll do it just for y'all.
offices
Hey,
or
I'll let you do it.
their parlor.
I'll do it
Yeah,
just.
also
I'll do
Joe
it just
used
for
to
them.
work at Design Within Reach.
Shout out Ashley, my people.
Wayfair warehouse manager, Joe Stapleton.
Me and Wayfair go way back.
Well, hard 16 here for Davenport.
What a dream. What a dream to be chip leader. Just get to open under the gun and have a real hand.
You know, the thing is, everyone expects you to open at high frequency. If the deck pays you a sweet visit, it can get really harmful on folks. Here's Staats, ace queen, but you talked about the ICM.
That's
He's
right.
not looking to balloon things versus the Reaper.
He's got to tread lightly, and Davenport has exactly the sort of hand that he can just rip it in with if someone plays back at him. As you can see, Staats not going for that. Staats has the type of hand he's going to want to protect, and is that another set for Davenport?
Unbelievable. And not the kind of board texture that Davenport is supposed to be holding on to here. This is much more a Staats defense.
Yeah.
Sort of
I mean,
texture.
again, a situation where you're going to be betting here like 100% of the time after raising pre-flop, after the big blind just calls. And
Steps right aside despite having that ace of hearts as well, Joe.
good getaway there.
The ICM shackles being respected. He's the warden in ICM jail right now.
I mean, how many people be tempted to peel one there at least? You know, ace-queen is just so under-repped and so strong and just immediately says, I'm going to protect this 47
Not
big
yet.
blind stack.
4 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, it's obviously the kind of procedure that is far from one that eludes Chris Staats, just shy of $2 million in career earnings, but one that would be deemed inappropriate given the landscape right now. All eyes, as you mentioned, on the shortest stacks of Johansson and Overton, both of whom sit right now sub 20 big blinds. Xiao not far north of them, also in that territory, as absent Davenport, Bhalla can exert some will. Ace-6 suited, the motivating kid.
I mean, I would rather be Overton than Johansson or Xiao right now. I'd rather be the shortest stack than the second or third shortest stack, because you can't really mess up as the shortest stack.
Yeah, you're kind of
due to go up-
unencumbered.
Exactly. You can't make an ICM error if you are the next player who's supposed to go out.
Well, now Staats with the ace-queen suited. I wonder what he makes of the opening range of Bhalla when Davenport has folded in terms of what he's willing to wield.
I think this hand is just too strong. You're in position. If you're not going to re-raise this, what are you re-raising? Oh, sorry, not in position. Excuse me, small blind, but even more so out of the small blind.
Yeah, leveraging perhaps that.
Oh, Davenport in the big blind. Yeah, that button threw me off too.
Well, won't be the last mistake we make up here today. But listen,
That puts a whole new paint job on things. With Davenport, we already know that he likes to attack in these situations.
Ace-7 off.
Not the best candidate for doing what he had done before.
And he knows it. Stepping aside, and now it's back over to Bhalla. And that's not the hand class he wants to go with at that price.
Oh, no.
So one ace-queen into the muck. The other one taking us to the third floor as Staats picks one up.
Thank you, man.
Well, let's get a look at some of the jewelry that's been distributed here at the WSOP thus far. We touched on Brad Rubin picking up number 5 in the single draw the other day.
Wow.
Joseph Fox becoming a father-son duo bracelet holder. $729K going to him in the 10K mystery bounty. Kenneth Kim, that's a healthy haul in the $600. Bambrick, 10K 08 champ. And then Benny Glazer. If it's a mixed game, it's a tournament, and it's at the World Series of Poker, beware that man.
Glazer just bricked the spring championship of online poker as far as, I mean, he cashed quite a bit, but did not win any hardware there. Not surprised. He immediately comes out of the gate, wins a mixed game bracelet here at the World Series of Poker. Bambrick, by the way, I was on the call for that last night, defeated Daniel Negreanu heads up. Denied Daniel another bracelet.
So that one comes with a positive asterisk next to it. Not just any bracelet that I won, but one that I picked up heads up against Kid Poker.
Kid Poker, that's right, yep.
Boxcars now for Staats. On the puck, but facing the two biggest stacks out there.
Did you just come from a roulette stream? What's going on here with the hard 8 and the boxcars?
Listen, I like to warm up for the booth with a little bit of action.
Is there a roulette show that I'm unaware of that you're just,
you know, I'm just trying to pick up that platinum status for the free parking, Joe. You know, you got to give him a little taste here at Caesars. And the taste served up by Staats is a limp on the button.
a button limping range? Who knew? And gives Davenport cause to call with 7-3 suited in the small.
Okay, check.
By the way, look at the hands he's up against. This is really fortunate.
I mean, not as fortunate as just raising and taking it and denying the equity of these two hands, but
fair. But again, ICM on display, as is a 5-5 deuce board.
I mean, how are you confident neither of these guys has a 5? Like, you just...
Let's see how proud of this Bhalla gets. But it's Davenport that's going to speak up. No club on board, just the 7-3, and he takes a swing.
I mean, this should work a lot. Like, is Bhalla really going to go to war with bottom pair here? Yeah. Now, 6s are a different story. But there are not a lot of good cards for Staats on the turn. That if Davenport keeps this up, it's going to be very difficult for Staats to continue. I'd say that's exactly a scare card.
Front door flush arrival here. Staats does have the 6 of diamonds working, but a 9 isn't supposed to be part of Davenport's kit. And would he lead trip 5s? Would he lead the flush draw? These are the questions we need to ask ourselves.
I think that's a great question, but I also think that it's not that important in that Staats is going to be in a situation where he's just going to have to hold on for dear life and call this river.
Ace on the end. Maybe we're scared of it under other circumstances.
I don't think so. Not
this.
Yeah. I mean, Davenport can just put Staats to the test for like a huge portion of his stack. I don't know that it'll work. If there was ever a board to call down with 2 6s, I feel like this might be one of them. And I agree with you. I do think your question's quite relevant now, Ali. Is that, does he ever play a 5 like this? And how often is he going to have a 5?
Let alone any old 9 that would be willing to barrel at the river after having been called on 2 streets.
Yeah.
An ace X that wouldn't have raised pre-flop. The story doesn't really check out.
I have to agree, but sometimes the story's got such a strong ending, you're forced to just believe it. It feels real bad to give up here, I'll say that much, and he does not seem like a give-up kind of guy.
Sure doesn't.
Here comes trick time. This bet's gonna have to be big, and I don't know how big.
Taking a peek at it.
630.
630, I do not know that that's good. Oh, 2.63.
This is Chateaubriand on offer right now. How much of this torque can 2 6s take?
He wants to. If he calls here and he's wrong, he has got not much of a stack left, especially because the blinds are going up next hand. Wow. Pure muscle. Oliver Najad. Pure muscle on every street. You can't call. That's what I figured was going to happen. Not that I have a 5. You just can't call.
I'm sitting here in awe and admiration all at once for that man who's given us more than one glimpse as to how it is that he's managed to preside over the boss stack, which now has grown to 28 million, diluted, of course, by level 31 arriving. 1, 2, and 2, $500,000 in orbit, the price of poker. These are of deep concern to the likes of Xiao, Johansson, Overton. Those are the sub 20 big blind stacks. Pocket 8s now for Overton. You said that you like being the shortest of the short stacks because you can't mess up.
You can't really mess this up other than folding. If you want to raise, call it off, fine. If you want to ship it in, fine.
All in.
There
I
it
think
is.
most people are going to settle on that option.
How much?
Balla asking for a count, has ace-jack. I would assume we are headed to Flipsville for just an 11 big blind shove.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just chilling until I ain't chilling. You feel me?
How tight do we think
Oh, we know.
Overton
Shit.
is in this spot?
Oh,
How
wait.
often is he
Good
shoving
man,
ace
too.
10?
Wait,
Maybe
wait,
sometimes
wait,
ace
wait,
9
wait.
and less, maybe not at all.
Boy, ace-jack is so problematic in these spots.
Yeah.
You can see
I was trying to get him to throw the ace.
Balla
Yeah, the ace river.
not enamored with the situation he's been placed in
Yeah.
here.
Did I just hear Davenport
Watch the
correctly?
string, watch the string. Watch the string.
He's trying to get an ace to fold on that river?
Yeah, it seems like he's walking back after paying a
Oh.
visit to the rail, updating his camp as to what was going on. And it looks like Balla has decided to flat. Queen Jack suited was a lot more attractive
What
rather
he got?
before the lights were turned up.
Good luck, man.
Like Drip versus Riz, one of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
55-45, the advantage for Overton with the 8s. He's already gone all in once. He had to chop it despite free rolling
go.
versus Davenport. How will he perform here in an almost 5 million chip pot as he puts his life on the line again? Not well is your answer on an ace-queen-10 board.
You know what? Maybe you
Decent
can mess
start.
up having 11 big blinds now that I think about it.
This is not his fault. Well, maybe a little bit of that set on the turn trick time stuff.
Maybe he'll play it better on the turn. Oh, no. No hope with diamonds either.
Yeah, Balla's got that covered. Only a snowman will save Overton on this river. Supposed to be a couple of them in there. The 4 of spades is not it. And we have our first casualty here in the $1,500 six max, Joe.
The Overton window is
Catching
closed.
up to you.
Yes, you are.
GG's.
Oh,
Slowly,
that is a form of catching up.
The
slowly,
man who is
slowly.
going to bank 58,000 and change. That'll be his second biggest score.
For $1,500 buy-in, Ali, let's not sneeze at that. That's a lot of buy-ins right there.
That it is.
If I folded, you're not gonna call.
What's the ladder now?
With 6 remaining, the new
Yeah. It's
payout is
close, yeah, the
$77,688
Yeah.
with a $27,000 ladder between 6th and 5th.
I kind of wanted to fold my hand too, but a little bit too little.
But I didn't, lol.
So a fallen comrade. Not something that'll be mourned by these 6.
No. Ladder up, my babies. Johansson now the shortest stack, by the way. Pretty much neck and neck with Xiao. Not such a clear-cut shortest stack right now that we've lost Overton.
We're at 1-2 now?
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
on
200.
2-2.
Haha, 2.6 million.
Not this time as 6 deuce off isn't enough. Mindful, of course, of the developments to his left. Bhalla with 11 million. Jack 4 suited. Eshaan limps the button now. A very pretty one says hello. Ace King of Spades for David Jackson. Of the players here
950.
at this final table,
Go
Joe,
for it.
far and away the most decorated in terms of career tournament earnings. Nearly
Really?
$5 million.
And 2 bracelets?
That's the hallmark of a professional poker player. He calls Jacksonville, Florida, and Las Vegas home. Splits his time, originally from New Jersey.
He's on 200 more, man.
I want
Father
to
of
save
2
money.
with
I felt it coming, so.
380 recorded caches. Grinding.
That's a lot.
That it is.
Got a 3K no limit hold'em bracelet for nearly 600K. Another bracelet. Nope. This is a Atlantic City event. Borgata 300K cash, and another 200K cash out of the Borgata. Came just shy of the 200K cash, winning his first
I can be out
bracelet,
here and use
which
my
was the
phone.
777 Lucky Sevens 2021. An online bracelet, that one.
Now we're back to how it should be, 6-handed.
Davenport
No more 7-handed
clicks
BS
it with
in
the
a
8-9, pocket 10s. Xiao getting a chance
Now
at
things are
redemption.
right.
This time, she's going to keep it to a single decision point. Understandably, the last 2.67 fired in.
You can't be outplayed. It's unexploitable. Asking for a count with 9 high. Okay, I'll allow it for now. This better be going somewhere, counselor.
2,670,000.
This would come as a big surprise if he decided to give Xiao a spin.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time he's surprised us since. Oh my goodness! What is going on here?
2 unders taking matters into his own hands here.
Well,
Perhaps a touch of haste, dare we call it, with the 8-9 off?
No wonder this guy shares his name with the couch, because he is laxed. This is some lackadaisical poker happening here.
Now listen, he seems all right with it from this vantage point. 5.7, Xiao on her feet, back up against the wall here.
He thought she had 9-7.
King 5 tray, nothing nervy about that board texture whatsoever.
I was gonna say we're all laughs right
Maybe
now, but
6 or
thank
7.
goodness there's not a sweat here. No offense, Davenport, but
Well, 6 or a 7 all of a sudden would
Not
make
much,
things
though.
a little awkward.
Dead.
Board pairing 3.
2 point what?
Dead indeed.
2-6,
2-6.
670.
670,000.
2-670.
that was maybe some of the easiest chips a person can make.
His hand.
She's steely, Joe. And now she's got a little bit more wiggle room than she did a moment ago.
Steely Dan. Steely Shundan.
8 of spades. And wasn't it like
Boom, we just crowned
or something?
That's his
a
favorite
new
hand,
nickname
yeah.
right here.
Yeah.
Well, something tells me her treasure is probably a pretty
So he
one.
doesn't need his
Specializing in
favorite hand to call
AI and
13 big
crypto.
blinds. He needs to
Software
stay
engineer
random,
from
like
San
30.
Jose, California.
Man.
Our bio board there, brought to you by
That's so
PokerGO
funny.
Play.
I just remembered my Trezor. With Bitcoin's doing so well, someone asked me if I had any, and I was like, yeah, I think I bought some in 2020.
Is your Trezor by chance in a landfill in the United Kingdom?
No, it's in.
Do you know the story?
No.
There's a guy who supposedly had like
Billions.
thousands of Bitcoin on a hard drive.
How much is
I
that?
guess his girlfriend or something tossed.
Around
And
the
now
same,
it's
it
worth
looks
so
like.
much that he's trying to get the municipality to agree
Yeah, a bit under.
To let him dig around in there.
to fund an excavation.
2 million.
As Johansson's looking to fund himself with ace-3 suited against this Davenport ace-4.
Ace-4 is a snap call for
Yeah,
Davenport.
Trick Time is
Ace-3
doing
diamond.
all right here, although you can
8,
see
6 of spades.
decent amount of the time
Oh, ace
they're
four.
going to chop it
Chopped
up.
a lot.
Opportunities.
Johansson's like, wow, I
Four
couldn't get
fours
called
up
by
10,
9-8.
Wood grains up gripping. All right, yeah.
Ollie, what time is it?
Well, I don't know if it's trick time or not, but I know that a 1% edge is what Davenport holds. Ace-6-5. 3% edge.
I guess
They
it's
are
hard
in
for them
hand.
to not be cards higher than a 4 and a 3, isn't it?
Good.
Yeah.
I need to be in this one.
Johansson still has clean winners alongside Davenport.
I like how they do the sweats.
Man,
They make us wait. The suspense. You don't like the suspense?
They're just waiting for a dynamite line from Ali Najad.
Let me fire up another one of these energy drinks. You just might get one.
Chop it up. Everyone loves it.
Well, we like it a lot better than
Brutal
walking out the
suckouts.
door. Yeah, sure.
We gotta get another deck. We got 45 minutes.
Yeah.
You're good, I think. Unless they're telling you otherwise.
Wow,
As we re-rack, we take a moment to give a shout out to the good folks over at Octopi Poker, including Stephen Chidwick. Octopi Poker is the next generation study system for everyone, from casual players to elite pros. It's fun to use, affordable, and full of features. Head out to octopipoker.ai now and check it out.
You know, someone once called me a next generation poker tool, but I think they meant it derogatorily.
It didn't have that flattering tone to
No, no, I think they meant it the 90s way.
it. Well, looking at the landscape now, as you touched on, shortest stack in the field continues to belong to Johansson, 2.6 million. Biggest, Davenport at 26 million. Bhalla is on the ascent since the onset, 50 bigs plus. Jackson in third. Staats in fourth and Xiao in fifth. That 8-9 offsuit call-off against Xiao definitely suggests that Davenport is the man that could really cleave away at this field in a hurry if
Oh,
he
yeah.
decides to spin the wheel.
If you got somewhere to be tonight, Davenport may make quick work of this. I mean, 9-8's pretty bad against 10s, but even against ace-king, it's pretty easy to knock somebody out.
Sure.
If you're able to call off that light, you just got to run slightly above expectation.
Yeah. If you've ever walked into the casino, by the way, and adjacent to the poker room, you bear witness to someone just muttering to themselves, walking seemingly without cause, or probably on the receiving end of one of those sorts of beats in a big one. Well, there's the chip denominations brought to you by True Classic 5Ks, the smallest, Redbirds, little lime 25Ks, turquoise 100Ks, and then what would you call that, Joe? Was that grape?
I was gonna go
Half
with go with purple, yeah. So I'll take grape.
Oh, you thought that was a big one? Yeah.
Pocket fours on the button. Last time was sixes. Staats limped. Was bullied right out of there on the river by Davenport. Let's see if he has different sentiments this time.
Nope, another limp. Look, he's been playing with Davenport, obviously, for longer than I've been doing commentary on Davenport. I think you might want to try to deny some equity. Maybe Davenport, you know, has a hand like he had last time and just isn't going to mess around in the small blind. It's one of the only places you can get someone to fold their junk hands to. I mean, it was compared to the big blind.
Well, look at this. 10-7-6. Davenport with a gut shot. And this is what I suspected.
Yeah, he's just going to lead again.
Bet 230,000.
3 overcards, and Staats must concede versus a couple of hands that you have to imagine would have been in the bin had he opened.
I don't know about the Jack-9, but
Think the Jack-9 small blind's flatting?
I don't know how to predict this fella, is all I'm saying.
Fair.
I think Jack-9 might have got a 3-bet against the button raise.
Yeah, he's not exactly a sedated tiger in an illicit Bangkok zoo. You know what I mean? For photo ops kind of thing. This one's
Pretty
a bit
consistent.
wily.
Yeah, pretty consistently wily. It wouldn't be one of those situations where the tiger attacks and they're like, it's never done that before. Like, oh no, this guy will get your arm.
Yeah.
Like, just.
Oh, we should have told you before you guys
Yeah,
got in
sorry.
the cage. He took out 3 tourists last week.
Yeah, you're gonna be limping for real.
I'm trying, bro. I'm calling 8-9 off, man. Trying to get him.
Raise to 400,000.
I want to know who he's explaining all his thought processes to. There's like a biographer over there. It's like Gus Hansen's taking notes for the next edition of Every Hand Revealed, trick time style.
Take note of these 2 queens. Jackson facing an open to 400,000 from King 8 off. Has the luxury of playing back here. They are playing 40 bigs effective. Blind versus blind.
1550.
Raise to 1,550,000 total.
There's the 3-bet. 1.15 more requested.
I can't. Hold on.
Seems like a fine spot for a tiny little bit of Hollywooding. Call this, you're out of position, you're off suit. Hand has poor visibility post-flop, Ali.
You're right about all of it.
I know you don't want to be exploited in this spot, right? Every time you raise, then you get 3-bet. If you give it up too easily, you kind of send the wrong message, but sometimes you just got to let them go.
I'm like 6. I mean,
2.7 million.
Oh, hang on a
like
second, Joe.
very first hand of
Shirt
FT,
sleeves,
I don't know,
despite
and
being
3-bet,
absent
he
in the
4-bet,
image,
3x.
are being rolled up here by Bhalla, who 4-bets, ill-timed 2.7.
I mean, I always forget this is an option. Obviously, in this case, it probably shouldn't have been.
But credit to Jackson for coming with the size that opened the door for Bhalla to do this.
Absolutely.
You can get out in front of your skis a little bit and decide to just rip it and make things simple on yourself.
Yeah.
And now the rip will come with 2.7 in earn as opposed to 400.
And this is a 2-time bracelet winner. That's the difference. I think your average amateur who's in this spot and is pretty nervous and pretty excited to get it in with the best hand does rip it there quite a bit. Now, does Jackson ever continue to play this creatively?
I don't think that's ever a thing. But you know what? How many times are we going to be wrong in this pot?
It doesn't look like an all-in.
Not quite yet. He's pulled back. You know what would be great is if he just folded right here after having pulled the chips back in.
I got to read, man. After all the praise we give him for getting more money in.
Okay.
Raise
5th floor.
I'm so annoyed how much of this I'm going to steal from you
3,000,000.
after working with you. 3rd floor, 5th floor. Love it. Love it. Love your work.
That's. I love 2 queens. I love them enough.
The Queen of Spades particularly is just one of the best cards in the deck. Top 3 card.
Well, Jackson's saying I do here to these ladies.
There's just no way this hand continues now, right? Like, this is Hollywooding at this point. This is like, I'm going to make a tight laydown with 9s here.
Yeah, it's over. Although we took a circuitous routing to arrive at the destination. Fruitful exchange there for Jackson.
That with a deuce.
Well, you talked about him being a 2-time bracelet winner. Stapes, just get a look at the successes.
That is disgusting. 380 cashes, 106 final table. Do you even get excited anymore? Like, does he care?
You know what? He's here, isn't he? He bought into a 1500 and treated it with the amount of care required to find himself at final table number 107. Looking for podium 49 and a shot at over 400K up top.
I'm just grateful to learn about a guy like David Jackson, who's clearly an accomplished killer player that I wouldn't have encountered more than likely on the European circuit.
You know, the further on the World Series of Poker goes, each and every successive summer, the more that these sorts of entities begin to creep out of relative anonymity, perhaps to some of the big household names, and can no longer fly under the radar. But for as long as they can, I would imagine they very much enjoy being underestimated and not necessarily being household images when they navigate their way through these tournament fields throughout the long summer.
So Johansson gets that through. Still at 15 big blinds. After Xiao doubled up, he is clearly in the basement.
There is Johansson, a mixed game specialist. I can get behind it.
Waters.
World traveler, 340K in career tournament
That's
earnings.
so wild. My mother's maiden name is Asada.
Yeah.
It's hot out.
No, come on.
Yeah.
How many maiden names does she have?
She's been married a lot.
400.
Just can't keep a man.
I don't know if Bhalla's ready to get married, but he'll go on a date with this ace-9 of spades. 400K. Things going well so far.
He's almost reached first base.
See if this 7-3 suited.
Yeah. Welcome to 2025 poker. You got to defend any suited cards.
Lean on tokens and lean on equity. King 5-5, 1 diamond.
The powerful one-finger check.
Not so powerful 7 high. Facing follow through on this board texture. $250,000 and take it. Do you have any tattoos, Joe?
No, sir. There's
I'm gonna
nothing
see that one later.
in my life
Spicy on that hand.
that I feel passionately enough
Oh,
about
you were gonna get spicy.
to have on my body forever.
Quelled it.
Yeah, but you got the last race.
Based on my
I wouldn't
resume,
buy, you know,
I jam
it
like
wasn't by-
you're just gonna call me anyways. I was thinking about jamming.
Out of call.
It's too late to fold now.
which includes a couple of 7-year relationships, I too am not adequately passionate enough to have forever things.
Plus, if you got one, you couldn't be buried in a Jewish cemetery.
I don't know that my ancestors are going to be troubled by that.
You sure?
Stapes? I'm just guessing. I think I'm supposed to end up in a shroud or something like that.
We both
really
know that
thought about
your essence is going to be uploaded to the cloud, and you will live on in perpetuity.
As a hologram?
That's right. Oliver Najad.
Yeah, I'll go 2 waters.
in the red, I'll take 3 waters.
Ho Stapleton? Is that what it would be?
Stapesagram.
Let me see.
Well, today's coverage is brought to you in part by
11.
Oats Overnight. Winning is easier with 20 grams of protein. Please shake responsibly. Now, that's the second time I think I've taken a pass at that, and with each successive one, I think I'm going to get more and more uncomfortable by the verbiage, Joe. I don't really want to go too much further than that. But
Now, did you tell me that this company is fronted by some former, very well-known poker players?
that's right. Involved in the Oats Overnight project, Brian Tate, tremendously accomplished professional.
Yeah.
poker
Oh my,
player.
that's a blast from the past.
Yeah, and then Thomas Thunder Keller.
Thomas Thunder Keller.
Yes, sir.
I bet his nickname's not Thunder anymore. I bet it's regular movement Keller now.
Based on the valuation of Oats overnight, it could be Lightning Storm Keller. They really took off. I think they're in Whole Foods nationwide. I mean, I watch a lot of Shark Tank, so, you know, I'm just...
Let's check in on the
Yeah. See how they're doing.
Oats overnight crew.
In year number 1, our business did $14,000 in sale. But since being on Shark Tank, we've done $8 billion in oats.
We love Mr. Wonderful.
With the cheesy, like, look back, cross your arms. Yeah.
I may have watched more episodes of Shark Tank than any other television show. It's perfect hangover fare.
I've watched every episode.
You watch them week to week as they come out?
No,
like you're,
not always, but, like, I'll have it queued up in the DVR.
It's one of those shows I could watch the same episode 7 times and I don't realize it till I'm like halfway through.
Jack 10 offsuit. Realized to the tune of 400,000. Queen 7 suited. Davenport with an appetite. Balla stepping aside.
Heads up.
King 4 tray rainbow. Nothing of real interest to either party.
I mean, Davenport, ooh, doesn't lead.
Jackson, not in the mood for a follow through. 6, now providing the gut shot to trick time.
Jack 10 reminds me of that line by Mitch Hedberg when he talks about pancakes, and he says they're all exciting at the beginning, but by the end you're sick of them. That's how I feel about Jack 10. I'm like, Jack 10, you can make so many hands, like it's just a, and then comes King 4-3, and you're like, well, cool. Queen 7 has a legit draw now.
Yeah, a little syrup. 420K gets the job done. You know, you're kind of right about pancakes. The idea is often much more tantalizing than the actual ingestion.
Who can eat a whole order of pancakes?
Like when you the obscene, like massive stack that they bring you, you know.
Disgusting.
I think you're right. Well, think you can outpick the field? Jump into Quick Picks on Splash Sports, the new peer-to-peer fantasy game where you pick more or less on player stats and go head-to-head for real cash. Hit your picks, top the leaderboard, and take home the prize. Play now at splashsports.com and win up to 50x your entry fee
right now.
for the
If you get
NBA
heads up or if you get
Finals.
heads
Put me down for a sawbuck on the Knicks. I'm a little behind. Don't tell me what's
That's not
happened.
for me.
I'm a...
And pre too.
Don't spoil it.
Mostly post, but a little bit of everything.
Hey, who had water, guys?
I got case money on the Knicks.
Thank you. Hold on.
I got a tray full of sugar-free Red Bulls, apparently. Some regular Red Bulls as well.
Thank you.
Proceed with caution.
Who's like, you know what? I want the sugar.
You know, I hear weird things about the artificial sweetener.
Oh, I'm not getting into
being
that.
so
I'm not getting
great.
it. We can't. I was told no controversy on this stream.
Oh, yeah.
Ali.
All right. I didn't know sucralose was that divisive.
Oh,
but,
no, it's-
You know. Stevia, is that the other one?
Stevia is the other one, yeah. It's the
Agave.
aspartame is the one that.
Well, no, that's...
If you have a sip, you'll die.
Yeah. If you see a bunch of mice vibrating on a linoleum floor somewhere, you know that aspartame is in use.
It's either that or they're listening to this
The
broadcast.
bloat is not always necessary. You gotta just
See it sometimes.
surprises, every once in a while.
Right.
Yeah.
We just lost Fluffy.
King 3, King 4.
Do they try it on rabbits too? That was my first rabbits name. All right, let's take a look here. First on the leaderboard, brought to you by True Classic, Damarjai Trick Time Davenport, 27 million plus, almost 3-1 ahead of David Jackson, the only other 8-figure stack in the field. All eyes on Oscar Johansson in the on-deck circle. Down there in 6th, looking to stave off elimination.
Oh, it is all in now.
You know what? Damn. All right.
Oh, please. Mommy, please. I'll do anything for a call here. I'll be so good. I will be the best broadcaster for the rest.
Okay. I ain't gonna get carried away.
You're ghoulish.
It's easy too.
I just like the unexpected.
Around 5 million. You don't think he's out
Your
around
shoulder
5
is
million,
replete with
maybe.
pitchfork and red tape.
And the cackle to go with it. No
You know-
offense, Oscar Johansson.
You know, the T-shirt that he's wearing gives me.
I will be trying to double.
You know the Elmo in front of the fire. Yeah.
Only.
That's just the world now. So.
GIF.
I'm a GIF guy.
You like
Again, controversy. Let's avoid it.
Creamy or crunchy?
I'm a creamy guy. You?
But really,
Crunchy. They didn't finish making it yet, Ali. All right, that's a Greg Warren joke. I can't take credit for it. He does 20 minutes on peanut butter. It's genius.
That sounds genius. Does he have a jelly or jam routine at all?
I mean, he used to work for Procter & Gamble, so he's got a Pringles bit.
Oh wow.
He's just he's phenomenal. I opened for him a week at the Brad Garrett Comedy Club here in Vegas a couple of years ago. That's how I came across him. He's brilliant.
Jackson opening the button, and it looks like a headliner worthy king queen suited played as a flat by Xiao. That allows Johansson to follow along with an open mic.
Queen suited, yeah. Johansson, obviously, you know, that's why Xiao sort of has to tread lightly here. Does not want to get in a situation where she goes broke before Johansson has whiffed this flop pretty hard.
Yeah, couple of ducks. One of them a little more feathered than the other here. Jackson with the king kicker.
Are these all original lines, or is that your first time saying that?
Yeah.
How do you do it?
I don't know.
I would have had to write for days
to
come up with one of those, and you've done like 5 in the first hour.
But don't make it awkward, because you know it's just.
I'm just in awe of you.
Would you mind just scooting a little bit further?
Just
slightly.
I just want to breathe you in.
Oh my goodness! Look at this big breath of 2.3 from Johansson. Check jamming.
You can't call this. You can't. What draws, what semi-bluffs are there?
I mean, it's such a dry board. You never expect this out of the 10-9-8 combos.
You just think that maybe you're ahead of like a hand like King-Queen that just kind of got frustrated here, that didn't get it in pre, right? Like, it's never going to be...
I mean, put yourself in Jackson's shoes. This king deuce feels really poor.
I mean, what hand's gonna do this? Your 9-10?
Oh, I got bottom pair.
I'll show him.
Bottom pair, probably no good.
No, probably.
Oh, fuck. Oh, I had
That's
to be.
funny.
Oh, yeah.
thank you.
Since this is a
definitely
1500
had the
event,
best-
someone should be
the best
quoting
one.
the
Oh,
show one,
definitely.
show all rule right now.
I say my luck, my G. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Good bluff.
Nice hand.
I'll tell you what, Johansson showing he's still got plenty of fight in him here.
Again, hard to mess up as the shortest stack, which, by the way, after winning that pot, is neck and neck again with Xiao. One of them a little more feathered. Oh.
Gamble, huh?
Oh.
400.
Raise to 400,000.
Ace jack of hearts. A click to 400 from Bhalla. You know, I do feel like we're leaning into the nickname Brown Bhalla and
1175.
anglicizing what should be Bahala. And I confess, I thought Queen 6 of spades should have been.
Yeah, that's why we
in
started
the mug.
talking, but it turns out we cannot assume anything at this 1500 no limit 6 max final table.
Getting after it.
I was going to say about Brown Bhalla is that it's normally a nickname I wouldn't be comfortable calling someone, but if it's a Twitter handle, I guess it's probably okay.
Yeah, sure. You could leave it to me too, by the way, because I'm not going to catch any heat for that stuff.
Are you?
I'm brown.
Oh.
What do you?
Look at that.
Did you just notice?
No, I
Let
don't
me
see.
step into the light.
I don't see color, so it's just you have to tell me that verbally.
Wow.
Yeah.
Politically correct Joe Stapleton, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't even know your gender.
Well, I know that the 4-bet
Bahala
gets through. Yeah.
Has to work sometimes.
In this round, not quite a pound of flesh, but a few ounces for Bhalla. Software
My
engineer
hand was much better this time.
from LA, as we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
Multi-talented.
better
Guys,
than last
we
time.
said all this. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Explain like the sleeve or something.
I'm
this
gonna
time
I'm
around.
gonna actually look up, see if I can find any of the names of his tracks. He's a multi-talented musician. Let's give the tracks some love.
You think he's part of the Yakuza?
I'm gonna go no, but then again, I don't see color, so maybe.
I mean, I'm seeing both pinkies fully intact, which suggests, you know, producer Jackie stepping in to advise. Apparently, she majored in.
I love producer Jackie, but
Far
what she
Eastern
just said
games.
was that she believes that Yakuza tattoos have to be done by hand. I'm not aware of anyone who does tattoos by machine.
I was just thinking the same thing. You think you just put it into the arm sleeve? Like,
Yeah,
you
you
know?
just put it in the old replicator.
Yeah, Xerox is now doing tattoos. She's suggesting that, you know, the little needle and hammer.
Right.
That's
She means just
arcane.
not an electric needle, I guess.
Ace
An,
Queen
an
six
acoustic needle.
for the musician. Staats, middle pair. King of Diamonds working hard, way out in front of 9-7. Stays there after both parties check on the flop. This one was limped pre. Staats really has been forced to navigate conservatively with both big stacks to his left, and I think he's done quite well. Obviously, muscled off of those 2 6s earlier, had a prime opportunity, but understandably with the ICM already realizing one pay ladder, and he'll live with the reality that on occasion the fold would have been incorrect. Here he is finding the call against a little 225K
You play the
ask
shootout?
from Davenport on the turn, a shutdown on the river, and those have been tough chips to pick up on the day, but Chris will do a little snacking.
Burning up here. Extremely hot.
Producer Jackie has gone deep into the Wikipedia streets to
For-
advise that bamboo is the material of choice, that these hand-sharpened tattoo
Cool lights.
instruments are made from for the Yakuza. Who knew that Yakuza was going to get so much play during today's broadcast?
I feel like, yeah, one, they probably need the good press. So, and also, we're broadcasting mostly to Americans. Americans hate learning stuff, Ali. I don't know if you know that, but they're just like, I don't want to hear about no Japan. I'm kidding. They wouldn't know that Yakuza's from Japan. I think that we should probably move on.
Shovel has been released by Stapes. Davenport
I'll be back.
with the limp here, 5 tray off. 9 deuce check back.
All right. So here's a good fun fact about Bhalla.
All right.
So I'm on Bhalla's Instagram page,
Okay.
and we've got 17 mutual follows. Like 17 people that I follow him.
Oh, wait. When you say you follow the people that follow him?
Yes.
Or people that follow you both?
I think it's people that follow us. People that follow us both.
Okay.
And I would say of those 17 people, let's just say this. I think Bram Ball is doing well with the ladies. There are a lot of attractive women following this guy. It must be because of the Yakuza tats.
I'm sure it doesn't hurt. You know,
I like them.
pair of 9s.
I'm interested to see how someone else stands up to Davenport with a marginal holding.
Yeah, we don't love this particular spot, but we like it enough to continue.
Just
4 is uncomplicated on the end.
Yeah, just how well does he think he knows Davenport's game? Can he call another bet here?
Well, remember the sizing with complete air versus Staats earlier that he employed. He can really apply pressure to Bhalla. Will he come with an overbet once more?
That is 420.
No, this designed to look milky. 420,000.
Snapped!
Yep.
And,
This round goes to Bhalla.
I mean, Bhalla has shown at the very least that he is not one to back down. We had the cheeky Re-raise with king 8 off. Station there. I think he might have stationed one other time too. Not necessarily against Davenport. And Bhalla staying steadily second in chips here, pulls ahead of Jackson after that hand.
Well, he's guaranteed at least 77,000 and change, regardless of outcome, as we are on the precipice of 6-figure paydays here in this 1500. Glimpse brought to you by Octopi Poker. 3K was the min cash, by the way, so a whole lot of ladders.
It's the jumps that I pay most attention to at this point.
You want the rungs to get nice and spaced out.
You know, like most of the people at home, and they watch something like this, and they're putting themselves in the shoes of the chip leader, right? They're putting themselves in the shoes
That easy to call me with a 9 there?
of the aggressive player on the bubble, right? I'm putting myself in the shoes of like a middle stack here where I can just fold and make like an extra 100 grand. You put me at this table, I promise you I will not play a hand for the first 4 hours.
Well, I suppose it's better than putting yourself in the shoes of the guy passed out in the pews back there on the back end of a Vegas bender.
That's true.
Middle pair here is one of these ace-X's, is far better than the other, and yet it is Shundan Xiao, who is barreling 300,000. This to follow through to the 400K open. Now she's got herself an open-ender.
You might, oh, she does pump the brakes.
2 quick checks and she gets there.
Straightenized.
Little strip of strizzling on the end, 1.7.
I mean, that's everybody's plan A, right? Get there.
And this is a little block here, perhaps, from Jackson, 300K. Trying to set the price for showdown. As we know, that's not going to be adequate.
The block's all well and good, but when you get raised here, do you convince yourself it was because you blocked?
Well, all of a sudden, we go from a block to a charge.
Raise to 900.
3X.
I will say the speed with which Xiao acted would say to me that she had decided what she was going to do before the action got to her. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean she didn't decide she was going to bluff a smallish bet.
Jackson perhaps asking himself whether or not Xiao would have pumped the brakes with an open-ender on the turn, because that's what would have been required for her to actually have the straight, and perhaps that check back on the turn earns her this extra 600,000 as Jackson keeps her honest.
I think that is confusing. I think that would, you know, get a lot of calls there,
good.
but I also think that you do have to just sort of, from a human perspective, think how many people are bluff raising rivers at this stage of a tournament.
Sure.
And maybe if you think that way, maybe it's exploitable. And not to take away from Xiao, who very well may be capable of bluff raising that river in that spot with a middling stack with huge pay jumps on the line. But also, I'm just like, a lot of the time, hey, if you find a bluff raise on this river on this stage, like, okay, you win.
Raise to 400.
Staats is in, king, queen offsuit, makes a 400K. Found a hand he wants to raise with, granted not on the button. That honor belongs to Bhalla. We've got Davenport in the cutoff with 2 10s.
Raise to 1.350.
1,350K, say the 20 miles.
Oh, Staats just mucks, obviously. Understandable. I'm just disappointed. I like to see a flop with king, queen, even as a viewer.
Well, you know, it's a lot more affordable for us here in the booth to make such decisions.
Come on, call, you cheapskate. You had 2 overs. You can't possibly know that, but you did.
But again, it's the pressure being applied. by the guy standing there in a blue robe and a scythe. He holds all fates in his hands.
The ICM Reaper.
Yep.
Raise.
Raise. 500.
$500,000. Says the 9-6 offsuit as he's starting to explore the nether regions of the deck.
I mean, I think you can get a real cash game player vibe from Bhalla, by the way. These are just not hands tournament players are always going to mess around with when the chip leader opens.
Yeah, you know, he's not showing egregious deference here. The Jack-10 suited, hopping in. Again, so fortunate for him in contrast to Staats to be seated to the left of Davenport.
Yeah, I'll throw it in.
Johansson, 300K to continue. 5-1 is the lay, but he'll step aside.
Must be one of those spots where the computer says no.
Heads up to the King-Queen 10 board. Wrong end of the gut shot with the 9 of diamonds, working overtime here for Davenport. Bhalla.
We do know Johansson would have flopped top pair here.
Yeah, bottom pair though, and the open ender has the action checked over to it.
Checking back makes a lot of sense there.
Queen of diamonds, gut shot straight flush draw now for Davenport.
He's like, I know I have a red 9. Yeah, it's the pointy one.
Little smooth criminal here as Davenport leans for 420.
We're about to find out just how light Bhalla is willing to call Davenport. We've seen him call pretty light thus far. This would be a new test.
The thing is, he's just taking these pop control lines that are allowing him to proceed in the face of this sort of behavior from Davenport. 2.34 in the middle now, and he makes the straight. Queens and 9s. This is the kind of card that you feel like Davenport's going to just shut down, or you think he's going to get after?
I think he really should go for it here. But doesn't.
Okay, I'm scared, bro.
Pair.
No good.
Okay.
Straight.
Eshaan confessing. He's a little bit afraid. No monsters under the bed this time, though.
I mean, how do you get called by? you bet there and they reach for chips and you freak out. You don't even want to get called.
Oh, sure. More downside than upside, he decides. As he slides back under the covers with a little haul there. I gotta say, amongst all of these 6, we've seen quite a bit of aptitude on display.
Raise to 400.
Very respectful procedures been brandished by all parties.
Can't do it in the small.
Take it, ace tray.
So I'm gonna make sure you see that.
You didn't show the last one.
Huh?
You didn't want to show the last one?
What you mean?
The last hand, you said pair, but you didn't show.
Oh, I rivered the pair.
Yeah, but why didn't you want to show? Because there was no ace in that hand.
Like on the river? I mean, it's just pair. I mean,
You only show the ace. You don't show when it's the 9-3 offsuit or the...
Eshaan putting some reads on.
And I think telling someone something like that doesn't really lose you anything, and maybe you can get them to second guess themselves.
I don't feel like Davenport is the kind of character that's going to start second guessing himself. Whatever he's been doing has been working until further notice.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Ace 10 of diamonds. Let's see whether or not notices are going to be served here against Jackson's 400K, which isn't going to be evicted. A flat
Jacks on. It's right there.
764.
It's right on the screen. All I do is pause.
Stave sinking his teeth into the low-hanging fruit.
It's delicious, actually. Some of the best fruit you can find. Why would you start higher? It doesn't make any sense.
No, that's fair. I mean, maybe because there's already a worm poking its head out of the
Live
apple.
for today. Protein. Beautiful flop for Jacks.
Oh, but you see Davenport saying it's my board to rep. And absent the overpair, as we can see is on the screen here, the 2 over cards are going to have a tough time.
Yes, 2 over unpaired cards are going to have a tough time.
And this is precisely why Davenport is asking questions. 3 1/4, under advisement.
And we're going to see a just call.
Yep, another 650 into the purse.
This is a very brave person.
Deuce of diamonds. Backdoor nut flush draw could grease some wheels.
Oh my goodness. I was going to say that the deuce didn't bring anything really in there that wasn't already beating pocket jacks. But those diamonds are dicey. Surely Jackson will want to put some more money in with a bet from Davenport.
Well, Damarjai hasn't made up his mind just yet. Things could get really awkward if he tried to get fancy with a check raise.
You're right about that. But I don't see how Davenport doesn't bet this. It's a perfect spot to continue telling your story on the flop, and you've got so many outs if you're behind.
1.350.
That is a chonker of a bet.
1.35. This man means business.
That bet is a husky boy.
It's big boned. Here's the thing. Jackson's looking into the crystal ball here. He knows that a call here leaves him with 4.3 and puts the pot right in that territory, and very much with that 1 SPR, meaning stack to pot ratio, he could potentially be asked for all of it, so he's going to seize the initiative himself now. A raise to 3.4 million. This says I am ready to take a stand.
Yeah, now, Lee, I think we're in the similar situation as to before, is that would a powerful made hand bet this big here? This feels like a draw, a combo draw a lot of the time. This draw is a little bit stronger than I would be expecting. With the diamonds, I'd expect, like, you know, a lot of 7-5s here.
Yeah, you know that if it's a pair, it isn't naked. It's got some additional equity in the form of the straight draw or a flush draw. All those combos are available. Look at Davenport, eyes on.
All in.
And he's going to rip it. Jackson always knew what he was going to do in the face of this. And an ace or a diamond could spell the end for these two jacks, and in turn for David Jackson. 13 million chip pot, the biggest so far. One to come, 12 outs to fade.
Big moment for the two-time bracelet winner.
Oh yeah.
Could be the last card of this tournament for him.
Jacks are puckered up here. And a sweet
Red
finish
card carry.
as a red queen in heart form secures
Funny.
a massive double.
Check it out, my babies. Jacks do win.
Right. Take a picture.
It's 5.620.
Looks right.
Here, let me do this. Get that back. Give those big chips.
Well done, David.
Give me all that.
That's scary.
Very nice.
Just the, yeah. The browns.
And that is just the kind of boost that David Jackson was very much hoping for.
Yeah, what is
Necklace
that?
getting a workout.
What does that do for the
You're back.
dynamic here?
Back in.
Jackson at 64 bigs. Davenport still has over 100 big blinds. Okay. Jackson does go back up to second in chips with that win. But we've still got overwhelming chip leader, Damarjai Davenport.
120.
Tis but a scratch.
Yeah, I mean, not a mosquito bite, not a paper cut, but we're not administering morphine from the field
Just
medic.
a scrape. It's gonna sting a little. Well, Bactine, you'll be fine.
Well, we really are at summer camp if Bactine is in play.
Bactine and bug juice.
Bug juice. Been a minute. 2 sevens here. Johansson says hello.
Oh my G.
You know, in context too, this could look like a man
Yeah.
who's just a little annoyed at what we just witnessed and is looking to snack on this 400K. As we can see, it is the real deal.
Johansson starts shortest, has 17 big blinds to kick the hand off.
Raise to 1.125.
I mean, if there was ever a time to rip it in against the small blind, recently stacked, volatile chip leader, how do you get away from this?
You don't. Simple
You got a
answer.
breakout for this?
He is looking for an opportunity. Sat with 17 bigs. And there it is.
All in the
The
call.
snapper from Davenport.
Sorry, he had it this time.
Well,
It might be a real long break for Oscar Johansson.
yeah, got the backpack in tow, prepared potentially.
You know what? Take the break, we'll run it afterward.
That's out of the writer's room. Cliffhanger there.
But they deal slow.
Catch me outside. Hey, let's go. It's a break. I ain't gonna. We're gonna break.
Is he not even
Is
saying the
Davenport
bottom?
leaving?
I mean, how did I predict that?
That's
He's
wild.
just leaving us, buddy.
He's unbothered. He's like, I'll find out when I get back. Of course, Johansson
He
not
doesn't
sharing
even
that feeling.
care.
Yeah,
I would be
no,
like,
confirmed.
See ya.
Kinks.
Did he look back?
hang
No,
on.
no, you
Nah,
can't look
don't
back.
do that.
You can't look back. If you're gonna
He's
go, just go.
confident, bro.
You know,
he knows.
I would
He's like, I
definitely
got it. I'm
troll
just
if I
gonna
was
Oh,
still
just
at the table.
scream?
Scream. Oh my God.
All right, he got it. We're
Well,
down to
running
5.
queens, and it's a wrap.
And I don't think Davenport meant anything by it, but it's almost kind of insulting, too, that the guy's like, not even there for your 6th place finish here.
It's one less handshake that'll be issued.
My camera won't take a picture. There we go.
Oscar Johansson out in 6, 77.7 thousand.
GG, sir. Bringing his total career tournament earnings up over 400,000, but unable to fight on any further. As the first break is upon us in event number 13, the $1,500 No Limit Hold'em 6 Max. Brought to you by True Classic. Don't go anywhere. Coverage of the World Series of Poker returns in just a few.
We don't know.
That would be quite morbid, by the way, if he's like, I'm really into euthanasia.
I figure no one else wants to do it. I'm here. What do you got? This got dark fast. Sorry,
Yeah,
he
dude.
doesn't deserve that.
We know that's not what you do, David. I mean, we
don't
need to
know.
believe that,
Yeah.
though.
We're still rooting for you. Someone's got to do it.
Well, a couple of nickels here for trick time.
Raise 250.
Upstairs we go.
80.
350.
Oh, this mine.
This
That's 80. I'm like, where's my blind?
24 million stack, by the way, is the far and away chip leader.
Yeah, I didn't even see it.
Well, let's talk about the pay ladder here, Stapes, because that's in part what's on the minds of this crew as they navigate conservatively in the face of aggression from that big stack. Roughly $19,000, separating 7th from 6th. That's real money in a 1500.
Yeah, it's a lot of buy-ins.
Better it goes. Jackson open, she 3 bets. He 4 bets stuff all
Xiao
in, king 3 suited.
defending her big with the ace-6 and coming up with bottom pair. Ace of clubs working hard here on the jack-high flop.
Were you not the person that coined the phrase, it's hard to make a pair?
I was not, although I definitely subscribe to the philosophy that it is hard to make a pair.
For sure.
Davenport with the underpair checks back and finds 15 cents on the turn.
I don't know if there's any better feeling than turning a set. It is way up there for me in
For
the game
sure.
of poker.
So disguised.
And especially once word gets around that this is the sort of fellow that rips it in with king 3 pre-flop. It's hard to really give him credit here, or ever, after seeing a move like that.
Now, some here at this table, which was assembled once the field was down to 7 players of 4 and 3, likely have some seat time versus Davenport and had an opportunity to compile a little bit of a scouting report.
But no stream to go back and look at.
Yeah, and that's important. Xiao keeping him honest here, and the 3 of diamonds is somewhat unfortunate for her if she decides to get sticky in the face of what we have to imagine is going to be a fairly healthy value bet on the end.
I don't know that. Hey, I'll be impressed if she can station twice with whatever size bet this is going to be on the river. Or he could, you know, just check it back for deception. It's a move I like to pull sometimes.
Yeah.
You could be up against jacks or 10s here, Ali. You really don't know. You can never be too careful.
1 in a million chance that you are, and then suddenly you look like a genius, or even worse, a cheater.
Yeah.
Well, here it comes.
Nice assortment of colors there. A little fruit salad.
Bag of Skittles. Looking at full pottish.
Wow. Yep.
That is
Set's
a
good. Set's good.
painful blow to Xiao's
Dude,
stack
we're gonna
there.
start playing tight.
600.
Set.
Well, the good news is that all the players are profitable, no matter what at this point.
Is Splash Sports a subsidiary of Vineyard Vines, by the way?
We got a lot
Was
of-
everything that's alliterative has to be related?
She wants you to move
No,
over
it's
a
the
little
logo, the little whale.
bit. But in front of your car.
They probably use the
It's
same
usually
fiver
in the
logo design. Sorry.
Right.
Listen, to the executives at Splash Sports that are listening right now and maybe
They're
want
telling
Joe and
her.
I's heads
There's
on a
very
plate.
talented people on
They're telling her
Fiverr is what I'm
no.
trying to say. There's a lot of great starving artists out there.
You know, there's just not a lot of cartoonish whale logos in the world, but I like it. Splash Sports. I wonder if, are we allowed to sign up for Splash Sports now that we're kind of,
No problem.
you know what I mean? 5's in the bin, by the way.
That's the least I can do is sign up now, I guess.
And punt off.
320.
Well, Bhalla is saying hello for the first time. Eshaan Brown Bhalla. Bhalla. Clicking it. Johansson with an offsuit 1-gapper here.
80. One more. There you go.
Oscar hails from Asida, Sweden. 32 years of age. A lot of talent comes out of Scandinavia.
Yo-ho, yo-ho, Johansson.
340K in career tournament earnings for him. No pair on a 4-high, 2-heart board.
And even against the big blind, I think you're going to be pretty happy to have ace-jack here. Big blind defends pretty wide these days, but they do tend to avoid these sorts of card combinations. He's going to check back.
4 is a welcome sight for ace-jack. Doesn't complicate texture.
250%.
And Johansson's gonna fire. 250K. Eshaan evaluating the strength of ace high on the paired board. And the big blind is one of the only places you might get away with getting a fold here, but Bhalla is a calla.
Something smells fishy. 8 of diamonds. Not what we were looking for. As Johansson, a fold on the turn was really what he was on the hunt for. Now here he is. This thing is 1.4 million. Meaningful when you're sat 3.6.
And Sweden, you say, right, Ali?
Does that make you think we've got the river bluff coming?
I think it's possible.
Well, he is cutting up a stack. And there it is.
750. 750.
I know more about Eshaan as a cash game player. I don't know a whole lot about his tournament style.
Oh, he finds the call.
Snapped off.
Gotta tell you, it hurts when they make it look easy.
I mean, technically, Bhalla is now second in chips. That's 53 big blinds, typically pretty good, except Davenport has 3 times that stack right now.
Yeah, you might feel proud of it under normal circumstances. He
Something-
does at least have that seat to the left of Damarjai, though, which is much better than being sat to his right.
Absolutely, and something we kind of didn't really focus on with that first hand where he ripped it in with the king-3. He can exert a lot of ICM pressure on these players right now, and that explains a lot why Xiao maybe wouldn't call it off with 2 10s in that spot. She's got 19 bigs now after taking 2 fairly significant losses and is still third from the bottom. So you really don't want to go broke before this fella, Overton, who is the shortest stack in the tournament. Ali's doing like the beautiful mind math thing right now. What's cooking over there? Carry the 1.
Let me grab my
There's
abacus.
steam coming out of your ears right now.
Oh, there's...
What a flop for 5-6 of spades.
Yeah, a little heat coming off the board texture. You see an open ender and a flush draw for Overton after defending. Davenport, no diamond on board, but the open ender of his own. Let's see what kind of sentiments he has in the face of the expected check, which comes to fruition. 940 in the middle.
Let's see if Davenport c-bats or couches it.
Oh, couches it. I like this. Joe, by the way, is now motionless with his arm outstretched.
Just want to see if anyone picks up on my furniture puns.
725.
This is a very meaty follow-through here, especially when you consider not just the ratio to pot, but Overton's stack. He jams.
Oh,
All right, we got a free roll happening here, my
5-6
babies.
of spades.
Oh, free. Oh, okay, you're free rolling.
Not lost on Davenport.
Overton cannot go broke on this hand, but can scoop it.
Probably
Hence
goes
the
diamond
smile
down.
and the lick of the lips from Aaron.
Deuce, deuce.
7-figure earner throughout his career at the World Series of Poker. 0.1 million
Good luck.
plus that he's looking to add to handsomely. And this would be a great first step if he can find the spade.
Okay, you're right. 1 diamond.
I think it's gonna go diamond. Probably 4 diamond on the river.
They're gonna both
Happening
run
here on the
6 high.
turn.
Yeah, maybe. All right.
And not on the river either. As both players with 7s and 6s. They'll carve it up.
Everyone loves a chop pot. I don't know if you know that or not. Ali.
That's a nice
Now
flop
you are
for
the one that
5-6.
coined that.
Not specifically.
Go on.
Any hardware there. Not surprised. He immediately comes out of the gate, wins a mixed game bracelet here at the World Series of Poker. Bambrick, by the way, I was on the call for that last night. Defeated Daniel Negreanu heads up. Denied Daniel another bracelet.
So that one comes with a positive asterisk next to it. Not just any bracelet that I won, but one that I picked up heads up against Kid Poker.
Kid Poker, that's right, yep.
Boxcars now for Staats. On the puck, but facing the two biggest stacks out there.
Did you just come from a roulette stream? What's going on here with the hard 8 and the boxcars?
Listen, I like to warm up for the booth with a little bit of action.
Is there a roulette show that I'm unaware of that you're just,
you know, I'm just trying to pick up that platinum status for the free parking, Joe. You know, you got to give him a little taste here at Caesars. And the taste served up by Staats is a limp on the button.
a button limping range? Who knew? And gives Davenport cause to call with 7-3 suited in the small.
Okay, check.
By the way, look at the hands he's up against. This is really fortunate.
I mean, not as fortunate as just raising and taking it and denying the equity of these two hands, but
fair. But again, ICM on display, as is a 5-5 deuce board.
I mean, how are you confident neither of these guys has a 5? Like, you just...
Let's see how proud of this Bhalla gets. But it's Davenport that's going to speak up. No club on board, just the 7-3, and he takes a swing.
I mean, this should work a lot. Like, is Bhalla really going to go to war with bottom pair here? Yeah. Now, 6s are a different story. But there are not a lot of good cards for Staats on the turn. That if Davenport keeps this up, it's going to be very difficult for Staats to continue. I'd say that's exactly a scare card.
Front door flush arrival here. Staats does have the 6 of diamonds working, but a 9 isn't supposed to be part of Davenport's kit. And would he lead trip 5s? Would he lead the flush draw? These are the questions we need to ask ourselves.
I think that's a great question, but I also think that it's not that important in that Staats is going to be in a situation where he's just going to have to hold on for dear life and call this river.
Ace on the end. Maybe we're scared of it under other circumstances.
I don't think so. Not this. Yeah. I mean, Davenport can just put Staats to the test for like a huge portion of his stack. I don't know that it'll work. If there was ever a board to call down with 2 6s, I feel like this might be one of them. And I agree with you. I do think your question's quite relevant now, Ali. Is that, does he ever play a 5 like this? And how often is he going to have a 5?
Let alone any old 9 that would be willing to barrel at the river after having been called on 2 streets.
Yeah.
An ace X that wouldn't have raised pre-flop. The story doesn't really check out.
I have to agree, but sometimes the story's got such a strong ending, you're forced to just believe it. It feels real bad to give up here, I'll say that much, and he does not seem like a give-up kind of guy.
Sure doesn't.
Here comes trick time. This bet's gonna have to be big, and I don't know how big.
Taking a peek at it.
630.
630, I do not know that's good. Oh, 2.63.
This is Chateaubriand on offer right now. How much? Welcome back to continuing coverage of event number 13, the $1,500 no-limit hold'em 6 max from here at the 2025 World Series of Poker, Horseshoe, Las Vegas. Playing host to yours truly, Ali Nejad and Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
Pushing the envelopes of, is it basic cable or is it expanded cable?
Expanded sounds better. We are not basic.
No, and these are not modest in terms of the payouts. Over 6 figures now, secured by our remaining 5. The glimpse there, brought to you by Octopi Poker, as we hunt down a piece of jewelry and your name in the record books. Over $400,000 to the eventual champion. We return to level 32, 125, 250, 250. Each orbit costing $625K.
Oh, we lost someone?
Yeah, he stacked that guy at the last hand. He opened, he 3-bet. He went all in with 7s. And
Yeah,
he
just
had-
get right
no,
in on that
no,
empty
it's not
space there.
Kings versus 7s.
Jackson on the
Yeah,
late
yeah.
train as he
Yeah,
went to
we
the
got
break
a- we
prior
got a bump.
to the 7s versus Kings pot that Davenport.
Amazing news to come back and find out you just made like 20,000 more dollars.
Yeah, 27 I think to be exact. Current pay jump, by the way, if you're on the
Couple, yeah.
ICM
Just
hunt. 40,000 roughly.
Yeah, it's getting real.
That it is. Davenport picking up where he left off, by the way. Folded around to his button. 8-5 suited, put to work. Jackson defending with queen 7 of clubs and finding top pair on this very wet queen high all diamond rundown. No appetite for follow through. Check back. Now 4 diamonds on board. Jackson's sentiments eroding. Checking it once more.
You have the 50,
650.
350.
Amazing. Said about 350.
It isn't just this 350, but the prospects of having Davenport lean on you on the river is what you're thinking about, but the call made nonetheless. Oh, wow. 5th diamond on board.
This is fun.
By the way, it's not a given. It was $2.25 million out there. Davenport backs away if given the opportunity to try to lay claim. Or to a straight flush out there as well. Might Jackson speak first? Sure seems like he's thinking about it. But thinking is all he ends up doing is Davenport, given the opportunity to fire $825K, value proposition of calling for a chop.
This is why people dream of being a chip leader. Being able to make moves like this. We have seen a few people stand up to Davenport and be right.
Note, by the way, that the deuce through 5 of diamonds still plays the board here.
Right.
So you've got to produce a 7, a 9, a king, or an ace of diamonds for a winner.
Not that many cards.
And remember, Davenport check back in position with the betting lead on the flop. So good find here from Jackson.
Another chop.
Boys came to play.
So Davenport finally drops
Hold on.
below the 100 big blind mark.
That's, yeah.
Even though he chopped this, that was by nature of the blinds going up.
The bottom, yeah.
Okay, fine.
The
Yeah, no, it's
dilution.
good, yeah.
But yeah, last time
Yeah, yeah,
I slid
before
the
she
other
grabbed
half.
it.
Give me this chocolate right here. Give me my
I'll
chocolate.
switch it.
A
switch
what?
Yeah, you
He's
see what you
saying
did?
chocolate.
He might have said chocolate. There was some controversy.
Yeah, during the break, most of it was spent
Arguing, yeah.
You know, our monitor appears to have had some poor color balance, hence
Oh, wow.
our assessment
You're just
of
throwing
gray.
video right under the bus, huh?
Well, I walked out into the control room and I confess things look very milk chocolate out there on those half-milli chips. And I recall having walked the floor, sort of, there they are. Brought to you by True Classic. From our vantage point in the booth, we confess it's very deep purple.
Smoke on the water.
An aubergine chip?
Still purple, but yeah, I love aubergine. Yeah, sure.
We love the suited one gapper, apparently. If we're Davenport, takes us to 600,000, exploring the larger sizings.
Man,
10-5, something like that. Yeah,
You
I
making
think so.
queen high calls versus me, bro? That's how you do.
10,
Don't call me queen high.
10-7.
I really wanted to raise, but I was afraid that you
Boy,
might do some crazy
shit.
shit.
10-7, 10-7.
10-7.
Yeah.
I was afraid you might do something crazy, man.
Yeah, I like to leave room for extra crazy. You know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I didn't want to. That's why I didn't want to raise.
But you ain't want to fold either. You were like,
I didn't want to fold.
no,
No.
you were like, nah.
I think it's a great strategy
You wanna
against
chop.
that.
Fold
You
your
wanted to
hand.
chop.
I mean,
He was
fold
like,
your hand.
he was like, I want to chop. Okay.
The Mike McDermott
Let's go.
check call.
Apple Jacks.
Probably bad call anyway.
I mean, you
Davenport.
chop though.
Yeah.
Can't be that bad.
Taking the stairs.
You got a rebate.
Raise once again. He's going to pick up blinds and antes. 5 bigs total without so much as a flop in succession.
By the way, I have it on good
one.
authority. We've been
Yeah.
saying stats
Always
wrong.
against him.
Well, I was. Is it stats?
It's stats, yeah.
You know what?
It's a bit of a trick,
We
honestly.
could go back a generation or two,
make it
and I
happen.
suspect
It was probably
that
Staats at
it was
some point.
Yeah,
Staats
I
at
got you a
some
little
point.
sweatsky.
But
Little
that's
sweaty.
fine. Stats it is.
Yeah, that was scary.
We've been
Yeah.
saying
Stats.
Davenport.
You turned over one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
I'm
wanted
pretty sure
like
about
8,
that
9
part.
or
Trick
something.
time.
Yeah.
Right. Fuck. I'm like,
Quick
what?
look at the
Yeah,
bio
they
board.
know.
Brought to you by Play Poker Go.
Was not the hand I wanted to see.
Yeah.
This is a fun
Better
fact.
than- better than
two
a-
pair.
yeah,
Better than
exactly.
2 pair.
He and
I
Bhalla
guess that is.
Or straight.
made a final table together in 2024.
Oh,
WSOP, yeah.
familiarity.
Yeah.
I mean, that could explain some of the hero calls we've seen.
I like that
out
it was
of
a red
Eshaan.
card sweat.
Yeah. I thought
Man,
it was a
that was
diamond
a
at
little
first. I was
scary.
like, oh shit. And then I was like, okay.
Like,
It was-
that would have been
it
a
was
gut
heart.
punch.
I felt good about it. Though. I sometimes I can feel when I'm on a bus. I felt good. Felt like I was staying around.
I feel that.
Davenport back up over 100 bigs. Playing 56% of hands.
It's the next highest VPIP.
29.
That's remarkable. And
And
that's Bhalla, by
it's,
the way.
it's the 2 cash game players.
Story checks out.
Yep.
Pretty one here for Staats. Did he just
Now you give me walk.
release?
Oh no!
Now you give me walk.
He's going to feel pretty good about having
Brilliant
done so.
fold, yeah.
The first walk ever. I'm
He's
kidding.
wrong. He's running.
10
good.
times no walk.
That's
You
pretty
read my mind?
annoying.
Can you read my
Saw
mind?
the excitement on my face.
By the way, I love how comfortable this little horn here of Davenport, Bhalla, and Jackson has looked. You know, no worse for the wear in a 3-day event where they've had
That was
to
a fun
Pretty
one.
chipper.
navigate all the landmines. Now just
Here,
chatting
man.
away.
Very purposeful. You know, everything.
King tray for Stats. He's out of here. Davenport on the D. The D-Ealer button.
That just means you don't have ace king.
What means
Ooh,
it? Oh,
this
she
should get
raised?
spicy.
Yeah, maybe.
You guys think you could bring on a restless leg syndrome sponsor? Everyone, check out Aptiva.
Is
Find
that the
yours-
right?
No, I just
Oh,
made
you-
that up. I hope.
Aptiva feels like a driverless taxi company or something like that. Bhalla, by the way,
Captiva.
drops the flag
I call.
with the 2 8s.
Ooh.
Flats and
600.
Jackson climbs aboard. So
Just a call from the small blind with the 2-8s. ICM considerations not being ignored by the cash game player.
9-5-4 and a couple of hearts not going to be ignored by Jackson. Pair and a flush draw here versus a 2-way straight draw.
Yeah, lots going on. A lot of interaction with this board.
Yeah.
And you can count on Davenport to follow through.
Tell you what, this guy's playing with matches at the gas station. 725,000.
You're in just such an awful feeling here with 2 8s. You're not closing the action. Maybe heads up, right? You can comfortably call this.
I don't think I'm ever comfortable when I'm out of position against this man here. Comfort is just not what seems to ensue. Yet, Bhalla up to the task. Note that he interferes with one of Davenport's avenues with these 8s. Now, Jackson, maybe we're more incentivized in the face of the flat with some added chips to maybe pick up.
Some potential dead money out there. Does have the pair to go with that flush draw. I mean, the pair is going to be ahead of Davenport a lot. You do have to wonder what Bhalla's calling with. Now, a just call there obviously doesn't reek of strength, but it reeks of something. Oh, my goodness.
Much more odoriferous on the turn.
This is the Raptor attack. This is the Raptor that comes from the side. You didn't see it coming.
It's the Jurassic 5 on the turn.
That's right, yeah.
Trips checking over, just praying Davenport's got another barrel in him.
Clever girl.
Clever girl, Joe? Oh no.
It's another Jurassic Park reference.
It's been a minute since I watched Jurassic.
Us quoting Jurassic Park would be like our parents quoting Birth of a Nation.
Right. We've dated ourselves.
Yeah. We might as well be talking about a silent film.
Look at this. Davenport does exactly what Jackson was hoping and delivers another barrel. And this one is meaty. 2.6. Now the 8s have real issues.
Yeah, gotta go. I think you can be fairly confident you're ahead of Davenport sometimes, but with Jackson still in the mix, what is he overcalling with that, you know?
Here's the thing, maybe our hand is so strong that we presume Davenport's drawing dead a good bit of the time and we lie in wait.
Oh yeah, I don't think that you necessarily have to try to get more money in here. There are a lot of good cards on the river and not that many bad ones.
Cool.
And that explains Jackson's willingness to flat. Pot grows to 9.5 million. Sub 1 SPR effective. The hearts slide in. Davenport with an ounce of showdown, maybe.
I mean, Jackson has done what he can to elicit a bet here.
That turn call just screams so much strength, though. I don't think Davenport expects the 6 to be good, and yet he rips it in and gets snapped.
The double up through Davenport. Jackson doubles up a second time through the same customer.
Well, normally a late night in and out order, but on this occasion, the double earning the cheese
8.5
for Jackson.
Chip leader cheese.
85.74.
Throning Davenport and doing so handsomely as he ascends to 27 million, leaves Davenport with 13.
Yeah, looks right.
That first double up was for about 25 big blinds. That's right.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a double up.
Very nice.
Beaming with good reason.
Take a moment here and bask in the amount of time it takes to stack an additional 50 big blinds.
125.
Ripples in the pond here at the final table. was a power exchange taking place. Massive balance transfer. I don't think you can Zell that one. I think that one's got to be a wire.
Yeah, that one you got to call to confirm.
Yeah. PayPal's on the line. What's your pin?
They're keeping that.
Davenport with a pretty one. Obviously not pleased with the way that one shook out. Undaunted though, 600. Baby suited ace here for Bhalla. The computers like this one as a 3-bet.
Does the computer like it against a player that will fold occasionally?
Wow, Bhalla stepping aside, by the way. I assume that they do prefer it against someone who rates to fold with some frequency.
Someone who plays nearer to GTO than we've seen out of Davenport.
Sure. Been a little bit more DTO.
It's been DTF, to be honest.
He's gotten effed. Xiao here, 7-8 offsuit defense. Comes up empty. Can't say the same for Davenport. Very cozy with top pair.
I don't think we've seen him flop top pair. How does he play this? We've seen him with nothing a lot of the time.
I was thinking the same thing.
All right, some consistency.
Sure, not going to deviate from established protocol. 425 brought forth. Xiao with the easy fold. So beginning the journey of trying to reclaim the top spot is Davenport. By the way, this is Yong Quinn Yuan, Shundan's wife.
My wife. Sorry, is that still a current reference?
I mean, it's probably better than the Jurassic.
Well,
Jurassic predates Borat.
Oh, by a lot, yeah.
Yeah, we did better with that one.
I guess Jurassic Park and Borat are probably only 4 years apart.
I'll take the over.
It's close.
You know what the
I think
crazy
Jurassic
thing
Park
is?
was 90. Oh no, Jurassic Park was 96. Yeah, you're right. Probably about 6 years between them.
Borat's in the 2000s.
2002, yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, I was
What,
thinking
confirmed?
98 for Jurassic Park.
What are you,
2002
some
Borat.
crazy cinephile? You just got the years on.
I mean, look, I've been known to see a flick or two.
This is, I have to bet it. Jurassic Park, the original, is a 1993 film.
93, yeah, I was off on Jurassic Park. I should have known by how old I was when I saw it.
And Borat was 06.
Oh,
so
wow,
we're talking
way far
13
off.
years.
Golly,
but the 4-year line.
I stand corrected.
Oh, I'm sure your sports book will be solvent.
Guys, I'm gonna have to lay you off. Turns out I risked it all in the movie bet, and I was dead wrong.
Sir, we know that your promotion, you know, is valid, and we understand you have a winning ticket. We just can't pay either. It was a tough first week for us
I'm not refusing to pay. I can't.
Right?
Most of the time, it's the customer saying that to the bookie. In
No,
States'
not in my case.
The bookie has the excuses. As we see the excuse for the $500,000 from Jackson. Ace, queen, credible. Red sixes for Davenport.
Okay, let's see how this dynamic works now. Chip leader versus middle stack, but reversed.
Seeking vengeance. 9-7 deuce. Still ahead. 2 overs and the club.
This is gonna feel like the nuts against the guy who just stacked you twice. Jackson firing 2 chocolates for $1 million.
Now Davenport getting a spoonful of his own medicine, but up to the task here despite having third pair, not looking at this board texture and thinking it interacts with Jackson.
And Not exactly a scare card for the sixes on the turn.
No.
We haven't seen a double barrel work on Davenport. Don't know how many better hands would fold to a second barrel. .3 in the middle. I mean, you would assume Jackson might want to just get to showdown with ace queen. Maybe he thinks he can get value. You know, I'm thinking about this maybe from the wrong perspective. Maybe you can get value from worse hands here. You got the ace of clubs in your hand, so maybe you can get value from some club draws. Maybe you can get value from worse aces. And maybe I'm just dead wrong and you can bluff out better. Maybe sixes fold to a second barrel.
2.7 is a healthy request.
It does look like Davenport is trying to make a read. Maybe he does have a fold here sometimes. Very easy to start second guessing yourself after you doubled someone up twice, but Davenport is holding.
Another 5.4 into the middle, and the queen is disaster.
Plan
for
A,
Davenport.
Get there. Just get there.
And by the way, value is available. If Davenport has convinced himself that Jackson is light, you could see him making a big call just north of 1 SPR. How greedy will Jackson get? That's TBD. The top pair, top kicker on this board, I have to imagine.
What are you afraid of here? You ran into 7-9? That's really your only fear here, right? Davenport gonna have sets here very often? Probably not. I think you feel like you might be up against a 9 here pretty regularly when it gets to this point. It's a hand you can get value from. Jackson, 8.7 in the middle. And seems to be cutting out millions of chips. Davenport.
Wow.
Snap calls, didn't even see the total of the bet.
Mind was made up, and another one of those situations where the idea was right, but the river was wrong.
Yeah, he's just like, this fella's got nothing. I'm gonna station the river, and plan A unfortunately got in the way.
Not since an ill-fated trip to the Titanic have we seen an implosion like this.
This is a sinking ship, Ali. 12 big blinds. All Davenport has left is the shortest stack at the table.
Well, today's PokerGO live stream is brought to you by True Classic, the only shirts we trust to look sharp and feel even better. Whether you're grinding on the felt or heading out for the night, True Classic's fit is next level. Affordable, comfortable, and built for real guys. Go to trueclassictees.com and upgrade your wardrobe today. I'll tell you what, Davenport's t-shirt
might be a little damp.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't fold yet, sorry.
What a rush you must be on right now if you're Jackson. Insane rush.
38 million on the back end of that one. 150 bigs.
Doubled from 25. Ooh, Davenport is all in. Not surprising.
That's 3.
A vengeful jam here as he tries to claw back that which he lost in the fire moments ago. 3.15 total over the top of the Jackson. King Jack of Diamonds open.
25, 3 million, 150.
As erratic and ham-fisted as this looks, it does play out the way it probably should have,
Good
at
luck,
least
bro.
from Davenport's perspective. You can't really blame Jackson for calling here based on what we know of Davenport, but for Davenport to shove ace-10 suited over the newly crowned chip leader open totally makes sense. And Davenport, the slight favorite to survive.
And he stays that way as the advantage grows lofty on the 5-tray deuce board. Jackson looking to finish what he started. 5 a turn. Not gonna polish off Davenport. Just needs to avoid kings and jacks on the end, which he does. Ace high holds. Finally, some chips flowing back
What a
toward
yo
trick time.
What a yo-yo.
Not saying, not saying.
Davenport back up to 27 big blinds. Went from being the shortest stack to now having 2 shorter stacks behind Xiao and Staats with 16 and 14 big blinds respectively. That takes Jackson down to 137 big blinds. That's where I was going with this. Double from 25 big blinds to 50 big blinds. Double from 50 big blinds to 100 big blinds. Before that hand had 150. Now with the very comfortable, I mean luxurious, honestly, 137 bigs as Xiao wakes up with queens.
Yeah, this is luxurious. $500,000. Min raise. Looking for patrons. King, queen suited for Jackson. He'll be a customer.
The just call makes sense. You don't expect Xiao's opening too late in a spot like this.
Some urgency, of course, being experienced by Xiao. Trying to keep her head above water. Great board for the queens.
What's happening, huh? Let's get it. Let's get it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we can get right back in there.
One C-bet gets this done. That's just under half pot. Oh, he's got a whole team on the rail. The biographers.
Maybe he's called in the reinforcements.
Ooh, the 1-bet does not get it done.
A little peel there from Jackson. 2 overs back to our hearts.
Yeah, the hearts, I guess, probably playing a major factor there. And another beautiful card for Xiao. Nothing to worry about on this board. Can easily set herself up to get it all in by the river. I would be shocked if we got to the river now, but I'm not in the prediction business. I'm in the puns and old movie references business. Xiao's wife very interested in this hand, craning her neck.
Not so interested, of course, is Jackson as he concedes. And Xiao has definitely made the most of the opportunities that she's been given, Stapes. Very steady.
I mean, that's a huge pop for her. It puts about 33% distance between her and Staats, who is now far and away the shortest at 14 bigs. Xiao's up over 20 again. Shundan Xiao specializes in AI and crypto. My guess is doesn't need the money.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
what do you think? She doesn't
Yeah,
strike
that's
me
it
as like a fart coin kind of holder.
Those-
I think we're looking at, you know,
Could you send some waters to the
a
river?
smattering of USDT, some ETH, some Bitcoin, more conventional. Maybe she dabbles in a touch of Solana, maybe a little Litecoin speculation. You know, for a guy, by the way, who holds 0 crypto,
Yeah.
you know, but just every poker table during the summer that you're at,
Yeah.
invariably someone brings up all of this.
I have got multiple units of Roblox money. That's where I've been investing.
Yeah, no, I could see you doing that.
Roblox
in-game currency
and Candy Crush lives, extra lives. I'm your guy. You run out of lives for the day. Hit me up on Facebook. I'll get you an extra life. No problem.
How's your Farmville balance? Is that?
You know what? The tariffs have hurt. They've really taken their toll on my Farmville.
Bhalla taking kindly to 8-9 off, dominating pre-flop. Neither party interacting with the Broadway rundown.
Bet 300,000.
This one ends uneventfully as Xiao defends and check folds. What games did you play growing up, Stapes? Were you a console gamer, PC gamer? What was your jam?
I probably maxed out as a child on Super Nintendo. So NBA Jam was my jam.
Yes, boom shakalaka.
I wasn't allowed to have Mortal
calling
Kombat,
that?
but I did enjoy it when I was able to go to friends' houses.
Fatalities.
Yeah, I was more interested in the babalities
Yeah.
and the friendships.
But you were disappointed when an actual baby was the byproduct and not some hot model.
I was, yeah. It took me forever to learn that button combo.
How many blank faces do you suppose are right now out there in our viewing audience?
Xiao with ace-6 in the small.
Far from a blank. I like the way she's surveying all the stacks. You can rest assured that she's very mindful.
Oh, she's shipping it on the shortest stack.
Oh, ace-10.
This is a slam dunk call for Staats.
There you go.
As he takes the dominant ace into battle,
Ace-10
demoralized
versus ace-6.
revelation.
Which, by the way, the same person who let me know it's
Ace-10
pronounced
versus
Staats
ace-6.
wrote in to say that Staats is actually a nickname and his full name is Statistics.
I call this obvious bluff, but I appreciate the direction. A lack of gratitude, of course, being expressed by Xiao for the time being here, given she holds just 24% equity. Looks like Israel wants to memorialize what they feel may be a moment.
Well,
Yeah.
Diamond's not exactly good news for Staats. A little bit of hope for Xiao. That is gonna
hopeless
do it.
You got
Turn. Now she does cover.
I mean, you might have
So
killed
she'll
both
be
of them.
reseated.
You'll probably go call.
Delete that video, boys. No one wants to see that.
3-4.
Xiao left with crumbs
Yeah.
after that cooler blind on blind. Disappointing outcome for Steely Shundan. Just 5 bigs.
Yeah. Not lost on Shundan's wife.
Young Quinn.
There can be sort of strict disciplinarian relationships from this corner of the world at times. I hope there's no reprimand for the way the ace-6 got played in her future.
Oh my
I mean, it's not
goodness.
over yet. And I'm not alleging, I'm sure it's all loving and wholesome.
Oh, it's one. Oh, is I got too much out there? Oh, no, it's 250.
I applaud the way you've stepped away from this door that I've opened. Joe.
I don't know how I can add to it without completely ruining both of us.
You didn't take the bait.
I was like, well, I can go, nope, can't go that way. Well, I can go, nope, can't go that way either. You
that's
kind of
true.
painted me into a corner, Najad.
They were all dead ends. Jack 7 of clubs.
You've got tenure here. I could just be in and out. You know what I mean? I haven't even filled out paperwork yet. Like,
That tenure fades away pretty quick in the face of certain directions. Ace-deuce for Davenport. No fade away. Check back. As once again, we see Staats operating in conservative manner, but for the first time, he holds the lead heading to the flop against Davenport. That lead expands courtesy of middle pair on the king high flop.
I straight up open muck this hand against Davenport, by the way, with Xiao on 5 big blinds.
Well, 2 streets of checking and now value pursuits here.
Now, Davenport isn't the chip leader anymore, so maybe the dynamic, we don't have to tread as carefully. He's got to fold.
Yeah, no heroism on this occasion.
So Staats on a pretty comfortable 30 bigs now. Everybody waiting on Shundan Xiao on the button right now. So it has a few hands she can fold before having to put chips in the middle again. There we go. Ace deuce should be good enough for Jackson.
Activation.
Xiao with king queen. Yeah.
It's time.
Good luck.
In the words of Bruce Buffer.
You got to be careful. He likes to charge for that. You might be getting a bill.
Good luck.
Thank
I
you.
mean, I think the company would have to cover for that.
Read your contract.
You have a contract?
Not here.
Well, 3.5 as the ace deuce is contracted to try to bring Shundan Xiao's run to an end. 15% dog versus Jackson. Nervy moments for her.
Just show me a face.
Sweat.
How about 3 spades?
This one's a sweat.
And she wrestles the equity lead away from the ace high with 2 to
I feel
come.
good about it.
He's a favorite
post-flop
on that,
flip.
right?
Yeah,
You won this.
possibly.
It's close.
It's right here. He won this one.
I have a bad feeling, but
Maybe a touch of
There you
handhold
go.
or something.
Your
that would
feeling
have
was
been
correct.
apropos of the moment. But
And the straight gets there
Are you
too.
rooting for PDA?
I thought maybe
It's
with
like
3 spades
1-4.
on board, 2 overs, 4% edge, we could go that route. Turn, spade. Short-lived visit.
1-450 maybe. Yeah, 1-450.
I am. I'm all right with a measure of PDA, States, for the record.
I'm saying.
I'm not saying, you know, we go with the French, but maybe a peck or, you know, something
Oh,
like that.
wow. Just even lips.
What's wrong with that?
I don't know. We're in an elite competition here.
Take the edge off.
You're watching event number 13, the $1,500 No Limit 6 Max. Joe Stapleton, Oliver Najad.
You're really getting
During
a lot
Pride
of
Month,
mileage.
too. Just, I mean, it's June.
I feel like those come in a lot. Like when you go off,
Yeah,
I
when
feel like
you-
they come
yeah.
in so often.
When you have the 1 spade and there's 3, yeah.
I don't like that.
He doesn't like that one. 7-5 suited
Even
for
better, it's
Bhalla.
Like 2 spades on the flop, and she got 2 spades.
Yeah. Well, feels like that one hits less for some reason.
You're right.
Fold. You see-
I was gone.
oh.
Ball
You know,
lips.
these-
Thin, right?
Yep.
Jack 3
You hanging
off.
out.
Sometimes
That
we
was
see
good. That
this
was-
sort
oh,
of
shit,
hand
I'm comfortable.
composition
Now the
wag its finger in the face of the limp,
Raise for 1 million.
and this is no exception.
Consider your limp wagged. And it works. Chip leader, gonna chip lead.
Not gonna let me see 3.
I
Fine.
wanted you to see 3, actually. I was hoping you filled it.
I had a good hand to crack some stuff.
Take the fold.
Yeah.
My hand wasn't like great.
Yeah.
Take the fold.
Yeah.
I had a hand I had to raise.
Davenport said he didn't like the 9-5. How does he feel about
Yes.
Jack 8? Yeah, sure. On a 24 big blind stack. Let's do it.
Clicking. Likes to see Bhalla and Jackson lay down. Xiao is covered by him, and she'll bow out. Those pickups not quite as straightforward, as simple as they were when he was wielding the massive stack coming into this one.
I guess people maybe have to take him a little more seriously now than they were before.
Clawing his way back slowly but surely. 27 bigs at a final table with 5 remaining, Joe. I mean, that's a serviceable depth that plenty of study should be dedicated to, and you don't need to do a whole lot of studying when ace king of clubs is delivered to your doorstep.
Raise.
Raise to 500,000.
Look at ball and just ditches the queen jack.
Yeah, nifty little fold there. Queen 9 off for Staats now.
I feel like this. Oh, I feel like queen 9 is a defend a lot of the time.
I'll tell you what, you know, I think the eyes are really focused on that pay ladder, nearly $40,000.
Yeah, sure. That's right. I mean, Xiao did double up, but still is on just 11
Right.
bigs.
You know, the lug nuts definitely were loosened on Davenport, but it looks like
I got you. Hold on. Just
his
I got
pit
you.
crew has got things sorted.
He does have a pit crew.
Yeah, they're rolling deep on the rail.
Ace queen for Staats. Still has to contend with the wild card that is Davenport in the big blind. May not be chip leader anymore, but is still formidable and has a playable hand.
How much you playing, dude?
These two start the hand nearly
45.
even.
Yeah, this looks solid.
It's a little less.
Davenport's
little
got him
less.
covered just.
Yeah.
They both of them got the same amount.
Yeah, it's very
Both
close.
got a little less than 7.
Wow, well served to check
Oh.
back. I thought,
Wow, yeah, and Staats didn't raise. This is all pretty wild.
yeah, we were used to seeing this when Davenport was the big boss stack, but not so much with Staats actually having fairly equal chips. But again, I think this is governed by the presence of Shundan Xiao. Not involved, of course, here, and no interactions for either party, but Davenport will ask questions of Staats holding here. In the face of the check, just $250,000, but a whisper. Third pot.
Staats does call with ace queen high. Is a favorite. Hard to know how big a favorite with the 9 of diamonds on the turn. Staats, I don't think has gotten to showdown against Davenport with anything marginal. By limping pre-flop, you're both out of position and don't really have a betting lead.
But he finds
Davenport gets another one.
the 8 1/4 to get the job done there.
The only problem with Staats is his plan A of getting there just isn't working.
Yeah, that's a tougher plan to execute.
Yeah.
This man showing his toughness and tenacity, by the way. You wouldn't have been faulted for thinking, given that he worked his way from 22 million coming in, down to 3 and change, that maybe
Race.
Raise to
he would be
500,000.
hot under the collar and looking to blast off for the rest of it. First chance he got, but he's been recentered.
Has picked up some hands.
Jackson, ace-6 pickup. Puts down the 500K, Bhalla. Queen 9 suited. Let's see 3. King 10 tray, rainbow.
It's a fun one for Queen 9.
Gutter and backdoor clubs.
Bet 300,000.
Continuation bet.
Oh yeah, bro. We,
Okay.
bro.
Seems Looks like a pretty easy just call spot here.
He agrees. Another 600 into the kitty. Dusty turn.
No backdoor flush draw on the turn. Jackson's supposed to have most of the kings here. Gets a little bit harder to call with your gut shots, just like this hand, when you're facing another bet. And this bet is significant, 3/4 of the pot. Bhalla immediately kicks it in.
Takes it down as he continues to add to his buffer over the field. Well, I'm told we're gonna take a peek at event number 14, that 25K, which we last glanced upon at the top of the show.
You gonna play
Ben Lamb, Mike Matisow, Sweet Luke Garza, apparently all still involved here. Not pictured anywhere. There's Texas Mike.
Mike Matisow, famously not a fan of cameras. That could explain why he's...
You know, I may have conflated the mic that was being discussed with Monsexual. Apologies, by the way, if I went the direction of the mouth there. I believe it's Texas Mike that our producers were advising was there. Matisow, by the way, was a little bit offended by the lack of love he received in the 25K final, the fantasy draft this year. Maybe a chip on his shoulder.
You don't say.
Chip off the old block on the turn.
Did you happen to watch the Matisow documentary on Amazon?
I didn't even know there was a Matisow documentary.
Yeah, at 99 cents, it was a bit of a ripoff. Staats gets paid on this river. Jackson mistakenly improves.
Yeah, involuntary jack. Has to keep his man honest.
Most of my jacks are voluntary.
Yeah.
States. The thing is, we're both aboard this vessel,
Yeah.
right? So
if I'm gonna fire the cannons directly into the deck,
like, don't cut your nose off to spite your face. I understand I put bullets in the hole already.
Yeah.
But
Is that
you
real?
know,
Okay.
dropping a bowling ball through the dead middle of this rickety wooden rowboat.
it's gonna make things interesting.
Yeah, I don't know if I can bail water fast enough to keep us aboard this thing. Pocket sixes. As the water continues to be bailed toward Staats, who's taken more than a few drinks over the course of this level. Half a milli.
That is one of the biggest beers I've ever seen.
Where was this? On the rail?
Oh, that green bottle. I have to assume it's liquid courage.
Oh, this is not liquid, but solid. In the form of ace, queen of diamonds. With the added temptation of the Davenport flat, you see him studying the stack depths here.
Oh yeah, you got to go for it here.
And you can really, really lean.
Huge pressure.
Again, the governance of Shundan Xiao's stack in the
That's right.
ICM, the 40K pay ladder. That's what we can put to work.
All in.
There it is.
Player is all in.
Max pressure.
Yeah, rips it.
Great stuff, man. Great. That was great.
Appreciate it.
He's like, I used to do that. I remember when I used to do that.
Yeah, it was a
that
nostalgic
fun.
smile.
That was fun an hour ago. So you guys are, you do bad lookalikes on these broadcasts as well, huh?
What's that? Oh, hang on.
I don't want to throw production under the bus, but
This is a reach.
this is a thing that, because he doesn't look like every bald guy with glasses.
No, first off, Van Pelt is near Sasquatchian in height. This gentleman here, upper torso, just based on rail to top of cranium, I don't see it. Top of range, of course, I do see it for Bhalla as he clicks. Also, just because we have a bald-ish head, you know, and a pair of glasses with, you know, the white dermis doesn't really qualify us in its entirety for.
You know what he does look like? That guy from ESPN. SVP, I think they call him. Yeah.
Oh, that's a great read, Stapes. You're spot on.
Look, he quit.
Well, he taps out, and we tap once more on the Pay the Bills button, courtesy of Octopi Poker, which is not only home to the best all-in-one study platform for players of all levels, but they're also giving you the chance to play in the opening event of the 2025 Poker Masters. This could be your ticket to compete alongside some of the game's biggest stars in poker's most phenomenal arena. Enter for free now at pokergo.com/winmasters for your chance to win. Chidwick, by the way, looking dapper in the Hefner-esque velvet. R.I.P. Hef, by the way. Did you do a few Playboy Mansion parties in your day? Stapes, I feel like you paid a visit at least once, didn't you?
I did go there once, but it was in the daytime, which is just, you know.
Oh, wow.
Just
you did it
terrible.
all wrong, my friend.
It's like drinking decaf coffee.
Yeah. I wouldn't go through the grotto with any black light. Just saying.
I was going in there specifically to catch something.
You know, I hope that water was well filtered. As Davenport filters an extra 250 off of his stack with 3-5 offsuit.
You must have been there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, oh my, you should. He just went to another time and place.
Man.
He's got a 1,000-yard stare right now.
That's. I'll be back shortly. Give me this moment.
All right, Ali's gonna need a second.
Jackson's not.
That is 250.
Brisk follow through and an easy pick up there. I don't believe that was his rail activating over what would seem to be a pretty straightforward situation. But a lot goes on in the room, by the way, here at the World Series. Multiple events wrap up on any given day.
It could have been a guy with a scratcher. Ticket!
Oh, I love that.
Ticket!
You a scratcher guy, Stapes?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, you're sick.
I love it all.
You the guy that, like, for birthdays, you're like, just give me $100 worth of scratchers.
That would be much better than the crap people usually get me. Yeah, that sounds great.
You're like, oh, socks. Thanks, Grandma. It's great.
I'm at the age where I love socks, actually. That's fine. It's like something. Oh, boy, hold on a second. We have got an actual hand from Xiao and an actual hand for Staats.
Love affair with the King 9 of clubs, but it's got some holes in it in the face of Ace 10, which rips over the top.
Same two.
And
Yeah.
once
They got
again,
nines.
Shundan Xiao squaring off with Staats.
King 9, Ace 10.
Steely Shundan
She's at risk.
versus
All right.
the palindrome.
Where y'all looking up at?
Wow, you hip-pocketed that one for some time, didn't you?
I mean, he's got a great Omaha hand, too, right? Ace 10, double suited.
Aces and tens?
Yeah.
Sure, I see it. But we're here in the two-card streets, which is where Xiao is hoping to remain. But she's going to need to realize this 40% equity in a 5.2 million chip pot. Things not looking good here. Top pair, top kick.
No longer 2 live cards for Xiao.
14% with 2 to come. Clubless board. The rail knows that she has problems, but they're remedied by the turn.
Fighting. Yeah.
The beautiful cowboy mounting up, and now the only evil spirit that remains is an ace or a 10.
This is a lot of suspension.
And the queen will send Shundan Xiao back to her seat.
High pressure.
Oh,
She
man.
looks surprised.
He looks very surprised. Not so steely, Shundan.
They call for the 10 over there. They should be calling for the ace. The ace is better. It gives it less.
Yeah. Yeah.
There you go, Ali. There you go. A little
Set it
little
after.
touch there.
Yeah.
A little human contact.
Yeah.
Is that low-rise denim, by the
It was
way?
fair.
Didn't clog.
And,
Why are you?
king.
Just, you know, just
So
small
one more to
midriff
go.
there. Confess.
125.
I love fashion, Joe.
Can
What?
someone unlock this door?
Sorry. Try to get it over here.
So she will fight on now with 20 bigs.
How much was you
18
on?
bigs for
2.3.
Stats after that exchange
2.75,
puts
yeah.
him ever so slightly
2.2,
behind her at the
2.75.
bottom of the leaderboard. But we've got ourselves a four-way log jam
Yeah.
between Bhalla and Stats. Just 16 bigs. And when you consider the amount of pay laddering still available, there's going to be plenty of jockeying going on.
I mean, this double up is good news for David Jackson. Who now I know this table's kind of wily, but David Jackson should be able to raise with impunity now. No one should want to play a pot against him. So Stats in the cutoff has limped, as he is wont to do.
Yeah, he's really brought this approach.
1.2.
And I'm just
Almost-
not afraid of this limp at all. Yeah, like he's we haven't seen him, you know, limp re-raise.
We also haven't seen him show down all that often in these situations either, so unclear what the assessments are in terms of range, but Bhalla does vacate
Limp
the queen jack.
folding.
So
You
long.
don't see that every day.
Crazy how long the table is.
At least y'all help. It makes a difference.
Stats the shortest stack at 17 bigs. Xiao not far behind. And I'm curious to see if David Jackson applies the sort of pressure he should be able to with a stack that is 4 times bigger than the player who is second in chips.
That's a pretty remarkable situation to find yourself in here. But as we've seen, it requires some care and some responsibility. Get reckless and get wrecked.
Yeah.
Sevens in the small.
You know, they say you gotta check yourself before you wreck all your plans.
I don't know that that's,
That's it, yeah.
you know,
Check yourself before you get in a wreck with your plans. I think
yeah,
that's is that
not
closer?
the firmest grip on hip-hop lyrics over there on that side of the
Oh, is
booth
that hip-hop?
states. I believe Das Effects.
I thought that
back
was
in the day.
Shakespeare.
I think Ice Cube also may have been responsible for that one. As we see the chip leader hauling
The
one in.
rapper or the cube?
No, the rapper.
The rapper, okay.
Yeah.
I learned so much from these
I feel
broadcasts.
like we'll have some casualties on the
I'm learning a bit
300K.
myself, Joe,
Yeah.
about the perils of being sat alongside one another in this booth. A rare but
It's
dangerous.
actually, if you've been keeping score at home,
Raise to 500.
leading each other down the primrose path. Ali's got me at like probably 4-2 right now,
Okay.
as like just layups that would lead to my ultimate demise, like
Yeah.
just throwing one of those bombs that look like a bowling ball with a candlestick
Sure.
in it. And
Sure.
here you go, Stapes alley-oop for you.
Yeah.
And
Poison
I-
apples.
yeah, I haven't bit yet, but attempts. He's probably gone 4. I've only gone 2.
You strike me as somewhat fiber averse. Anyways.
Sorry.
I'll take my apple as a juice in a box with a straw. Thank you.
Stats will take his A7 for an extra 250 and find no improvements on the Jack 10-5 board. Can't say the same for Davenport. as he's got the open-ender betting lead in position, knuckled over.
That is 625.
Who doesn't love a good semi-bluffing hand? Gets a slightly better one to fold. That's down to 14 big blinds, so approaching the danger zone again. And that drop from 17 to 14 is by virtue of the fact that the blinds have just gone up.
Bad news for the shorties. King Jack.
Raise to 600.
Click to 600. Pocket jacks here for Staats. Doesn't need to run the numbers here.
Nope. Yeah, with the new blind level, those 14 big blinds are actually now 12 big blinds. Very easy decision here.
All in.
Good luck, all in.
It's nice of Davenport to say good luck all in while he contemplates calling with King 9 suited.
He can make you nervous, can he?
Yeah.
No posturing from the King Jack. Is a straightforward pick up there for Staats. Well, he's not wearing it here, but this man has more jewelry than just the gold necklace. It's a one-time bracelet winner. Stapes, as you get a look at his bio.
That makes
by
us,
PokerGO.
the three of us, a combined one bracelet winner.
Online bracelet back in 2022, but a bracelet nevertheless. Just shy of $2 million in career tournament earnings coming into this one.
Here is something adorable about Chris
Raise to
Staats.
600.
Cites his children as his greatest accomplishment.
Huh.
It goes children and then second bracelet, probably.
But you know, like, I mean, the children, we all know how to make them. You know what I mean? It's not like, oh, wow, how'd you, that's great that you figured, you cracked the code there.
Yeah,
You
but
know?
maybe it's who the children are
Okay.
that are
Now
his
I see.
greatest
So not just the
accomplishment.
manufacturer of
Right,
offspring, but
not
rather
just two genetic
right.
copies of he and his partner's material.
He's not exhibiting excessive pride in tab A to tab B kind of. That wasn't, you know.
That's is that an instruction manual reference?
You know, I was born in the late 70s. I think in 4th or 5th grade.
Is that how they actually taught sex education? It was
illustrations.
tab A to tab B, like in a workbook?
There
of
was some
some
yellow
sort?
fruit involved, as I recall.
Lemons.
Two of them.
Take it.
Take a walk, Mr. Jackson. Chips flowing to the chip leader.
You know, if you think about it, it's kind of a curse being the chip leader, because when the blinds go up, you lose more big blinds than anybody.
Right.
Nobody ever thinks about that.
I think we live with it because, you know, all boats fail to rise.
You think
at the
richer
same
people
time.
should pay their fair share, is what you're saying.
Yeah, sure.
Who cares that it's actually costing you more? You have so much left behind.
I mean, I should qualify that by richer people than
you.
Me.
Yes.
is who needs to pay
the
their
next.
fair
It's
share.
the next step up the ladder
Right.
that should be paying more.
That's where the bracket needs to be addressed. But where I am, I just prefer it stays where it is.
Raise to 600.
Ali, the points guy. You still jet setting around the world, flying first class with all your wheeling and dealing?
Yeah, yeah. You know, I've evolved from an ancestry of spice traders, the Silk Road, to, you know, a digital travel hacker.
Fantastic.
As Davenport looks to hack away with Jack 10 offsuit, Ace Queen of Spades here. Jackson will be heard from the small decibel level TBD.
Raise.
Pump
we
it up.
go.
Yeah. This one goes to 11.
2.1.
This one goes to 21.
Once again, without incident, he continues to put runway between himself and the rest of the field. Talking, of course, about David Jackson, looking at his Play Poker Go bio. Calling Vegas home, but some Jacksonville ties as well. Originally from Jersey. He'll be clearing the $5 million mark in career tournament earnings. Biggest earner of the final table coming into this one. Trying to take down the biggest haul rates. To do so, as it stands right now, far and away a favorite.
This is going to sound like I made it up, but apparently guys start in cards playing a game called Dunk.
What's this?
Your blue chips?
Out of Atlanta.
Okay.
Apparently it's like rummy.
All right.
And then one of his pals who was into Tunk went and played poker with the grandparents, cleaned them out. And was
that's
like,
not kosher.
guys, we got to stop with the Tunk.
Yeah,
And get involved with the Hold'em.
Yeah.
Because our grandparents have way too much money.
Well, Jackson has way too much chips. So
This
much
is
so
what I'm
that-
talking about.
Yeah, he clears an ace-5 and the 8-9, of course,
With
must
no
concede as well.
super duper short stack. I mean, there are short stacks, but none of them is like clearly on death's door. You've got Staats with 12 bigs, Staats with 14, 12 for Xiao, 19 for Davenport. You really can mess with these people quite a bit.
Pretty
I was just
remarkable
big
that the man on your screen there
Oh.
I
It
definitely
was just been
Oh, okay.
Started
So
his
hands
journey
we going, we going
in
about too
poker
fast
by
now.
getting online and
Nah.
buying into a $3 rebuy tournament, winning it for like 360 bucks,
Maybe.
and getting hooked. And you wonder if he ever imagined he'd find himself in a situation like the one that he's enjoying right now. He said, I want to do this for the rest of my life after
600.
that win, and
raise to 600.
started studying even more, leaving behind his job in sales for AT&T.
Oh, that's a good job. I've heard
I
of
think I
that.
started with 8.
8 million?
I mean, I don't know what your resume is like, Joe, but if you're looking for a side gig, I'm sure AT&T would greet you with open arms.
I'm actually into Herbalife right
Yeah,
now. I don't know if
right.
you've, speaking of fiber,
Sure. That MLM world is for you.
it's not, it's just, it just looks like a pyramid.
Right. But it's just a triangle.
This is a triangle.
Right. And nobody
Yeah.
gets hurt. King Jack of Hearts, looking to inflict a little pain. Ace 9, durable enough to hang in.
Riddle up the second chip.
Queen 8-5. Both players fanning on the board.
I gotta write some of these down. Fanning. I'm gonna get a whole new vernacular after a summer with you, buddy.
Don't pilfer me. All right?
4.1.
You marauder.
There's only so many phrases. You can have mine. You can have all 3 of mine.
You can have 400K, says Eshaan.
Look how he seamlessly brings it back to, right back to the poker.
Davenport makes the call once more. Another 800,000 into the pot, and he finds an ace on the turn. This is a card that Eshaan could be tempted to represent here as played. He does have the Broadway gutty.
Check.
Bhalla can also take a free card. But with a player as live as Davenport, you're not going to assume they have an ace all the time, and Bhalla does not assume that now. That's 850.
Fold not on Davenport's mind. This we know.
Bhalla did raise under the gun. Just doesn't feel like the sort of fella to fold top pair here. And we got 4.1 million in the middle. That's a bigger stack than Xiao.
Aces and
my
nines
goodness.
now for Davenport.
Any chance of bluffing Davenport has evaporated. And it's a pretty dry board. 6-7 gets there on the river. Davenport checks again. I mean, 6-7 is a potential holding. 8-9 is a potential holding for Davenport. Jack-10 is a potential holding for Davenport. Maybe he doesn't call twice with the gut shot. I don't even know if Davenport would fold a queen the way this hand is played out.
Check.
Nice decision there.
Yeah.
Ace and nine.
Bhalla
Shut down.
shuts it down. You see a
Snapping.
little commendation
not
there
getting
from his
through.
seatmate.
That puts Bhalla on 20 big blinds, so he is just as down as the rest of the crew.
Hasn't been able to break out. Davenport now sits deeper than Bhalla. Upcoming streaming schedule here for the 2025 World Series of Poker. 2K no limit, $1,500 shootout,
I'll be there.
along with the 25K 6 max. Those are next 3 events that we'll cover, and then the 25K no limit hold'em. Day 2 at 19. The Colossus, so much on tap.
3.8. 3.8 saved.
Queen suited for David Jackson.
600, he says. King 10 off, bowing out. Fold it around to the big ace king for Bhalla.
And Bhalla in an interesting spot. Has 2 shorter stacks. Still in this tournament. Would be an absolute disaster
Back
to go broke here. Bhalla is all in. Jackson snap calls, domination situation.
Boy.
Bhalla
with the double.
at
Oh,
risk.
yeah, bro. Don't jinx me.
Yeah,
What you got?
but certainly not a
Five,
done
five,
deal
five,
to
five
double
I
up.
would never jinx you.
Anything can happen.
Well, on the
There's still
preferred
5
side of
cards.
some S&M here
All right. Thanks.
is the ace
Appreciate
king.
I'm pulling for myself.
If I die, I die.
Anybody else pulling for me?
No.
You pulling for me?
No.
I got one person pulling for me.
Yeah, I think Staats
He
make
stays
the
out of
pro
it.
play.
He stays out of it. I like that.
Oh my goodness.
That's
I like
what's
that.
up.
Damn,
That-
stand up.
who
Let's
folded?
fucking
I
talk
like
about this
this.
All right. Time to go home.
stand up.
Time to go home.
We're gonna sweat now. We got
No, just let him leave.
Yes.
4 spades.
Okay, we were
Don't-
just talking about how the front door doesn't get there.
You're right.
Four
That's the
spades.
hardest one.
The front door doesesn't get there.
I think the
the
front
hardest
door's
one,
getting there.
actually.
on
4
the turn.
spades.
Okay, clean.
Okay.
Keep it clean.
Queen of clubs.
There's no more
5
queens. They all folded queens.
of diamonds. 5 of diamonds.
I like that. Five of hearts. I like that.
Five's my
5 of
lucky.
diamonds.
Five's
Just
my
for the
lucky
sweat for the
card.
red, but 5 of diamonds. 5 of diamonds.
Cards to soil things, and there it is.
You got it. You got it.
Bro.
Good
The
game.
devastating queen of diamonds
GG.
on the end.
Domination, rotation,
We
devastation.
need that. We need that.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Good plan,
A
bro.
brutal ending
Hell
I mean, it's cool. I mean, but damn.
for
This,
Eshaan Bhalla.
Yeah.
5th place
Yeah, yeah.
finish,
I'll give it to him.
$104,000. Somehow, Shundan Xiao manages a ladder here.
我不用吃东西。
I
And we
have to-
saw what was
I have to do the
required.
payout stuff.
Ace King versus King Queen.
永清，永清
That's。how good.
You know, it's funny. David Jackson said that one person was rooting for him, and I wanted to joke that it was Yang Kun Yang.
他给他标记了。
And it turns
I felt
out
like
that
I was winning
actually
that one.
probably was
You know, I
true.
felt like I was losing to her, and I felt like I was winning that one.
The brown Bhalla taking it like a champ. Smile on his face despite a legitimate bad beat on a huge stage. And
If you played tournament poker, Stapes, your heart breaks for Eshaan.
I don't know how you found that one. Now, I ain't find that other one to get you out of here, but
Man.
you found that motherfucker.
I think he really
needed
didn't
to
put
be
a
here,
foot
bro.
wrong.
No, I mean, the only thing you can argue is
No, I think I said the other one, yeah.
playing like an ICM nit. And that puts Jackson up to 143 bigs. And here's a interesting stat, Ali.
How many chips you got anyway?
In addition to defeating Hellmuth heads up for a bracelet. Wow, so one of David Jackson's bracelets
So you had
was a
36
denial
beforehand?
of number
Nah,
18
I think he had 6, so
for Hellmuth.
So you got 42 of
Add
them.
that to your
something
resume.
close to that.
How you feeling?
Like how you was feeling. You know the feeling.
So
Ah.
Jackson's got
feeling?
143
I think you
bigs.
still feel good.
Okay.
You don't look like you get too mad about nothing.
The rest of the table combined has
Let's go.
51 bigs.
Cheers.
3.5. 3.5.
So you're telling me that he has near triple the aggregate remaining
Well, it's
tokens
just-
on
yeah,
the table?
just say all
Pretty
of them.
close.
Okay, call.
Well, that would explain why it
Oh,
is that
boy.
he chose.
All right, you said call.
She said call. She said definitely call.
Okay, well,
Okay.
let's see a flop then. Don't expose your
How
hand.
much did you
I think
put in?
I put in 3. I said 3.5.
Yeah,
I thought she
Not
might
all
have
in.
3.5.
She
It
called.
might be a little less.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more.
You have a big hand.
Okay, hang on. By our
Oh, yeah.
count, 3.8 million is the
That is
official
out of
tally
line,
for Shundan
sir.
Xiao. The announcement from
thought
Jackson
we
of
was all in.
3.5 will
not
hold.
all
So
in?
she can full flop.
All right. I have to go with
Yes,
this hand.
Stapes, she
I
could
never
fold
lost
flop.
with this hand actually.
There are some bad flops for aces.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
You can't get out strength of your head.
Name one that she's going to fold
That's 2.
this
Ugh.
7.3 in
Let's
the
see how
middle.
good I'm
Okay.
running.
You can't let David win this, right?
I can't name one,
3.5, yeah.
but I can't name every card in the deck.
Close, very close.
I was trying to put you all in. I shouldn't have said
Get
all
him.
in.
Yeah.
That's
You
unfortunate.
got 3.5.
How'd you get
got-
this?
I will learn them eventually.
You ready?
It's all in.
How do you memorize all 52?
Oh God!
I
not
have-
the aces.
I have flashcards.
Not like this.
Are you suited?
I thought I
Okay,
gave
they're
them to
on
you.
their backs
Oh,
pre
hers.
here.
Oh, well, you suited though. Look at me. You hit a big America a while ago.
So I suppose that the
Not
count
like this.
must have been such
I
that
just want the one. I just want one pair on the flop.
Xiao
I
was
just want a
covered by
pair,
the
just to have a
3.5.
chance. Just have a chance. Dolly Parton.
Cheers, brother.
673.
673 is fair. One club. All right. Come on.
Looks like Burberry didn't want to take
That's
the trip
something.
down to the
7
lower
of
level.
clubs. 7 of clubs.
Spicy
I like that one.
turns.
Things looking bland for the time
Some
being.
action. Give me action. Give me Jack of clubs. 7 of clubs. Any action card. Club. Ah, that's
That's a
good.
wrap.
Land indeed.
You're good.
Nice hand, nice hand.
Lucky, lucky.
Oh, that should have been the turn.
Yeah,
card.
been a turn.
All right.
Xiao doubles up again.
You oh, exactly how much I have.
I figured it was close to that. Nice hand. The aces. You can't fold that one. You're right.
Yeah.
Well,
That is yours.
Check the
Told you I
reaction
can
here.
put most of my hands.
Right.
Yeah, with ice and
Not that
pressure, but not that one.
that was a really good
The
one.
two-fisted turnover.
Gosh, I wish I didn't have that good of a hand.
The bad news.
Walk. I wish I had 7 deuce.
Well-
9 deuce.
Speaking of
I
bad
would let you
news,
have it.
Ali,
Uh-oh.
David Jackson
He was
now
able to
only
fold when the
has
person had ace king.
twice
He
as
was
many
much
chips
small blind.
as the rest of the table combined.
No, I wish that all the bad news I got at a poker table involved that sort of news
Learn my
line.
lesson.
And Xiao gets to play this hand.
How much
Jack 9 off. Asking stats for a count.
You know what I like to call Jack 9 off? Janina.
3.5.
Wow. Aunt Janina? Or
Just Janina.
Okay. Well,
Are we all in again?
yeah. The Doyle. Not going to cut it here. Well, let's get an official glimpse at the state of affairs here. 3 have parted ways with the union. Their secession yielding $58,000, $77,000, $104,000 respectively. Staats on the short stack Davenport, third in chips, and somehow, some way, despite the bell tolling on multiple occasions, Shundan Xiao finds herself second in chips as Jackson continues to hold the lion's share of the tokens here.
We saw that our 5th place finisher walked with 104,000, 143,000 for 4th, which means if you do not go out in 4th, you guarantee yourself another $54,000.
That's tasty. Jackson's got a lot more than 54K on his mind here. King 10 offsuit, raise and take.
Let's see if, now that things have died down again, if Jackson can retake the stranglehold.
I don't think respiration is flowing freely for the rest of the table just yet. I would say the constriction remains fairly intact.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, some blood vessels not getting the. I don't know how to continue that, Ollie.
Well, we know how to.
The shortest right now with 11 bigs.
He knows how to.
How much
play
is
the
it?
button with 3.4. Jackson 10-8 of hearts, asking for a count
A
here.
little too much for the 10-8 suited.
3,400,000.
One of the things to consider as well, Joe, is even though we have the immediate ladder, keeping him
that
around
short stack around, yeah.
allows him some luxuries.
That what?
Oh,
And he
thank you.
knows it.
Oh, yeah.
I had a pretty hand. I wish you was bigger so you could just raise. I can't call.
So that's still the shortest. They'll survive that. Only has 13 big blinds.
You know, I'm sure there could be some who might take issue with Staats procedures in terms of a lot of these limps and whatnot, but I feel like he really had a game plan. He understood the assignment, well studied.
Sure.
Talked about him having a bracelet, and he exercised the care and the caution that was required to at least find the ladders that put him into this final 4.
That's a great point. You know, you can be critical of the limping all you want, but it has kept him alive to this point. Ace-8 for Jackson. Pretty easy raise there, small to big. And that's the kind of thing you get to do with any 2 cards, really, as long as that 13 big blind stack is still around.
Don and Davenport well aware of that. They are neck and neck in chips, by the way. The setup is pretty prime for Jackson to accumulate. So long as Staats is sat there, 4.2. Wouldn't mind seeing him whittle down a little bit further into that sub-10 big blind territory.
Trick Time's never going to resist the Jack-9.
I thought you called it the Janina.
The Janina.
Oh, well, I prefer Nina just for obvious reasons.
What obvious reason? It's a 9. It's a Janina.
Well,
Do you not?
it's the audible adjacency to, anyway.
To what?
Ace King, not quite adjacent to the Jack-9, and all in is declared as we might have expected. This one will be over shortly.
How much is that right there?
I never figured you'd be a guy to back down from Janina.
Not so much backing down as I am stepping to the side and maybe allowing you to place yourself.
Now I
on
know
the
that would never
right
happen.
tracks. Let's see whether or not Davenport's going to step aside here. He seems to have some interesting feelings about.
Hasn't folded yet. Yeah.
Oh no, that's 7. Yeah. Oh, I thought you. Yeah.
We hit the threshold. I don't know what number was getting called, but It wasn't
Oh.
immediately apparent.
I just seen the 5.
Xiao doing well here. 28 big blinds doesn't sound great. You know what does? Second in chips.
Pretty remarkable. She's managed to do this
Oh.
after having the bullseye on her back for quite some time. Series of events coming together though to put her in this situation, and those are chips that are going to be navigated responsibly. This much we know as ace king.
All right, well, I don't imagine we're going to see a limp here. Pretty easy shove spot. Small to big, you can get called by worse.
All in.
Pretty easily. There's the all in.
What's the count before I look
This
at
is worse.
See what we got.
Playing 9 of hearts. For chips, it feels like it's got a good bit of equity, but again,
What are you doing really well against?
wow.
With a guy who limps a lot.
Here it is. Digging in is Davenport, and the chip leader coming in now.
Ace king versus king 9.
Could have
Ace
a
king,
big
king 9.
chunk
He
taken
has
out.
hearts.
We saw domination, situation, devastation
Maybe a pump.
not so long ago. Will the favorite hold this time?
It's blind on blind. So. I mean, I should be just waiting them out. But
Take 2 hearts.
What, you blind versus blind?
yeah.
9-7 deuce, 2 hearts.
Blind on blind, bit of a cooler. One heart on the flop.
Yeah, Queen A4, things stay warm and balmy for Ace King. But we saw the savagery of King Queen. Finding a side card to end things, and now a knock at the back door. Will the deck let the hearts in and break the heart of that man there in the process?
Yeah, walk it off. I'd need to walk it off here too.
Nice hand, Chris.
Oh, down.
So a little justice this time for the best hand.
Yeah, round of knuckles.
575.
That was kind of like after a hockey goal. You know, they come by the bench, skate by, and just little glove
Yeah.
taps. That had NHL written all over it.
I mean, this would be one of the best parts of being at a final table, is being able to do that little victory lap with your pals. I mean, the money's probably also good. I don't know. Which
Well,
better, fist bumps or money?
Let's get a look at the money brought to you by Octopi Poker. 143, the on-deck payout. $54,000, as you mentioned. The ladder up to third, but consider the jump if you make it to heads up.
So sick.
We're talking about an extra $133,000. Top heavy distributions here.
Man, that would cover 3/4 of my Amex bill.
I'm pretty sure Amexes are supposed to be paid at the end of every month, Joe. I don't know if you got that memo, but they're charge cards normally, not credit cards in the conventional sense, so just, you know, be advised.
Man, that would have been useful to me 3.5 years ago.
I'm sure you're going to fade that 28% default interest rate. You know. Is that one still swiped, by the way, or is it, are we in declination devastation?
You know, it's just kind of beat up, really, is what it is.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's not so much beat up as they cut it in half the last
Right.
place I tried to use it.
Yeah.
Which is hard because it's metal.
That's tough. That's like
It was
kind of...
sparking. It was...
Yeah, the...
They had to get out a saw.
Right.
But they wouldn't let me leave with it for some reason. I guess they just one of their
Well-
favorite customers.
Was your name on the card? Or was...
Yeah, it was close.
Yeah. Joe Simpleton? is that the name?
Stevenson looks a lot like Stapleton if you don't look at it super closely.
Clear vision on the ace-10 offsuit from Staats. Focuses in on 600,000. Jackson, appetite on display. 7-4 of spades, bow out here from Xiao. 1.8. Jack 8-5, rainbow. Gut shot straight draw, backdoor spades. Excuses to continue for Jackson, though he is not required to barrel, or call a barrel rather. Board pairing Jack is uncomplicated for the ace high.
This is also uncomplicated for ace high. Top pair on the river, and we see Staats actually make a value bet.
$500,000 just looking to usher Jackson to the exit here.
I mean, $500,000 could get called by a 5 or an 8. I don't think Jackson's considering calling with 7 high.
You think he's about to hit the frappe button on the blender?
I think he is going to decline, but it's being considered. I think the time to pressurize Staats was on a previous street.
I gotta say, if I have eyes on this imagery here, I'm not particularly convinced if the check raise came in.
Correct.
That it's from a hand that I'm in trouble against there.
There's a little bit of a physical
But it's
give
what,
up
fellas?
there.
Yeah, didn't appear particularly motivated. There's a lot of ink on this rail, by the way. This is, you know, you could end up in an ice raid.
Yeah.
Just careful out there. They're not really, you know. Davenport.
You got to be careful with tattoos these days, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, that's true.
You don't know who could be watching.
Well, it's kind of an indiscriminate threshold, by the way, you know. Could end up in that, it's that little El Salvador
What size
Club
black
Med.
sack do you wear, Ali? Over your head? A large? A medium?
A well-timed promo here as we advise you to take your game deeper with PokerGO VIP. Unlock exclusive access to 100+ strategy videos from elite players like Jason Kuhn, Phil Galfond, Dan Jungleman Cates. It's the ultimate upgrade for serious players. Go VIP today at PokerGO.com.
Speaking of upgrades, somebody's got the good stuff.
You know,
a cork and everything. That's fancy.
I just realized, Joe, that producer Jackie guided me toward promo F.
Uh-oh.
And I went with promo G that time. I was concerned, but I embarked upon the journey and decided I was going to finish it. I wasn't going to pull up lane. But you get it, t-shirts, hoodies, and other good things, all available at PokerGo.com.
And hold on a second while I move this bus off of producer Jackie. Boop, boop.
No.
Boop.
She correctly guided me. I
I see.
incorrectly delivered. As this flop delivers bottom pair to Jackson.
It sounded like you were blaming producer Jackie.
No, never that. She's the best in the biz. Gut shot straight draw here for Davenport. Couple of checks. Now we go to a two-way straight draw. Courtesy of this 5. Let's see if this motivates Davenport. 165 in the middle. This one was a raise from Jackson. Queen 6 offsuit now very much demonstrating the gear he's in, and Davenport demonstrating that he is going to continue to fight as he throws the gloves on here for 6 1/4.
I mean, I don't know how you don't take this bet very, very seriously, but Jackson is a non-believer.
Board pairing 5 after the call. We're adrift with 10 high now.
Adrift with 10 high and not even a pot-sized bet left behind. Does emptying the clip even work once Jackson's got to this point?
It would be so damaging to step away. But potentially even more so to jam. Let's see. Snap call, was it? No,
yet.
Okay.
16, 1.6.
I mean, his body wanted to do it though, Ali.
I thought his mind had been made up, but he's going to give it a little think here. Or maybe a big one. TBD. This is a 5.5 big blind jam on the end. And look at that face. Davenport unafraid to stare his man dead in the eyes.
Jackson not paying a lot of attention to Davenport. Just going over the hand in his mind. Jackson was the original raiser. Davenport, this is a big blind defend. It is really tough to call in these spots when your opponent can have any 2 cards. 7-9 possible, 6-8 possible. Jack 8, a 5. And also some draws that missed.
All Jackson needs to do is click call, and he'll send Davenport packing.
3rd pair. Not easy. Does get him.
And the chip leader coming into this one by a wide margin is dispatched. Gave it all he had, though, Stapes.
Played with a lot of heart.
Good game, dog.
GG.
And we have finally couched
GG.
Damarjai Davenport.
Well, it's exit time for trick time.
Open-ended and
Played with a lot of heart and not a lot of fear.
Yeah, he put it on pass.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, David Jackson, 73% of the chips in play as we enter threads up poker. 3-handed for the bracelet.
Good game.
Jackson
one
now sitting 43 million.
Ali, how are you with superstitions? Because, I mean, I don't want to do this guy dirty, but he seems to be a pretty big favorite to win his 3rd bracelet.
Convinced me to hitch my wagon elsewhere.
All right.
With 3 left. And note, by the way, as we enter 3-handed play, that Xiao and Staats are deadlocked in chips.
Just great news for Jackson.
Right, a potential war of attrition. The jockeying effort between the 2 of them is going to be one that they're well served to take on.
Look at this, Davenport already on the rail with some of Xiao's people, some of Staats' people.
I'll tell you what, he's going to live with the outcome. You know, one of those guys that strikes me as understanding and being very self-aware that his sword is sharpened differently than the others, double-edged at times.
I mean, eclipsed his, all but his biggest top career cash.
You haven't seen the last of him, by the way, Joe, as he's a regular on Hustler Live.
And we have got the aces of number cards for David Jackson.
Yeah, it takes paint to do better than this.
9.
Rich part of the deck paying him a visit. An ace in the big here for Shundan Xiao.
I mean, you certainly have to defend it.
Oh my God, she rips and gets snapped. She's pulled some rabbits out of some hats, but might we go from 4 to 3 to 2 in short order? It certainly rates to be the case 71% of the time as 15.2 flows into the center.
30%.
I don't know if it's rabbit and a hat time or it might be the time we see the lady saw it in half, Ali.
Yeah.
It's going to take some magic.
Yeah.
Where's wifey?
Yeah, tens.
Maybe too scared to look.
Oh, there's the ace every time.
Salvation for the time being.
This hand is not over, but once again, snatching victory from the jaws of defeat.
Oh, God, it looked like it.
Four-sider, but diamonds are never going to do it.
Foul deck at best.
And Xiao secures the double.
You got me.
Can't beat you.
You got me. I feel
9
like
lives.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And by the way,
Right.
very much what she was hoping she would have the luxury of outlasting
this is a good
Stats
hand.
now.
This is- oh,
Okay,
Okay.
600, 800, 6,800,000.
Clear middle stack three-handed, and obviously clear disappointment on the face of your chip leader, who's wondering what's it going to take.
Okay.
Major dynamic shift with this double up, by the way.
7, 450.
Everybody with some breathing room now.
Nice hand.
Well, let's do a little accounting on the back end of that one. Here it is, brought to you by True Classic. 7.9 for Stats. They were deadlocked at the bottom of the leaderboard, but now a 2-1 lead for Shundan Xiao after that double through David Jackson, whose lead evaporates slightly. Obviously, that pot far more impactful for Xiao than it is for Jackson, but you could see the disappointment on his face.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't mean it like that. I just knew that you just counted it.
Yeah, I don't know. I know she had 7.5.
Yeah,
So she,
that's what I was asking.
yeah.
Worth restating what they're playing for here, in addition to the bracelet, which obviously is the
Where's the 600?
hardware everyone's looking for. But it's 197,000 for the next player eliminated. And that ladder from third to second is around $80,000.
My goodness. Remember, this was a $1,500 buy-in, so far from negligible. 8-4 deuce, top pair for Jackson. He was dominated pre. After clicking the button. Stats checking over, heartless board texture. Easy continue forthcoming.
It's going to be super hard right now for... Look, I can't be inside David Jackson's head. Maybe it's not hard for him. I would just say that being this close to going heads up and having a 7-1 chip lead and that ace spiking, it's going to take me a second to get over that. He seems fine, to be honest.
I mean, some cages are more easily rattled than others.
Yeah.
You know?
His doesn't look that easily rattled.
No. It's up to the task. Not going to find one of those weird YouTube clips where the shark actually ends up inside the cage. It's always an oopsie. Ace 10 off.
Certainly playable.
Oh.
Oh.
A rare rip.
How much is it? Oh, don't worry. I want to know, but I'm folding. 3, 4, 5, 6.
6.8.
8-5, just looking for its bearings.
7 total.
With the count. Never considering anything.
You know, Stats not in what we would consider the danger zone, but does get to deny some equity that way, and also is the shortest stack. So if things go terribly wrong there, he runs into ace king. Not exactly the biggest ICM mistake.
He knows what the Silicon Overlords mandate. Shout out to Brian Rast for coining that term.
Is that what they call the solver, the
Yeah.
Silicon Overlords?
That's what Rasty came up with. I like it. It plays. Not sure 10-3 suited plays, though.
Back in my day, we just used a magic 8-ball.
Somebody needs to bring that out. Main event final table, a spot where it's an actual
I have a
coin flip.
100-sided die that I bring sometimes. I mean, I never made a final table, but I'll go, this is my solver, and just whatever comes up.
I like that.
Yeah, the magic 8-ball would be a way better prop.
You should have like 20 dice in a cup and then just roll and be like, if it's odd, give me a second.
Right, you just
start counting
30
dots.
minutes. You guys, I lost count.
All right, start. Okay, 6, 9.
13, 20. Wait, I lost count again.
I've lost track of how many times Jackson has been able to just nibble away. Of course, there have been some bites taken out, but still very much in the driver's seat.
Maybe you could bring one of those paper things that you say your crush's name into. You go,
Oh, the
Joes.
origami.
Oh, look, you're going to end up working in a factory with 17 babies living in a mansion. I call.
I don't think call's on Jackson's mind here. Gonna dial up a raise with the ace-queen.
Where's the 600?
600,000 the raise. Xiao's not going to play. 7-7 for Staats. Nope.
Gosh.
I had this night off.
It's not off.
Let's all say what we had every hand.
That's the cash game stipulation. Show 1, 7 deuce bounty, that kind of stuff. We would need Nick Rigby for those sorts of shenanigans.
Oh, I love a Rigby.
Man that coined the phrase the diaper and definitely went with it on more than one occasion during a deep run in the
I didn't
main.
know that he
More than
was
one occasion.
The father of the diaper.
Yes, very much so. Well, a little mustard on that muck there. You can tell Staats is desperate to kind of find something he can fight with. You know, he understands that he's just going to continue to be whittled away if he doesn't find hands to play.
I mean, seeing that Xiao is capable of ripping it in as the not shortest stack with ace tray, maybe you can hope for another one of those situations. Maybe 47 big blinds, she plays just as aggressively. Staats with a suited razor.
And he's in a good spot to shave some off Jackson.
6.7 behind, I think.
King Salmon. Could find itself filleted.
Oh, re-raise.
Jackson is going to re-raise.
1.5, 50.
And gets the better hand to fold.
Okay. Okay.
Little too deep to dig in. Apparently is Staats. Stepping aside. Here's the history in this one, by the way. Bradley Jansen back in 2021, followed by Soma Reese and Simeon Spasov. By the way, that's a name that was definitely making waves. 2024, picking up the hardware. Who will it be this year? One of our remaining 3. While it rates to be David Jackson, there is still much work to be done.
All right, Stats, time to make a stand.
Raise, players all in.
He's shipping it.
Over the top with the suited connector,
Three,
open,
five.
count
That's
requested.
Does it sit still or no?
4, 5.
$5,950,000.
This would be quite the call.
I mean, Stats wouldn't mind it one bit.
Certainly not. I don't know how pained I would be with this decision, Ali.
It's pretty straightforward. Find the bin.
Yeah.
Listen, we always have the right to gamble.
5, 5, 5,
5,
9.
9.
$5,950,000.
He's just imagining what those chips would look like in his stack. There we
Too
go.
rich.
How many big blinds is it before that is actually a call?
I mean, 20 deep,
Certainly not
9
close.
high can't. I mean, look, it would just be irresponsible. A lot of times you hear the analyst side of the booth invoking the term, we are not allowed to do that. But, you know, we're allowed to do whatever we want.
Of course it is allowed.
We're not all cut from the same cloth out there. But Jackson, you know, again,
Advisable, we'll call it.
he is the winningest of all players that punched their ticket to this table.
Yeah. Stats does have a bracelet.
Yeah, but
Of course, don't forget that David Jackson, one of his, came at the hands of defeating Phil Hellmuth, heads up.
and Jackson with the bracelets.
I want to know who he beat for the other one, Negreanu?
This would be ambitious to think. 9-6-4, Rainbow.
Another top pair situation for Jackson. This is all anybody wants, is just to have hands that play themselves. I have top pair, I bet. That's calling with second pair.
Yeah, trouble.
Yeah, not a lot of ways to improve.
Good diamonds. Second overcard to his hand. Checking again. Jackson feeling the tug on his line.
Bet $1,450,000.
1.45 is what these sixes are confronted with. Where are we hoping to go from here?
It's pretty dicey at this point. Just counting on your opponent to have a total air ball call there, and Stats makes the right decision. I miss trick time.
You know what? I do too.
Yeah.
You need somebody that pursues mischief. Now, clearly, we will carry the torch in the absence of trick time, gladly, from here in the booth.
Yeah.
But we can't really stir things up to the same extent.
Because it's not about us.
I've been told this throughout my entire career. One day I'll embrace that ideology.
Raise.
But in the meantime, it's self-indulgence for this pirate. 8-7 of spades for Mr. Jackson. Raise and take here. You know, interestingly, we talked about after Shundan Xiao doubled early in three-handed play through Jackson how, oh, this is exactly what she's been hoping for, with, you know, just what the doctor ordered. And yet it sort of debilitates her ability to get involved in pots.
It's got to be a little boring right now.
Spectator mode engaged.
You'd still rather be in this spot now, though, than swap with Staats.
Raise to 600,000.
Suited king, qualifier. Offsuit king, not. An ugly one here. Trash napkin.
Trash is such a funny word.
I like trash. Trash is good.
Yeah.
You know, I was watching an episode of John Oliver before I came in here off the DVR, playing a little catch-up, and he did a bit on minor league baseball teams.
Oh, yeah, they do
And
have the Trash Pandas.
The Trash Pandas, they sold like, you know, 10x the merch that they had sold before.
Because they sell it all
changing
over the
names.
world, yeah.
Exactly. Who doesn't want a Trash Pandas hat? Although, you know, Guardians of the Galaxy, I think, did them a big favor there. You know,
Putting
with
raccoons on the
raccoons
map.
yeah. Yeah. Raccoons are just puppies with ringtails.
Raccoons are quite hilarious.
They really are. I mean, I think I would really be driven crazy if I had a pet raccoon. Not being driven crazy, but driven to raise is Xiao here with the king jack. Jack 10 suited, stepping aside. Ace tray for Jackson. That's the hand that she employed to take the big bite out. See how he wants to put it to work?
17, right?
Yeah, are we going to see a flop?
Think of the face card.
Or are we going to see
It's okay.
a re-raise fold? I think you're going to make so much money by re-raising with a hand like this.
He
Yeah.
agrees.
Printing, as they say. Zhao really want to call 2 million.
I mean, you miss out on an 80K ladder if somehow you're dispensed.
Becomes king
prior
tray
to Staats. Yeah, sure. So she abides like the dude in Big Lebowski.
That's just like your opinion, man.
There were so many great lines.
For me, and I know it's going to be controversial, that movie is not greater than the sum of its parts. The movie
I
as a
agree.
whole does not do much
No.
for me.
No, it was just a montage of
It is
quotable.
quotable.
Yeah.
All in?
John
Raise
Goodman, by the
players
way,
all
unheralded.
How do
He
we
was
live in a world
excellent.
where John Goodman does not have an Academy Award and we have got a domination
5.35?
situation? Does Jackson want to call it off with king high? He would be correct to do so. And in all likelihood, this match would go heads up.
17 bigs. Wow. Lays it down.
You gotta, I mean, give it up to Staats. He's unpredictable. He zigs when you think he's gonna zag.
You know, I think table image is very snug on this one. And
Yeah.
I think that has a whole lot to do with Jackson's ease of folding. He's just thinking that man is paired or has ace high. Queen jack off, definitely not the kind of thing that we've
It's
observed.
gonna be rare that he's gonna turn up with queen jack
Yeah,
there.
I agree.
Bottom of range more than likely. I mean, these are not insignificant shoves. Shoving, you know, for more than 20 big blinds.
Here we are with the dust bunny on the button.
Jackson folds. I think a lot of players are going to be opening any two cards into these two stacks. But I assume a two-time bracelet winner has his reasons. Probably is going to be okay with the fold after Xiao acts here. King 5 of hearts. Staats with a pair. I mean, after the small blind limp.
All in?
There's the shove. There's the fold.
Finger wag. Finally giving Staats Israel a little something to get excited about.
How dare you?
And
Is there
that
no dinner?
A positive
Hey,
note to strike.
Is there no dinner?
Bring him a hot dog.
And the Stats sounds like a guy in economy on a long haul. No judgment, by the way. 6.4 million. Stats in third. Shundan Xiao in second. David Jackson, the boss man, near 4-1 chip lead. As we step aside, we'll be back with continuing coverage of event number 13 rather, from here in Vegas after this. To the likes of Xiao, Johansson, Overton. Those are the sub 20 big blind stacks. Pocket eights now for Overton. You said that you like being the shortest of the short stacks because you can't mess up.
You can't really mess this up other than folding. If you want to raise, call it off, fine. If you want to ship it in, fine.
All in.
There
I
it
think
is.
most people are going to settle on that option.
How much?
Ball asking for a count, has ace-jack. I would assume we are headed to Flipsville for just an 11
I'ma
big
just
blind
chill until
shove.
I ate, you know what I'm saying? I'm just chilling until I ain't chilling. You feel me?
How tight do we think
Oh, we know.
Overton
Shit.
is in this spot?
Oh,
How
wait.
often is he
Good
shoving
million,
ace
too.
10?
Wait,
Maybe
no,
sometimes
wait,
ace
wait,
9
wait,
and
wait.
less, maybe not at all.
What do you, the bluff, how much?
Boy, ace jack
At
is so
one point,
problematic
or
in
it's
these
pot.
spots.
Yeah.
You can see
I was trying to get him to throw the ace.
Paula
Yeah, the ace river.
not enamored with the situation he's been placed in
Yeah.
here.
Did I just hear Davenport
Watch the
correctly?
string, Noah. Watch the string. Watch the string.
He's trying to get an ace to fold on that river?
Yeah, it seems like he's walking back after paying a
Oh.
visit to the rail, updating his camp as to what was going on. And it looks like Balla has decided to flat. Queen Jack suited was a lot more attractive
What
rather
you got?
before the lights were turned up.
Like drip versus Riz, one of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
55-45 the advantage for Overton with the eights. He's already gone all in once. He had to chop it despite
Here
free
we
rolling
go.
versus Davenport. How will he perform here in an almost 5 million chip pot as he puts his life on the line again? Not well is your answer on an ace-queen-10 board.
You know what? Maybe you
Decent
can mess
start.
up having 11 big blinds now that I think
for
about
me.
it.
This is not his fault. Well, maybe a little bit of that set on the turn trick time stuff.
Maybe he'll play it better on the turn. Oh, no. No hope with diamonds either.
Yeah, Balla's got that covered. Only a snowman will save Overton on this river. Supposed to be a couple of them in there. The four of spades is not it. And we have our first casualty here in the $1,500 six max, Joe.
I wanted to save
Two
money.
with
I felt it coming,
380
so.
recorded caches. Grinding.
That's a lot.
That it is.
Got a 3K no limit hold'em bracelet for nearly 600K. Another bracelet. Nope. This is a Atlantic City event. Borgata 300K cash, and another 200K cash out of the Borgata. Came just shy of the 200K cash, winning his first
I can be
bracelet,
out here and use
which
my
was the
phone.
777 Lucky Sevens 2021. An online bracelet, that one.
Now we're back to how it should be, six-handed.
Davenport
More seven-handed
clicks
GS
it with
than
the
a
8-9, pocket
six-handed.
10s. Xiao getting a chance
Now
at
things are
redemption.
right.
This time, she's going to keep it to a single decision point. Understandably, the last 2.67 fired in.
You can't be outplayed. It's unexploitable. Asking for a count with 9 high. Okay, I'll allow it for now. This better be going somewhere, counselor.
2,670,000.
This would come as a big surprise if he decided to give Xiao a spin.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time he's surprised us since. Oh my goodness! What is going on here?
2 unders taking matters into his own hands here. Perhaps a touch of haste, dare we call it, with the 8-9 off?
No wonder this guy shares his name with the couch, because he is laxed. This is some lackadaisical poker happening here.
Now listen, he seems all right with it from this vantage point. 5.7, Xiao on her feet, back up against the wall here.
He thought she had 9-7.
King 5 tray, nothing nervy about that board texture whatsoever.
I was gonna say we're all laughs right now, but thank goodness there's not a sweat here. No offense, Davenport, but
Well, 6 or a 7 all of a sudden would
Not
make
much
things
though.
a little awkward.
Dead.
Board pairing 3.
2 point what?
Dead indeed.
2-6.
2-6.
670.
670,000.
2-670.
Yeah, he's not exactly a sedated tiger in an illicit Bangkok zoo. You know what I mean, for photo ops kind of thing. This one's
pretty
a bit
consistent.
wily.
Yeah, pretty consistently wily. It wouldn't be one of those situations where the tiger attacks and they're like, it's never done that before. Like, oh no, this guy will get your arm.
Yeah.
Like, just.
Oh, we should have told you before you guys
Yeah,
got in
sorry.
the cage. He took out 3 tourists last week.
Yeah, you're gonna be limping for real.
I'm trying, bro. Call him 8-9 up, man. Trying to get him.
Raised to 400,000.
I want to know who he's explaining all his thought processes to. There's got like a biographer over there. It's like Gus Hansen's taking notes for the next edition of Every Hand Revealed, trick time style.
Take note of these 2 queens. Jackson facing an open to 400,000 from King 8 off. Has the luxury of playing back here. They are playing 40 bigs effective. Blind versus blind.
1550.
Raised to 1,550,000 total.
There's the 3-bet. 1.15 more requested.
I can't. Hold on.
Seems like a fine spot for a tiny little bit of Hollywooding. Call this, you're out of position, you're off suit. Hand has poor visibility post-flop, Ali.
You're right about all of it.
I know you don't want to be exploited in this spot, right? Every time you raise, then you get 3-bet. If you give it up too easily, you kind of send the wrong message, but sometimes you just got to let them go.
I'm like 6. I mean,
2.7 million.
Oh, hang on a second, Joe.
very first hand of that
Shirt
tee,
sleeves,
like, open,
despite being
3-bet,
absent
he
in the
4-bet,
image,
rips.
are being rolled up here by Bhalla, who 4-bets, ill-timed 2.7.
I mean, I always forget this is an option. Obviously, in this case, it probably shouldn't have been.
But credit to Jackson for coming with the size that opened the door for Bhalla to do this.
Absolutely.
You can get out in front of your skis a little bit and decide to just rip it and make things simple on yourself.
Yeah.
And now the rip will come with 2.7 in earn as opposed to 400.
And this is a 2-time bracelet winner. That's the difference. I think your average amateur who's in this spot and is pretty nervous and pretty excited to get it in with the best hand does rip it there quite a bit. Now, does Jackson ever continue to play this creatively?
I don't think that's ever a thing. But you know what? How many times are we going to be wrong in this pot?
It doesn't look like an all-in.
Not quite yet. He's pulled back. You know what would be great is if he just folded right here after having pulled the chips back in.
I got to read, man. After all the praise we give him for getting more money in.
Okay.
Raised.
fifth floor.
I'm so annoyed how much of this I'm going to steal from you
3,000,000.
after working with you. Third floor, fifth floor. Love it. Love it. Love your work.
That's. I love two queens. I love them enough.
The Queen of Spades, particularly, is just one of the best cards in the deck. Top 3 card.
Well, Jackson's saying I do here to these ladies.
There's just no way this hand continues now, right? Like, this is Hollywooding at this point. This is like, I'm going to make a tight laydown with 9s here.
Yeah, it's over. Although we took a circuitous routing to arrive at the destination, holds all fates in his hands.
The ICM Reaper.
Yep.
Raise.
Raise. 500.
$500,000. Says the 9-6 offsuit as he's starting to explore the nether regions of the deck.
I mean, I think you can get a real cash game player vibe from Bhalla, by the way. These are just not hands tournament players are always going to mess around with when the chip leader opens.
Yeah, you know, he's not showing egregious deference here. The Jack-10 suited hopping in. Again, so fortunate for him in contrast to Staats to be seated to the left of Davenport.
Yeah, I'll throw it in.
Johansson, 300K to continue. 5-1 is the lay, but he'll step aside.
Must be one of those spots where the computer says no.
Heads up to the King-Queen-10 board. Wrong end of the gut shot with the 9 of diamonds, working overtime here for Davenport. Bhalla.
We do know Johansson would have flopped top pair here.
Yeah, bottom pair though, and the open ender has the action checked over to it.
Checking back makes a lot of sense there.
Queen of diamonds, gut shot straight flush draw now for Davenport.
He's like, I know I have a red 9. Yeah, it's the pointy one.
Little smooth criminal here as Davenport leans for 420.
We're about to find out just how light Bhalla is willing to call Davenport. We've seen him call pretty light thus far. This would be a new test.
The thing is, he's just taking these pop control lines that are allowing him to proceed in the face of this sort of behavior from Davenport. 2.34 in the middle now, and he makes the straight. Queens and 9s. This is the kind of card that you feel like Davenport's going to just shut down, or you think he's going to get after?
I think he really should go for it here. But doesn't.
Okay, I'm scared, bro.
Pair.
Okay.
Okay.
Straight.
Eshaan confessing. Eshaan putting some reads on.
And I think telling someone something like that doesn't really lose you anything, and maybe you can get them to second guess themselves.
I don't feel like Davenport is the kind of character that's going to start second guessing himself. Whatever he's been doing has been working until further notice.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Ace 10 of diamonds. Let's see whether or not notices are going to be served here against Jackson's 400K, which isn't going to be evicted.
Jacks on. It's right there.
7-6-4.
Right on the screen. All I do is pause.
Stape sinking his teeth into the low-hanging fruit.
Delicious, actually. Some of the best fruit you can find. Why would you start higher? It doesn't make any sense.
No, that's fair. I mean, maybe because there's already a worm poking its head out of the apple.
Live for today. Protein. Beautiful flop for Jacks.
Oh, but you see Davenport saying it's my board to rep. And absent the overpair, as we can see is on the screen here, the 2 over cards are going to have a tough time.
Yes, 2 over unpaired cards are going to have a tough time.
And this is precisely why Davenport is asking questions. 3 1/4, under advisement.
And we're going to see a just call.
Yep, another 650 into the purse.
This is a very brave person.
Deuce of diamonds. Backdoor nut flush draw could grease some wheels.
Oh my goodness. I was gonna say that the deuce didn't bring anything really in there that wasn't already beating pocket jacks. But those diamonds are dicey. Surely Jackson will want to put some more money in with a bet from Davenport.
Well, Damarjai hasn't made up his mind just yet. Things could get really awkward if he tried to get fancy with a check raise.
You're right about that. But I don't see how Davenport doesn't bet this. It's a perfect spot to continue telling your story on the flop, and you've got so many outs if you're behind.
1.350.
That is a chonker of a bet.
1.35. This man means business.
That bet is a husky boy.
It's big boned. Here's the thing, Jackson's looking into the crystal ball here. He knows that a call here leaves him with 4.3 and puts the pot right in that territory, and very much with that 1 SPR, meaning stacked upon. Welcome back to continuing coverage of the $1,500 No Limit Hold'em 6 Max from here at the Horseshoe Las Vegas 2025 World Series of Poker. Action now 3-handed after 7 punch their tickets to this final table. 4 have been dispatched. Yours truly, Ali Najad and Joe Stapleton in the cockpit.
Flight deck. It's flight deck now.
Flight deck, okay.
It still sounds phallic, which is weird to me. They went from cockpit to flight deck.
Thank you for that, Joe. Didn't take long in this frame for us to...
No one's tuned back in yet.
197,000. Plenty to direct your attention toward. That's the guaranteed payout. 80K roughly the gap between third and second. But the bracelet and over 400,000, that's what the eyes are on as we shuffle up and deal level 34. 2, 4, and 4, 1 million every 3 hands, 333K on average. The cost of poker. King 4 taking a pass. 5 deuce will as well.
Long toss.
Well, I gotta say, Stapes, when you look at the 3 that remain right now,
I'm doing it. I'm looking at them.
you're not surprised, given what we've observed to this point, that they are the cream that has risen.
It's actually like a tale, 3 different tales, right? Like the Fellowship of the Ring almost. That you've got the survivor, Xiao, right? All in a bunch of times. 9 lives. You've got Staats, who's more or less laddered his way up from playing snug as a bug.
He's the cobbler.
Yeah. And then you've got the axe wielder, the sword swinger, the slayer of giants, David Jackson, who did most of the work to get us down to 3.
And that work still unfinished if he hopes to ride this massive chip lead to victory. 7-3 off suit.
Raise to 1.2.
More of a BB gun than a bullet. Raise and take, however, as Xiao concedes, and she did enjoy 1 double in the last frame. through Jackson. That's what's given her the margin between herself and Staats.
Ooh,
And
good
she is
catch.
hoping to ride to that 80K ladder. Look at the chip denominations, brought to you by True Classic. 25K lime chips, the smallest in play now, 100K blue chips, and then the 500K brown chips.
Chocolat.
Chocolat. Oui, monsieur.
Yes.
Q5 in the small. Xiao dominating unbeknownst.
Seven five is typically a hand you're pretty happy to see a flop with. There is a domination here, but I don't think you're going to be too attached to a pair of fives where this kicker will end your tournament life. I guess maybe if trips somehow came out.
Pretty detached from this board texture.
Aha!
We're both parties until this turn. Staats picks up the open ender.
Check. That is 800.
Cozy position bet after both players check the flop. And this one goes to Staats. 262 career cashes for that man.
Wow.
560K of his nearly 2 million in career earnings coming at the World Series of Poker. And here's a glimpse at the ongoing battle in event number 14, the 25K no limit hold'em pot limit Omaha mixed event. Ben Lamb among those that remain, I believe. Texas Mike still in action. Luke Garza there. Tough to believe that it's been 14 years since Ben had his banner hung in the rafters as World Series of Poker Player of the Year, Joe.
He hasn't aged, so that doesn't do much to help.
Yeah. Looking quite moisturized.
Spends a lot of time on a golf course, too, so to be looking that good after all that sun. Did I hear all in?
Yeah, King 6 looking good enough. Yeah, the golf course, I mean, you can endure a lot of UV rays out there. You got to come with the high SPF if you're going to swing the clubs, especially here in the desert.
He's probably got an umbrella guy or something.
That's one of those where, you know, if you skimp trying to get the cheap tee times, you know, the old 2 o'clock, dead of summer.
There's a reason why they're not peak.
The roaster special.
It's the tumbleweed.
Right. It's where you can't grip your club because it's actually
just, well, you can't let go of it.
Your skin's welded.
Jackson's turn with the 75.
He's not going to let go of it.
Raise to 1 million.
Here it comes. Down it goes.
I guess it's worth revisiting the shaving of the stacks that have occurred with the blinds going up.
Okay.
Xiao didn't take too big of a hit. 23 big blinds for her. Staats does drop below the 20 big blind mark, however, now with 18 bigs. And David Jackson still with a wildly comfortable 105 big blinds.
And a comfy looking King 10 of spades will warrant the open from the button.
I feel like these button opens. Oh, okay. I was going to say they should be auto opens, but we're going to shove on the 2 stacks.
Auto mug for 9. Deuce pocket 8s for Staats.
Gotta go. Got it. I mean, it's just, is he really doing this with aces, kings, queens?
I mean, Godspeed if so. You know,
Yeah.
these 18 bigs need to find a time. And now is that time as the call is made.
8s versus King 10. 8s versus King 10.
King 10 of spades versus 8.
8s. being provided to the railings.
All right.
Like valid
Use your luck
versus
again.
facts.
He got 8s. I got king 10 of spades.
One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Coin ever so slightly weighted in favor
Now what should we do together?
of Staats.
Jackson has a habit of doubling up these shorties.
Ace, 6, 5, 8s, hanging in. The advantage grows to 3-1 for the 3-time WSOP circuit ring holder.
Just makes it all the more painful. Or maybe no pain at all.
No.
Gotta fade a 6-outer.
I would need to see it. I don't think I could do it like this and just judge the reaction.
14.6 listing towards him. Let's go! Ensuring that he knows it is secured.
So,
like this guy, Stapes.
yeah, as is custom, the short stack doubles.
This man finished 406th in last year's main event. Not something that
It's a top 5% finish, isn't it?
doesn't land on the radar so much, but still very noble result.
David Jackson with the face of a man who has doubled up at least 3 short stacks.
More of a game now.
Maybe here's
Ooh.
more of a game now.
Game on.
He's just referring to the stacks, not some sort of vendetta he now has against the man that called with 8s.
That puts Xiao once again in the bottom spot. 22 big blinds for her.
Yeah, this was a demoralizing development because now Staats gets to try to outweight her.
And he's pretty good at that.
Yeah, he's been very patient, very disciplined, and he's been rewarded. 9-4, not rewarding enough to employ. Well, speaking of employment, Stapes, we know that you're a stand-up comedian. You do poker commentary as well, but walk us through some of the other jobs throughout the years that you may have held, preferably the ones that you're not so proud of, if there are any.
Well, I'm proud of all the jobs.
Okay, honest work.
Ali. But, well, I mowed lawns as a kid, then I worked in a grocery store.
Okay.
I did a brief 2-week stint in the service.
The service?
The U.S. Postal Service, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
nice.
After that,
What? You didn't shoot the place up or anything?
I wanted to, actually. I could totally relate to the folks that had mental breakdowns there. That's why I only made it 2 weeks.
Not the most efficient place, as I understand it.
I worked at a racetrack.
What sort of racetrack?
Saratoga racetrack.
You mean with the ponies or
With
the dogs?
Well, that's with the ponies, no,
Okay.
yeah. Thoroughbreds.
Nice. Were you shoveling manure?
I was a parimutuel clerk. I was the guy, I was making a lot of bets out of my own till.
So I suppose that also was one of the more short-lived.
I was one summer, summer. They did audit my till at one point, in which point I had an immediate $400
The
docked
thing
from
is,
my pay.
if that trifecta comes in, you get right with the till, you know?
So I would work in the backstretch where normal customers couldn't go. It was like the trainers and the jockeys and the...
Wait, they're allowed to fire?
Oh, yeah. That's how they make most of their money, is betting on themselves.
The trainers and the jockeys
And the
are allowed
owners,
to bet?
yeah, they bet.
Oh, wow.
And so when a fella maybe missing a few teeth who like literally sleeps in the stable with a horse wearing tattered clothing would come up and plunk down $3K to win
And you get like little
on a
fans
long
up there
shot.
or something.
I'd be like, you know what, I can put a couple, I
Tim
can put a
Martin
sawbuck
offered
on
me
this.
one earlier when we were out there, but it was
is
just way
crazy.
hotter here.
This is crazy.
Joe, you're skimming on the long odds? The problem is it only needs to go wrong once, my friend.
The thing is, I was betting out of the drawer.
Okay.
And the thing is, if I'd only stuck to those bets, I'd have done quite well. But then you get a little antsy in the pantsy. You can push the buttons all you want. Nobody cares. No one's watching you.
Yeah, the old Gordon Gecko got you, did it?
I
Greed was bad in this case.
Hey, you know, I learned a valuable lesson.
1.6.
A $2,200 lesson.
That's it? That's a cheap lesson.
Per day.
Oh.
No, I was still, I wasn't the degenerate I am now. I was making mostly $5 and $10 bets.
By the way, don't want to sleep on the fact that Jackson just muscled the ace-5 off. Staats tried to limp it.
How about you, Ali?
Well, my first job was a Friday night DJ at a bowling alley.
You would.
And then
What was your DJ name?
I didn't even have one, man. I was just loading up a 5-disc CD changer that was hooked up to the PA comms behind the shoe desk.
You programmed it, or you were?
Yeah, no, I
you
had
were
it
feeling
on
it
program.
out. Okay.
Yeah, Salt and Pepper got a lot of run back then. Jack 4 getting a little run. Has a limp. 10-6 can check back and see for free. Let's see a flop.
Let's talk about checks, baby.
8-6-5. Gutter versus middle pair. Jackson checking. Xiao checks back, and the jack on the turn smacks.
Jack's on.
Xiao keeping it tidy.
Was it rock and bowl?
Something to that effect.
Yeah.
But eventually it came to an end, and I moved on to a Chevy's Fresh Mex Mexican restaurant.
What role?
I was a host, and then also self-appointed kind of minister of mayhem. When the birthdays, you know, you got the free flan, everybody had to come out of the kitchen and do the thing. So I would go into the back, and they had these big buckets that they used to mix things in. I'd grab an empty one and a kneading pin, and I'd come out, and I would embarrass the hell out of anyone that dared claim.
Do you
that it was their
remember
birthday.
the Chevy-specific birthday tune?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Can you give us a taste? Can you give us a little chimichanga?
A taquito's worth? Little 5-6 offsuit here. Is a mild salsa utilized here by Jackson. 800,000. I could, Joe.
Yeah.
You could keep
But
4.
I think I won't.
Save something. I mean, what is it? It's event number 13 of 100.
It's completely generic. You know?
It makes
So
me want to
it's
hear.
not
That's
even
not
worth it.
dissuading me at all.
I'm telling you, it's not interesting. Of interest, perhaps, especially if you're rooting for one of these three, is a glimpse at the current state of affairs. Chris Staats turning the tables on Shundan Xiao, who enjoyed a double through Jackson early, but now runs 3 of 3. Jackson has never been threatened in terms of the chip lead. Has been double through by both of his opponents. Ace 5. Staats just folds it from the small, Joe, and we're beginning to see a very clear intention from Chris, and it is eyes on that 80K in ICM.
Yeah, I mean, those blinds do come around pretty quick, three-handed. Staats does not have to pay one this hand. Jack 9 for Jackson.
Thank you.
And just ships it.
Ace 8, Xiao digs in, and she'll be delighted
Jack 9 of hearts.
to be a favorite, but not by much for all the marbles.
I gotta win one of
Hearts,
these.
Ace 8.
Can Xiao
I gotta win one of these.
survive again?
Let's get this
Yeah.
heads up.
I got Jack 9 of hearts.
Get this heads up. Jack 9, hearts.
I'm due.
Jack 9 of hearts.
I haven't won one of these ones. 9-9 Jack. I got the lucky 9. I like 9s. I gotta win one of them. That is a terrible flop.
That's really bad for Jack-9.
13.8
10.
million chip pot.
Take a 10.
Xiao looking to double back into second by a narrow margin.
Nine.
Jackson trying to punch a ticket. The heads up in the 9.
Lucky 9. 2.
Arrives with such casual ease and effortless. Full house for Jackson, 86%. Xiao praying, hoping, needing an ace. 9 for a chop, and instead the jack as Jackson does it both ways.
You played really good.
Great playing. You were great. Played awesome. Really, you played awesome.
All right, let's do this,
We
man.
finally
Good luck.
see the end to Steely Shundan Xiao.
Go.
Eliminated
Oh.
just shy of $200,000 in
man.
third place. Really outperformed in a couple of spots where it seemed that the end was near. Nothing to hang her head about in particular when both opponents take the opportunity to
pause it for
immediately
heads up, I
commend her
guess?
on her procedures. Very much top class effort by Shundan.
Well, we've done it, my babies. We are at heads
Can I
up.
pause it? Okay.
Well, let's take inventory of the lay of the land as we get to heads up. Better than 3-1 chip lead for David Jackson, who's looking to close things out after Shundan Xiao collected her career 18th cash. Come a long way since her wife introduced her to the game. We're going to step aside and we'll return with heads up play for the bracelet here in event number 13. Stay close.
It's gonna sting a little. Well, back teen, you'll be fine.
Well, we really are at summer camp if back teen is in play.
Back teen and bug juice.
Bug juice. Been a minute. 2 7s here. Johansson says hello.
Oh my G.
You know, in context too, this could look like a man
Yeah.
who's just a little annoyed at what we just witnessed and is looking to snack on this 400K. As we can see, it is the real deal.
Johansson starts shortest, has 17 big blinds to kick the hand off. I mean, if there was ever a time to rip it in against the small blind, recently stacked, volatile chip leader, how do you get away from this?
You don't. Simple answer.
Breakout for this?
He is looking for an opportunity. Sat with 17 bigs. And there it is.
All in the
The snapper from Davenport.
Sorry, he had it this time.
Well,
It might be a real long break for Oscar Johansson.
yeah, got the backpack in tow, prepared potentially.
Yeah.
You know what? Take the break, we'll run it afterward.
That's out of the writer's room. Cliffhanger there.
But they deal slow.
Catch me outside. Hey, let's go. It's a break. I ain't gonna. We're gonna break.
Is he not even
Is
saying the
Davenport
water?
leaving?
I mean, how did I predict that?
That's
He's
wild.
just leaving us. buddy.
He's unbothered. He's like, I'll find out when I get back. Of course, Johansson
He
not
doesn't
sharing that
even
feeling.
care.
Yeah,
I would be
no,
like,
confirmed.
See ya.
Kings.
Did he look back?
hang
No,
on.
no, you
Nah,
can't look
don't
back.
do that.
You can't look back. If you're gonna
He's
go, just
confident,
go.
bro.
You know,
he knows.
I would
He's like, I
definitely
got it. I'm
troll
just
if I
gonna
was
pull
still
Oh, just
there.
scream?
Scream. Oh my God.
All right, he got it. We're
Well,
down to
running
5.
queens, and it's
Good
a
luck.
wrap.
You too.
And I don't think Davenport meant anything by it, but it's almost kind of insulting,
Good game,
too,
man.
that the guy's like,
You too.
not even there for your 6th place finish here.
For 7s.
I was wondering.
Jackson on the
Yeah,
late
yeah.
train as he
Yeah,
went to
we
the
got a-
break
we
prior
got a bump.
to the 7s versus Kings pot that Davenport.
Amazing news to come back and find out you just made like $20,000 more dollars.
Yeah, 27, I think, to be exact. Current pay jump, by the way,
got some
if you're
chocolate chips too.
on the
Couple, yeah.
ICM
Just
hunt. 40,000 roughly.
Yeah, it's getting real.
That it is. Davenport picking up where he left off, by the way. Folded around to his button. 8-5 suited, put to work. Jackson defending with queen 7 of clubs and finding top pair on this very wet queen high all diamond rundown. No appetite for follow through. Check back. Now 4 diamonds on board. Jackson's sentiments eroding. Checking it once more.
You can do 50,
650.
350.
Amazing. Said about 350.
It isn't just this 350, but the prospects of having Davenport lean on you on the river. 7 have become 2 as heads up is upon us. Not in the 1K Mystery Millions, but rather in the 1,500 6 max. Event number 13, Ali Najat alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
Jewelry being presented.
Is it there?
It is indeed.
Dang, that's a good heads up record.
26 and 14 is David Jackson. Yes. He finally got rid of Shundan Xiao and now looks to put Christopher Staats away for the W.
That's Christopher statistics to you.
You're right. I got a little too casual with it. 2 bracelets for Jackson, 1 for Staats. $414,000 and a tickle. Awaiting the champion. 276 on lockup as we get things underway.
So pretty big difference between second and first place. That's how you kids like it. Top heavy.
Raise to 800.
Ace 5 for Jackson. Add some weight from the button. 9-3 crumbles.
You might as well throw it over here. We'll just throw it to each other. You win. There we go.
Staats does have some work ahead of him. 31 big blinds, not at all short, but a better than 3-to-1 chip disadvantage.
You know, I've lobbied for some sort of mechanism like that, depending on the chip advantage, the bracelet actually moves in the direction of that player.
That's how it would work in a Nintendo game.
Yeah, you know, like a tug of war for the bracelet of sorts. King 10. Good tug on
All in.
stat stack, and that's exactly what it does. Punishing the limp.
Well, I like the way this heads-up match is going so far.
I just realized that Staats, and maybe I'm just making a meal of the glasses,
No, tell me.
but you know, if you had like an age regression sort of DB Cooper famously robbing a bank and then allegedly jumping out the back of a plane, a lot of sketches were made of him that there's very DB Cooper-ish vibes
wow.
off of him.
After all these years, he just
Here he is.
mistakenly ended up on a live stream.
He used the money to freeze himself in time, and now he's back.
With the 2 guys in poker who love making absolutely bananas references.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, with all that money, he probably could
I
have
mean, I had 9-3-0
I
twice.
know, and I had 9s.
had a great skincare regimen over the years.
That wasn't my vision, man. My vision was like, you jammed and it was it. Oh, sorry. We kept it this time.
I remember that time.
Yeah, appreciate it.
You see it, right?
I don't know that I could pick DB Cooper out of a lineup, Ali, but I love. Yeah, please use the power of the internet.
Cast your eyes, my friend. Upon,
That's really good.
I mean,
I mean, he also kind of looks like, I mean, not Stats, but DB Cooper also looks a little like the Slender Man.
okay.
Check.
I haven't clocked the fingers.
Yeah, that's, I mean.
A reasonable pull. A stretch, but, you know.
I mean, it's a reference so old that it's existed before photography.
Well, look at the existence of top pair versus middle pair here in a 1.2 million
800?
chip pot.
That is 800.
This one was limped pre.
And we haven't seen Jackson in a lot of spots like this
No.
where he has got a decent but second best hand.
Facing an 800K bet.
Certainly you can't go folding this to bet. These chips are flying everywhere.
Great to keep doing so.
Who's got the
Ace of
4 of
hearts.
hearts? Yeah.
Now we have the flush draw. Limp pot pre suggesting that ace-x isn't in range. Stats going to play pot control. Checking back, and the 4 now makes the flush.
Check.
And we do check to showdown. Jack's the flush. He's going to scoop this one. Unfortunate run out for Stats, despite having the lead for a very brief period of time in that hand.
Yeah, short-lived. Unclear, by the way, what sort of response you'd get from Jackson on the turn if he had have barreled.
Yeah, we really haven't seen Jackson put to that much pressure other than pre-flop. As a 25 big blind stack, it is a little difficult to pressure the 121 big blind stack. King 8 seems good enough for a poke. Jackson is going to raise. Jack Trey, you don't love it, you don't play it.
You know, certain operators presiding over 23 big blinds here heads up, and you might think this could be over in a hurry. I, for one, am not making that assessment, and anybody who has watched this final table since the onset would be ill-served to do so.
Don't try to predict this final table.
I'm just telling you, Stats is not going to go blasting off here, brother.
I mean, the only thing we have going
Like
for
10
us
million?
is that Jackson has been wanting to play for it all pre-flop. Jackson runs
9.
into it. That's probably the only way we're going to
9.2.
see it go in anytime soon.
Grace.
Elevator up. Down goes the non-durable 9-6. You know, I talk often when in the
Change.
booth about just how different an iteration of the game heads-up poker specifically
Oh,
is,
man.
Stapes. I mean, nowhere to run,
Change for
nowhere
the
to
big
hide,
blind.
forced
Yeah.
into a blind every single time around, and very much a momentum-based sort of operation out there. You can get into your own head quite a bit.
It is so much more complicated than other situations in poker. I'm just barely clinging on to modern day poker theory in a much easier to digest situation than heads up. Heads up, incredibly complicated, nuanced. Doesn't mean everyone's playing it that way. But, you know, with a lot of the tournaments we
Thank you
cover,
very much.
Ali, high rollers, super high rollers, heads up is just so, it's just so fine.
you got to be really on top of the tactical aspects of the game if you want to perform. You know, I'm not going to make any indictments with regard to that 9 and 12 record heads up that Staats is wielding. We know that
you can flip a coin 9 and 12. You know what I mean? It
sure. Yeah, and oftentimes it doesn't matter who you are. You could be the best in the world. If you're sat in that seat, there's just one of those days where no one's going to emerge victorious.
It's also deceptive because 9 and 12 makes you think that they started heads up with equal chips.
That's a great point.
But that's not the case a lot of the time.
For sure. And this is one of them, by
That's
the way.
right.
Check.
If Staats ends up finishing second again here and that record goes to 9 and 13, well, he was a 3-1 dog headed into it.
The Jack 9 of diamonds permits the limp and finds itself with a flush against bottom 2.
Is this GG right here?
I think we've pulled the pin in the grenade. Staats is going to be left holding this one potentially. A 4th diamond perhaps offers escape. 8 or a 6, of course, would do the trick.
But with a boring run out, this is certainly going to hurt Staats, if not completely eliminate him. Staats has bet $1 million. And some more money is going in now.
Boy, you like this out of Jackson too, because this happens every now and again. And is bracelet number 3
8-6
Flop the flush.
going to be placed on that man's wrist right there?
83% of the time it will be.
We got to hold.
No.
We got to hold.
No, what you gonna do?
All right.
Buddy, go watch.
Yeah, I flopped the flush. Yeah. I don't know. We got to hold.
Staats, by the way, right where he was when the chips got in there. Hydrating, but the thirst will really be quenched if he can fill up, which he does on the turn. 4 outer.
Damn.
Binky.
That's it. Fucking unreal. Gotta be kidding me. Damn.
That is a tough pill to swallow for David Jackson.
7.6.
An absolute gut punch.
Stats mean nothing to Chris Staats. 17%, no problem. Turn him dead. Turn him dead in slow motion. Yeah, frustration.
Yeah, Staats, obviously.
Dude didn't even move, didn't start packing up, didn't stand.
No, not at all.
Never tell me the stats.
He's well aware of how improbable this outcome was, but he now enjoys a very playable 41 big blind stack.
Oh yeah, that just extended the life of this heads up by hours potentially.
Cancel your trip to bed, cancel the dinner resi. This one could go the distance.
What I pay, 7.6 is what you had?
Yeah.
I did literally cancel a dinner reservation tonight. Thank you, Joey, in the booth. Yeah.
Joe?
Well, it's actually fine because I booked a place that I really couldn't afford. So I got all the credit for making the reservation, and then I was like, ah, babe.
Oh, so there's a table for 2.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, that wasn't a given. I just, you know.
I don't really make a table for one reservation. I will eat alone regularly, but not one for the reservation for one. My favorite is when I'm having dinner by myself and they come, they take the other chair.
Yeah.
No one's joining you.
Now, when you say you eat alone regularly, are those still at times tables for 2 that both parties didn't show up for?
No, no, I won't show my face when that happens.
Well, how do you know it's going to happen? maybe you just show up and they don't.
Yeah, I guess when I get ghosted, which is regularly, it's just before the restaurant.
Oh, right. They've already advised
It's
it's
long
not gonna
gone.
happen.
Yeah,
That's
like
a
they
nice
were never
courtesy.
there. Yeah.
Oh.
No. Usually there's been like a plane booked and a hotel, and they
Wow.
just didn't get on the plane. That happened twice to me already this year.
Okay, maybe you're committing a little bit early, by the way. Let's see what kind of commitments might be made by this ace-7 in the face of a 1.2 open from Staats.
How hard is it to fly a girl to Europe? That's all I want to know, at least. Sorry, we should get back to the heads-up match here.
4 million.
Oh, taking flight to 4 million now. High altitude, 3-bet.
Staats declines to get on the plane.
I'll tell you what, disembarking. This is remarkable. I mean, ace-X heads up. This is a lot of hand. Staats well served to duck out there.
Tight is right. I don't know if you ever heard this one, Ali.
I don't know. You tried to fly her to Europe, Staats?
Two different people, actually.
Wow.
Three, actually more like three. I had three.
You know what's really
major.
brutal about that is you can't do the name change on the ticket. So you just got to kind of eat it and be like, hey, I know we don't talk anymore, but you got this travel credit.
Exactly, like enjoy. No, that's why I book on miles, because you get them back when they don't show up.
There you go. I'm into it.
It's not my first getting ghosted rodeo.
Well, Jackson here with middle pair, both parties checking the king high flop. Now
Are we going to have another 4 high flush situation?
it's a tasty little turn for Staats.
No flush.
Let's check it back. Queen on the end.
$850.
What?
$850.
Looking for value. 5 high. Into the bin.
All right, so what else after DJ?
Oh, in terms of jobs?
Then Chevy's, sorry, yep.
Yeah, the Mexican restaurant. Circuit City.
Oh.
That was, I had a lot of fun at Circuit City.
How much
if
stuff
I'm
did
being
you
honest.
steal from Circuit City?
I didn't steal anything. Other than the money that people put up for protection plans that superseded the actual replacement cost of the item. That was surely theft of a different nature. But, you know.
It didn't go in your pocket.
I was simply at their service.
You were simply making $8.25 an hour.
Yeah, if I was lucky. Well, $8.25, then the rip or the spiff, as they like to call it on the protection plan, definitely pushed it well past that.
Right, you got commission on those, right?
Oh, big time.
Yeah.
Check.
9, 4, and 10, 5. Booking a date. Nobody ghosting. First course will be served.
Can't help but feel like that's personal.
Amuse-bouche. Jack 8-7. Couple of diamonds, gutter, and the flush draw versus just a gutter. 5 of diamonds, an interesting dangler. Staats activating. 600, half pot.
I can't help but the mention of a dangling 5 also feels personal to me.
Oh. I promise it wasn't intentional.
Well, can't put that bullet back in the gun, can you? Hello, 10 of diamonds.
Flush with the redraw. Jackson has paired and picked up a diamond draw of his own. Dead, but he doesn't know it. Now faces barrel number 2.
And Staats hasn't picked up many veritable monsters. Not a lot of slam dunk value bets for Staats.
I
This
think
is one of them.
Jackson's read on Staats is a man whose chips are finding their way into the middle with good cause at all times.
Can you put your
Yet
chips in?
he is going to peel against half pot once more on the turn. on the end.
Check.
Jackson does not improve. You got to bet one chip here. You got to make sure you get called. You got to make sure you get something. Bet one. Now, Ali, I don't want to put you on the spot here because you've only been working here for what, 20 years?
Well, I don't think PokerGO has been in existence for 20 years, but in terms of, you know, I mean,
Dog years.
30 years on air in general.
Yeah.
Good 2 decades plus in poker. Go
Do
on.
the structures ever adjust at final tables to accommodate like a very protracted heads up or three-handed battle? Do they ever shorten the blind levels?
Right. Now, I'm not wearing a name tag, but if I were, tournament director would not be the byline beneath it.
I'm not asking you what your feelings are. I'm asking, does it happen?
It has happened, but upon the agreement of both parties.
Got it. Okay.
Oftentimes in the interests of not missing out on being able to register a specific other event that perhaps they're
Fair
both
enough.
interested in making it to, you
So
know,
it's a
when
rarity.
deals are made. Yeah.
Sure.
It feels like these guys are dug in, by the way. I don't get the sense at all that business
No.
was done.
No, 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 no.
I think they're going to duke it out.
Raise 3.
I only ask because on the European Poker Tour, the chips are counted in meters.
Not imperial. I see.
No, we will shorten the blinds levels once
Yeah.
we get three-handed. We cut them in half a lot of the time.
Actually, you know, a lot of tournaments have taken at final tables to not measuring the blind levels chronologically, but rather by hand.
We do hands now.
Yep.
We just did that at the last EPT. We do number of hands.
Stats just did something we've not seen him do. A 3-bet. King
2.8.
Queen.
2.8.
Slapping 2 million onto this 800K. Some frosting on the cupcake.
Jackson is not ready to surrender. 8-4 off.
Remember, he had a couple of queens, got into a clicky one with Eshaan Bhalla earlier.
Did have a slightly better candidate than this, I think.
I'm sure this is very trashy. Doesn't interfere with the choice cuts. Oh, wow.
You got to stay hydrated.
Yeah,
That's an important PSA right there.
But that's a man that doesn't look nervous whatsoever, I confess. Maybe an innocent swig,
I
but
was gonna get spicy.
maybe
Would
one
that
that
work?
cost him.
No.
No?
4-bet.
Good thing I didn't do it.
Stats not too interested in the little chatter.
No, he feels dialed.
400. Different hand.
He doesn't
I didn't
like
believe you, but
He doesn't like
happy
your tone.
I didn't do it.
Yeah, I mean,
His first 3-bet ever, and Jackson's like, I don't believe you.
right.
Oh, he'd kill for 8-4 now.
Couple of dusty ones. Booking a trip.
See a 10.
Yeah, one hand outperforming the other. Snap check back, by the way, from Stats.
Check.
Lovely turn. No,
Don't shoot.
yeah. Not even forced to release the tokens. Little rally being put together by Chris Staats from Oklahoma, where he currently resides. Father of 2, Brinley and Christopher.
Makes sense why the Run Good crew is sweating him. Shout out the Run Good family. All out of Tulsa. Did you name the kids?
I did.
Or did I hear Brimley, as in Wilford?
No, no, not the Quaker guy.
Not the diabetes guy?
No, yeah, the sugars. No here talking about.
Diabetes!
Yeah, closest man ever came to a walrus.
So not that.
No. I think he was on a show called Our House, by the way, one of those feel-good sitcoms back in the day. Is yet again, Joe, you forced us to date ourselves.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Pretty soon we're going to be in a piece of amber being mined for
you
DNA.
did it this time.
The Jurassic.
More Jurassic. That's how old we are. We are Jurassic.
Well, we'd be remiss if we didn't give a shout out to Play Poker Go, where you can play free online poker anytime, no deposits, no risk, just pure action. Jump into ring games and tournaments, compete against players worldwide, and sharpen your game for free at playpokergo.com. Available on web, iOS, and Android. Ace on the button now. Stats. Takes it to 1.2. 3x open. Jackson. 7-5 all. Looking to see what's what. Queen Trey. Both holdings divorced. Stats keeps the love alive though with 1.8.
Yeah, it's creeping.
Yeah, pendulum feels like it has swung into that corner.
You got me in a weird spot.
A double up now would see Staats take the chip lead. I mean, it's worth mentioning again that Jackson defeated Phil Hellmuth Jr. heads up.
He looks
for
a bit
bracelet.
young to have defeated Phil Hellmuth Sr. for a bracelet.
You know, there's Phil Hellmuth Jr.
Yeah.
on the scene now.
Yeah. Spotted cobbling this year.
I mean, I saw the kid. I was like, that's got to be him.
Did you really?
Yeah, and it was.
Was it a black and gold tracksuit that did it? Or
Yeah, it was.
no?
It was threats to burn the building down.
Some interference here as 8-6 takes on 8-4. Queen 6 deuce board. Middle pair versus a flush draw. Things could get interesting. Stats checking over after defending. Jackson with plenty of reason to fire. Follow through. Comes to the tune of 800. Stats going to verify. The pair is there. Makes the call. And the clubs come in. Stats drawing dead.
Club couldn't wait to hit the board.
Flew right off that stub. 3.6.
I mean, I think when you call it a 6 there, you're like, I'm beating flush draws. Now no longer the case.
Listen, you're beating a whole range of hands that would simply follow through. 1.8, and that half pot sizing just puts Stats into the bin as we continue to observe very snug procedures out of that chair.
I can't think of a spot where he folded a clear-cut winner, though.
Pocket sixes weren't clear, but they certainly were a winner early on.
Definitely.
Trick time.
That was pretty snug. Pretty early on as well.
But listen, you can't take issue with the fact that choices like that are in part why he managed to be the man heads up against.
I mean, that's the thing, right?
Jackson.
Is that maybe this is his MO and why his 9-12 record is like this, because maybe he ladders into second place quite a bit.
Comes in short chipped heads up.
Yeah. Has to ice skate uphill.
Yeah.
I mean, that's certainly the case today, and you'd rather finish second than sixth.
Sure. Ace, ace, jack, 2 hearts, queen high, still in front. Staats reaches for chips. Jackson makes it easy. I don't want to make a meal of that, but if I'm Staats and I realize that I can get the guy to fold simply by reaching over toward my stack, I might do that every spot.
I might do it more often, that's for sure.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Jackson's going to figure it out pretty quick on the occasion in which you reach over and then all of a sudden you end up checking back.
Obviously, there's a lot to be read from that, Ali, but I don't know if you noticed his body language afterward. It seemed like fatigue is kind of setting in a little bit.
For whom?
For Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
His body language just seemed kind of deflated, not just from the early fall. I mean, look at him now. He just... It's hard to maintain this level of excitement, concentration. It takes a lot out of you.
This is a 3-day event.
Oh, here we go.
I've been in the trenches for some time. The
28.
diaper
Yeah, 2.8. Yeah.
Fold.
gets trashed. Another 3-bet there from Staats as he's starting to get the wind in his sails.
He's closing in on 2-1. One more pot.
2-1 disadvantage, of course.
That's right. But that is a better place than being at a 3-1 disadvantage. More than is where he started.
You know, conversely, I'm not getting any vibes off of this man that he isn't prepared for some bare knuckle brawling.
Raise 1.2.
These are sites now that we're beginning to see that
the ranges are opening up a little bit.
Stand in contrast to that which we observed up until recently out of Staats. Queen 4 happens to dominate. King 6 deuce board. Jackson checking over.
Reaching for chips.
This time he didn't auto fold,
but did go to his cards immediately. Looks like Jackson now afflicted with the restless leg. A lot of times, by the way, I'm commenting on it. It's just something to keep yourself awake.
Oh, yeah.
You know, these situations are incredibly tense. There's a lot of adrenaline, but you realize when the adrenaline, you know, starts leaving your body, there's a deficit there.
Yeah, you know, it's exceptionally awkward when you're behind the wheel. You know, throttle modulation issue. But I guess you could go with the dead pedal left foot, restless leg.
You're actually really scaring me right now if you're talking about actually driving.
I'm not suggesting it was smart, but the number of times, and shout out Caltrans and the numerous other engineering, you know, folks that were behind the rumble strip off the side of the freeway.
Has that gotten you once or twice?
Buddy, that saved my life on numerous occasions when I was young and reckless. Now I'm simply old and reckless, but in other ways. Shout out my Schwab account.
All right, let's go.
Meanwhile, 2 queens. This will not be reckless should Staats decide to take it upstairs again. And you wonder, by the way, as these 3-bet frequencies increase, if there isn't a point at which Jackson decides to say enough is enough. This doesn't feel like you're really holding the deck, but rather shifting gears on me. I know the King 4 is the one, but I am concerned about...
We noticed a gear shift.
Yeah.
I mean, Staats has shifted up slightly, but his 3-bets are still so infrequent. I think we can take them seriously still. You know, card distribution is going to mean that he will have a 3-betting hand every so often, especially heads up.
But you know, the trend of late has just been like, time out, man. You're the guy that was buttoned up, and all of a sudden, you know.
It can't all be
I'm
hands.
seeing a little bit of chest hair. I'm seeing the bulk of the prize pool up in those top 2 slots, looking for home. Who will it be? That clip's brought to you by Octopi Poker. Rebelle and Ganov, by the way, finished 9th and 8th beyond the borders of the broadcast.
Previously on.
Jack 6 being put to work now.
4 million.
4 million.
Ace Queen.
We have reached the 2-to-1 threshold, by the way. Even with that last loss. Stats not quite a 2-to-1 dog anymore.
Raise 1.2.
Well, the now adopted 1.2 seems to be the order of the day on the button.
Call.
King Deuce squaring off with 8-9. Ten, 7, 6, the joint for Stats.
Did I hear 8-9?
Stats wants to hear is any number whatsoever.
He'd also love to hear a king on the turn.
Oh, yeah.
700.
Not going to be in a hurry to announce himself, one would imagine, in the face of the 700K C-bet.
Taking about the same amount of time he usually does, but comes in for a raise. Not a lot to protect against there.
I thought, I mean, on balance, obviously, you're going to want to put that in there, but
We need
so
action
much
flop.
hand.
Get us all in. Find us something. I think this one's it. It's the big one.
That's got king 5 of diamonds.
Raise 3.
Let's see how good Jackson's intuition is. Well, I don't think many people would qualify this as the big one, but it is the bigger one.
Ever so slightly.
You raise 3.
Oh, and he does come with the bigger 2.8. No, by the way, sort of the 1.2 on occasion, 800 on occasion. I kind of thought that they were going to settle into 3x. Pre-flop sizings.
It's all a mind game, Ali.
Sure.
You got to keep them guessing. All right, we got our first big-ish pot in a while.
Queen, 9, deuce, rainbow. Not a diamond to be found, nor a pair for either party.
Jackson with the betting lead. C-bet would probably get the job done here pretty often. Doesn't even have to be a big one. What it looks like, it ain't gonna be small. Doesn't matter. Chris Staats is out of here
Oh, let's,
Oh, and
to
guess
greet
who's in here?
to greet his brother.
my brother just flew in.
Oh man, that's awesome.
Perfect time.
Maybe that's why he's been playing so tight. Watch this game open up now.
Oh yeah, you'd hate to bust before your brother lands.
Yeah. Now it's like in Billy Madison when he catches the dodgeball. He's just like, now you're all in big, big trouble. Unleash the stats.
They're cracking.
Will Staats right there on the rail.
Got to be fired up about the Thunder's performance in the NBA playoffs thus far.
You know you in trouble now.
Raised 800.
Huh?
So now you in trouble.
I just said it.
I got that good luck.
I got good luck too.
Now you're all in big, big trouble.
What you got is 9 high against a couple of queens.
Excuse me, 9-8 is a call-offable hand. I don't know if you were watching earlier, but one guy thought about it real long and another guy didn't.
Let's do it.
Raised
This
to
is it.
2.8 million.
Let's see. See some flops.
I mean, the lucky brother so far is checking out.
See how lucky he is.
Let's see. Gut shot straight draw on an ace-high board. $6 million out there.
Yeah, no re-raise. You're probably not as scared of the ace.
Certainly there are a number of ace-X's that would be in the flatting range for Jackson against a stack that has now grown for Staats.
As it stands, I mean, you gotta be curious. Can you hit this 6?
Sorry.
10 million in the middle.
He's gonna spend $2 million to find out.
Ooh, a straight card, but not the right one. Does put a potential flush draw out there. Slowing down feels reasonable, given that some aces are possible. Tough to get 3 streets out of a hand that queens is beating. On this board, there's the check.
Valid points. Staats agrees with the assessment. And now let's see if Jackson senses an opportunity potentially here.
I mean,
He
you
does.
gotta love your queens now. Oh,
Oh,
my
wow.
goodness.
Now a 4-liner on board, Joe, so this is staring these queens right in the face. Not lost on Staats. But let's see.
What a gross river. Staats checks is gonna be put in a weird spot. Oh, this, I do not envy Staats facing whatever bet is coming on this river. Okay, that makes it a little easier. That might be the best way to get off easy here.
Do you have a fun hand?
4x pot. We rule out one pair of aces in the face of this.
Yeah.
And we know the story that's being told. A straight or nothing at all.
Do you think that only straights shove this river?
I don't feel like 2 pair, even a set, would ever do this on the end.
Potentially running into a 4-liner themselves.
I think for a minute.
Boy, we're really going to test this bladder on Staats at this pace. That's the extra large pana that he's gone to work on. And by the way, he's put a dent in it.
By the way, a call here and it's over.
Yeah, you're right.
Jackson's got his 3rd bracelet.
I mean, I don't feel like it's in the cards, but
He said it's going to be a minute. You know, we all like to hydrate. But I assume there's more going on here than just that.
this won't be a thirst-quenching call.
Guys, we're playing for a bracelet here. Oh, they're playing for a bracelet there too. Okay, never mind. Sorry.
I wish I didn't have this card.
I think he's referring to the Queen of Diamonds, which interferes with some of the flush draw combos that he expects would hang in the face of the pre-flop 3-bet.
Just hanging out here, waiting to see if this tournament ends or if we are going to continue with the Staats fold.
This would be so thin.
Agreed.
I want to so bad I can't stand it.
Thinner than Bella Hadid during Fashion Week. The most well-hydrated man in Las Vegas.
Yeah, he's going to be parched if he clicks call. No amount of water is going to fix these queens.
I mean,
To the ground. Don't put it in my face.
you can't put it in your face. You made a great fold. I know we were focused on Staats there, but Jackson, knowing.
I mean, I think you got to go all either way, but.
255 now, guys.
Knowing that if Staats called, it was all over.
Oh yeah, he had the stones.
And blinds are up.
500K now.
I couldn't beat an ace.
Jackson could.
250, 500 level. 35 upon us now.
And that raising of the blinds chops Staats stack down to 27 bigs.
I gotta say, that one was a momentum stopper because it did feel like Staats was stringing together a lot of heat. Now finds himself back on 26 bigs with the blinds having gone up.
It's an untold sort of detriment of making a fold like that, is that you stay alive in the tournament, but either way, it stops you dead in your tracks.
Yep. Stringing the second one together is Jackson. And the thing is, you can dwell on situations like that if you aren't focused. You can allow them to sort of creep in and compound further decisions when really you got to let it live in a vacuum and then get to the matter at hand again. Not alleging that that's what's going to transpire with respect to Staats, and in fact, I would bet against it, but heads up, can really play tricks on you.
I can't imagine a more frustrating situation than fluctuating from a 3-to-1 chip disadvantage to a 2-to-1 to a 3-to-1 again.
Or how much is it? How many just the browns?
Let's count it.
And seemingly your opponent making every
Just the
hand,
browns,
and when you are
12.5?
dealt a
12.5.
monster, having to lay it down on the river.
That laydown is precisely what allows him to fight on here, and he's taken the fight to Jackson with King Deuce. Looked like Jackson maybe was ready. could do something. Queen 8-8. Not of interest to either holding.
King high, pretty strong heads up. Pretty strong on a board like this. Good enough to bet, good enough to win.
Let you get one through there.
You talking to me?
Yeah. Not really indulging in much of the speech.
Too much.
Hey,
Too
he's
much.
in.
Sorry.
It was 250.
Okay. I thought I put it out there. Oh, I
you
put the
put the-
wrong.
yeah.
Okay, what you need? You need green?
Yeah,
Sorry.
Raise to 1 million.
Jack.
We're gonna see a flop.
Yep. 2 scoops a man.
Hello, flopping another straight.
Fortunately for Staats, yet again, Jackson lacking too much to get excited about. Dummy end of a gut shot. Betting lead.
Hey, at least he can't raise the flop this time.
Queen on the turn puts the 4-liner out there. Staats has it. Not the card that he was hoping would show up, of course.
It's making it even less likely. Oh, Jackson is gonna take a stab, okay. So Staats won't go penniless in this hand, at least. All right, a smooth call.
Jackson could chop with a jack.
Oh no.
And instead he makes the
Ooh.
10 high straight. And the flat on the turn, one wonders whether or not value could be pursued by Jackson. No, Staats activating himself for 1.5.
Maybe gets called.
Staats is not supposed to be sitting on a 10 high straight himself here. And I don't think we're ever thinking about anything other than bluff catching with our straight now. Much like Staats with the queens, Jackson giving this one a chew.
Look, I know I don't have to say this. I'm no heads-up expert. but it
4.7.
feels like, oh my goodness, a raise. I was saying, I was about to say, it feels like you're beating plenty here. But the raise to 4.7.
I mean, what's going to pay you off? You're really giving Staats a lot of credit for being able to be a patron with anything shy of that which devastates. He ends up making the call. And
Look upon my works, ye mighty.
Jackson nodding his head there. Anxious moment at showdown.
And that is a momentum reshift.
And is this the high water mark now for Staats?
That's right. This is as close as they have been during this heads up.
Huh?
Confirmed. Better straight. $42 big blinds for Staats now. 75
36.
for Jackson. Hey, deuce, that's one we can not play, I think.
Staats
play the rush.
Does play it, has position, and he's got bottom pair.
I love an unsuited 6-gapper. But as we know, it's hard to make a pair. And a pair of any sort is the best hand.
Now on the hunt for some backdoor equity here. Is this 9-10? Does pick up a skosh with the gut shot.
Technically qualifies as some backdoor equity.
Yeah. Stats, by the way, not slowing down.
And it has some cred, I think, at this point. You don't see him double barreling with bottom pair all too often.
He hasn't gotten spicy at any point
4.7
thus far, and yet here he is. Brings the picante. Yeah, I just felt it brewing. I felt it beneath the surface. You know what I mean? When a man's just had enough of you.
2 ways to win a pot in poker.
That's right.
And that was one of them.
3 if you're armed. I've never insisted on a showdown when a man's revolver is, you know, introduced.
We play in much different games, Ali.
For that matter, you know.
In my game, we collect $5 for pizza.
Wow. Even grandma? Yeah. She doesn't get a pass.
Nobody gets a pass.
Grandma, by the way, you don't want her. You know, pizza's a lot for 75-plus-year-old GI tract to kind of.
Well, that's the best thing is she pays the same as the rest of us. She eats like 1 slice.
Wow.
That's how I keep my margins nice and thick.
Is your pizza thick as well, or do you go thin?
Oh, big time. I'm a thick guy.
You like deep dish?
On occasion.
Wow.
Sorry, when I'm doing pizza night, I like thick. Sorry, poker night because it's cheap.
Well, it could be pizza night with a poker mixed in.
That's true. That's probably more likely what it is.
8-6. A limp now on the button as we see a bit of a shift. He's giving us multiple looks. Has stats.
18.
And the suited ace. Giving stats a look. 1.8. Good night, 8 high.
Or 1.8.
Are these guys becoming friends?
Tell you what, when you've come all this way and you're close to summiting, a little bit of hypoxia setting in, making you a little bit loopy. A 3-day climb. Unclear whose flag will be planted, but
Trauma bonding can occur.
yeah, sure.
Raise to 1-9.
Okie dokie.
Stats dominating. Interference for both parties. King Jack 8 board here. Open ender and the flush draw for Stats. A good bit to get excited about. Jackson, second pair, diamondless.
Has
Goes
the
to
best
work.
hand, but is a statistical dog. Will this be a case of too many outs? Hey, big Hooney on the rail.
Yeah, there he is.
Catches the flush on the turn.
Now, it may be difficult to get any more chips committed from Jackson here as we see the second check from Stats. Snap check back from Jackson. Feels honest. 7 on the end.
How much value is Stats going to go for? 3.5 into 3.7.
4.5.
4.5 over bet. I can fold this hand and sleep quite well at night, even without checking out the stream later.
You know, the thing is, these over bets trigger some reptilian part of our poker brain that feels a sort of a call.
This is what I like to say. It is polarizing, right? Which means it's one of two things, but it doesn't mean they're two equally weighted things.
Fair. Jackson doesn't make a meal of things, resisting any temptation.
Have we seen an
Don the
over
Cape.
bet bluff even once from any player tonight?
Davenport early
Okay.
versus the sixes of Staats, but maybe another occasion Davenport. But other than him, I don't believe
not a
it's
lot.
been employed by
Feel like we're
anybody.
gonna play a big pot soon. Need to
Prophesizing
need it.
is Jackson.
Blockers aren't real and balance is overrated. That's what I say.
You know, I was told birds are not real either.
Raise to
I've never
Familiar
seen.
with
I've
this
never
movement?
seen one.
One of the trollier things the internet provided throughout COVID. Queen deuce, inadequate provisions.
Dude,
for
you're
Jackson.
you're a Johnny come lately if you only picked up birds aren't real
No,
during COVID.
I knew about it during the earlier portions. It did catch a bit of fire, though. You know, people sat home and went into parts of the internet that they hadn't explored for some time.
I was insufferable online then.
raise to 1 million.
Online poker took off.
Yeah,
Everybody sequestered.
I made some lifelong friends playing Zoom poker.
People that you hadn't known prior to that?
Yeah, yeah,
Wow.
people that I'm still close friends with to this day.
Right, but you know, COVID wasn't that long ago, so I wouldn't go necessarily talking lifelong.
Okay,
Things
sure,
can change.
fine. You're
you
right.
know what I mean?
You're right.
Guy could scam you. You know,
I could get stood up on a trip to France.
all of a sudden, next Zoom stream, there's your girlfriend in, you know, his office.
I mean, it's so close to the truth. I don't know how you just pulled that out of thin air. Who told you?
Oops.
Pocket tens for Stats. King, queen for Jackson.
You could see some amorous sentiments potentially here. Jackson wants to hook up with this king queen.
I mean, they're a beautiful couple. Why not? Couldn't help but notice him from across the bar.
You know, it's funny, he did say we're going to play a big pot.
4.7.
And
Oh,
he's
he
making
loves
good.
the 4.7. I mean, you just can't do it, Ali. You can't get away from tens.
No, and
You're going to want to see all five.
well, you can see Stats now. A fold is not in his future, but how does he want to proceed? He's been so tidy about things. Does he really want to give a spin to 2 tens?
Yes.
Unclear what sort of range. I agree, but you know, he's shown different looks.
We're going to need some more water over here. No, the big one.
This could end up being a
All
big
in?
one. All in,
Player is all in.
declared.
He is itching the call.
I need to count.
Count's probably a good idea.
King Queen offsuit in particular, Joe, one of those holdings that interferes with so much of the premium stuff that would assume this posture from Stats. Various ace kings and ace queens, pocket kings, pocket queens.
Are you looking at from a perspective of you are blocking those hands, or
Yes.
you are dominated if you happen to be up against one of them?
No, I mean, we interfere with the presence of that sort of stuff in Stats.
18,750,000.
18,750,000.
Well, you are right in this case. The 10s are unblocked.
However, what Jackson needs to mull over is how well does he assume this holding performs against even the lower part of Staats' jamming range here. Things like a baby suited ace come to mind, but that hand is ahead of us. And, you know, I confess I see that one specifically based on what we've observed as maybe being the lightest that I could see Staats being in this spot.
If that.
Right. Oh, the call is made.
We are flipping
King,
potentially
queen,
for
first
the
tens.
bracelet.
I got king, queen. King, queen.
And if
up,
Staats
man.
survives, they're going to flip-flop
Do it.
on the leaderboard.
Let's do it.
Jackson hasn't
Need
run
this one.
super hot in all
I need
ins.
No, you're right about that. He's performed very poorly for the most part. Bar the
Hot 10.
elimination of Shundan Xiao with the Jack-9.
On his third attempt.
Yeah. 38 million chip pot. Will it be bracelet number 3 or will it be stack inversion? This flop suggests the latter.
Give me the news.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
I need a king. King of hearts.
Hold. Hold. Hold right here. Hold. Hold.
Brother Will with the mantra that proves effective on the turn
Come on. Hold.
as they combine.
Hold.
Try to see Chris Staats through to his first chip lead of this final table. And he's done it.
Let's go! Woo!
Patience pays off.
18.
Slow and steady Staats.
14, 15, 16.
Do you feel like it was impatience on the part of Jackson?
No, I just want to give all the credit to Chris Staats here. I don't want to take anything away from David Jackson.
Well, something did get taken away from him, Joe, as you get a look at the chip counts brought to you by True Classic. And I'm talking about the chip lead. Almost a 2-to-1 advantage for Chris Staats. His first lead of the final table, and by extension of heads up. You see Big Hooney on the
Hey,
rail
yeah.
there for Thuniken.
All right, well, at least we could play some poker now. Goodness gracious.
Trying to find the silver line.
Positive
Reel it in.
attitude.
Oh, such a good spot. Good. No king, no queen, huh?
Small blind.
And no rest here. You got to play on, players.
Fucking insane.
Oh, I think the gravity of that loss has had a delayed reaction
Yeah,
on David Jackson.
pressed down in his boots. Let's see how much pressure will be applied by Staats under new circumstances.
Yeah, we don't know how he plays with a chip lead. Clean it up, Staats.
You know, I confess this feels a little indulgent not to look at the hand and then, you know, decide
Let him have his moment.
while doing the housekeeping. You know, we could have flicked that biscuit in there a little earlier. Oh, Jack 7-7.
MG.
Could this
as
one
in OM good game.
come to an abrupt halt? One hand removed from doubling into the chip lead?
This is the cooler I've all been waiting for.
Top pair backdoor clubs, a follow through of 600K.
I like how he keeps stacking his chips. He's in no rush here.
Trim sevens, salivary glands activated.
pure drool.
Raise to 1 million.
Comes in for the raise. And luckily for him, Jackson has got a hand he cannot fold to 1 raise.
I confess, man, I'm a bit surprised. This is so much hand heads up.
So much hand, not a ton of draws on this board.
I mean, yeah, you got the inside straightiness that could have clicked pre, but, you know, just flatting and seeing what's what on the turn and not risking losing your customer, inviting an opportunity for them to find a little bit of equity feels like maybe the safer path. But of course, as we can see on this occasion, no punishment as the jack hangs tough. Gut shot straight draw added to the arsenal.
Now you get a little
Staats.
now you get a little antsy about the draws that are out there.
I mean, listen, this is a whole lot of hand. We fear nothing at present, especially with a 9 in hand.
Sure, yeah, some of the straights end up with a full house for Staats.
At 3,600,000.
And he comes out swinging again, and this is a bit of a mind F here for David
Because it's the
Jackson.
first hand
That's
that
right.
he's having to face Staats with the chip lead.
Correct.
This feels like Frisk.
You just get leveled here so often. Oh, look who's the chip lead. All of a sudden is coming out swinging on every street. I got
Yeah.
top pair.
3,600,000.
I'm not going to get blown off a top pair just because I just lost the chip lead.
Yeah. He doesn't look thrilled with the situation, but obviously Jack is a lot of hand in this spot, even in the face of the line taken, in particular in context, as you pointed out, Joe. Pot grows to 13.5. Just north of 1 SPR.
All in.
A blank river and no hesitation.
No hesitation.
Staats just rips it.
Think this through, David. And once again, we're in a situation, if this call is made, it's over.
Yeah, well, fucking turn around, huh?
Here's what's wild, is not only do you block the jack, but you really don't expect Staats to bring this kind of heat with it. So once you remove that, is it maybe an 8-9 that got there? Check raising the gutty and then following through is a thing. I don't think a 10 ever sails off in this way.
Damn.
No read.
This is trip 7s plus, if it's credible. And if it isn't, it's an opportunity to click call and wrestle that chip lead back. But as we can see, clicking call spells the end.
T-H-E-E-N-D.
Potentially on the precipice of his second bracelet is Chris Staats, his first live.
Makes the call.
It's over.
The crowd knew it.
And a 1-2 punch,
Jack,
and
I got a jack.
finally a release
Jack
from Staats.
He had a 7.
What a comeback.
Jack 7. Insane.
Great match, great match.
A disappointed David Jackson
Thank you.
being shown respect by the rail, 276,000, which he earned. But in the end, it unraveled in a big hurry as Chris Staats is your champion here in event number 13, $414,000 richer.
Cuff him.
Well, there it is. The official payouts here in the $1,500 No Limit Hold'em 6 Max. A true classic indeed. True classic tease. Very apropos way to describe the performance by Chris Staats, who put on a bit of a clinic and then ran good when it counted, Joe.
Just patience, patience, patience. Close it.
Hoist the hardware, young man.
I'm so proud of you, dude. That's awesome. Love you, dude. You deserve it. You deserve it. You deserve it. You deserve it.
There's all the emotion.
Man, you deserve it. I'm so proud of you, dude. I'm so glad I was here.
Touching moment on the rail there with big brother Will, who's awfully proud of his younger bro. Certainly the final 7 here should take pride in what they achieved today, but in the end, the flag planting belonged to Chris Staats. Certainly hope that you enjoyed today's coverage of the World Series of Poker. On behalf of our entire crew here in Las Vegas and my partner in the booth, Joe Stapleton, this is Ali Najad saying good night, and we'll see you next time at the WSOP.